Yeah, well, no one makes your mama jokes either, Abby. Also, what are you talking about? You wrote the joke!
Yeah.
This section isn't quite as exploratory as a true open world, but it does feel far less linear than in Uncharted games past. You have this large area that you can explore any way you feel fit, and it is full of fun climbing sequences, action, and fighting, and plenty of collectibles to keep you busy. All while you catch Chloe and Nadine learning more about each other and slowly become friends. It's just all really satisfying. It also looks freaking amazing. The environments and landscapes are absolutely gorgeous, they're colorful and bright, and they just invite you in to explore them completely. Every animation is also lovingly rendered to show every small detail, from Chloe shifting into reverse before she backs up her Jeep, to the sweat rolling down people's foreheads. Although I would also argue that perhaps games don't need to lovingly render so many bodily functions of their protagonists, but what do I know? Like many modern games, Lost Legacy also has a killer photo mode which felt new at the time it came out in 2017. But now it just feels pretty standard for this type of game, right? With that being said, it's still excellent. You have a plethora of options for each picture, including changing facial expressions and even the angle of the sun. It's especially unusual to see an action-adventure game feature two capable non-white women characters as its leads, and it was especially exciting to see them become reluctant friends rather than pinned against each other the whole game. It may be a small thing, but for a lot of people, this kind of representation matters. The gameplay on the whole is mostly the same as in other Uncharted games. You do a bit of climbing and exploring in each area, often starting with a short action sequence where you begin using stealth to take down each enemy before getting spotted, and then just running and gunning your way to victory. A nice addition here is a silenced pistol to be used for silent takedowns. As someone deeply impatient, I really appreciated moments where I can methodically take out mercenaries without having to plot out my exact route through each area if I didn't want to. Everything in Lost Legacy feels like the Uncharted franchise you know and love, but it adds this whole new perspective to a familiar franchise. I love that instead of letting Nathan Drake wallow in his own story for far too long, the franchise kind of moved on. It started doing something similar and familiar, but fresh. So, if you're a person who likes the Uncharted games but have never played Lost Legacy, there has never been a better time to get into it. With the Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection out now, the game has never played or looked better. Although it doesn't add much to the game other than a slight cosmetic and frame rate upgrade, and the fact that it's kind of perplexing to not include the entire franchise in this epic bundle, it's still a nice package for two great games. I would argue that Uncharted: The Lost Legacy is one of the best games in the Uncharted franchise, if not the best. It improves on familiar gameplay, adds a new storyline with familiar but fresh characters, and has a full gameplay experience without ever feeling like a total slog to complete. And look, as someone who has to complete every game out there, sometimes it's just so nice to have a game respect my time. Papa's got places to be and things to do, and I can't do that if I'm stuck in a 50-hour adventure, okay? But this is all to say that Uncharted: The Lost Legacy is an amazing game at an amazing value. It doesn't overstay its welcome, but still has a full, satisfying story. So that's why we're giving Uncharted: The Lost Legacy a 4 out of 5. We'll see you guys. Whoa! Abby Russell, G4's Xplay creative producer, what are you doing here? Did my car get towed again?
No, nothing like that. I found this behind Kevin Pereira's desk. It looks important.
Oh, Abby, every time we talk about NFTs in the show, I get in a lot of trouble. I'm not smart enough for this.
No, it's not an NFT. It's something with actual value. It's a treasure map, and you're the only one rugged enough to check it out. Someone called my name.
Whoa. Treasure. Adventure. Oh, that's so bright. Is that it?
got you! Lost this to time. This really was worth it. I just want some lunch!
That was great. We love Lost Legacy. But enough with this swashbuckling crap. Let's talk about Pokemon.
Are you just always thinking about Pokemon?
Constantly. My brain is a Pokeball that caught too much Pokemon info, and now I'm trapped in a Pokegym of my own making.
That's up. And speaking of up, stick around for our list of the 15 most up things about Pokemon.
Not on even one of them. Don't go anywhere.
See, we just don't give a about saying on TV, and I with it.
I'm Austin Show, and this is Name Your Prize.
Oh my gosh, I've had it with that.
You're gonna want this gong, I'm telling you.
I don't want the...
How else are we gonna brand the show?
Welcome back to Xplay. Pokemon may seem like a cute franchise with adorable pocket monster designs and a heartwarming message about perseverance and friendship.
But don't be fooled. It's messed up.
Sessler always says, Pokemon is just dogfighting for children. But that's like ground level up. This elevator goes all the way to the top.
When you look into it, half the Pokemon are just cuter versions of Pennywise, and the other half are trying to sleep with Ash's mom.
Well, now I have to watch.
Check out our list of the most up things about Pokemon.
I haven't been shy about my feelings about Pokemon or my confusion. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Pokemon is dogfighting for children. Think about it, you know I'm right. And if that doesn't sound messed up enough already, apparently there's a lot more disturbing in this seemingly innocent property that's meant for children. So, in honor of Pokemon Arceus's release, we're going to dive into the 15 most up things in the Pokemon universe. Number 15 on our list is the Pokemon Parasect. Unlike other Pokemon we'll get into, Parasect doesn't look particularly horrifying. It even looks kind of basic. boring. It's just a regular hermit crab, right? Wrong. That thing on its back, it's not a shell. It's a massive parasitic mushroom that's overtaken its host crab and controls every move it makes. Remember the parasitic fungus zombies in The Last of Us? That's what Parasect is, except it's cuter, doesn't make the scary clicking sounds, and I would feel bad shooting it in the face. But this parasite is still pretty gnarly. It eats away at its host, gnawing until there's nothing left, forcing it to leave spores in its host's eggs in order to hatch and continue this gruesome cycle. I'll never look at a hermit crab the same again. Number 14. Lavender Town. I'm sure half of you clicked on this video just to make sure we talked about Lavender Town. So here you go. If you're new to the series, Lavender Town is, well, a quiet, solemn, lavender hue town that doubles as a massive Pokemon burial site. And as you can probably guess, it's haunted as for some reason, all of the Pokemon are buried in one single 7-story tower that's crawling with ghosts trying to fight you and people trying to summon them. And if that's not creepy enough, this is also a place where horrific crimes have occurred. Like that one time that the evil Team Rocket tried to steal a bunch of Cubone skulls and killed a Marowak Pokemon in the process. But really, one of the most messed up things about Lavender Town is that in later generations, they convert the graveyard tower into a radio tower and move all of the graves to a separate location deemed the House of Memories. If there's one thing we've learned from horror movies, it's not to mess with grave sites. I mean, come on! Give those poor dead Pokemon some respect. Number 13. Banette. Banette is one of the weirder Pokemon. From what I know about Pokemon, they're supposed to be animals of some kind, right? Not this one. Apparently, Banettes start out as cute little plushies who, upon being discarded by their owners, become sentient beings fueled by the desire to get revenge on the children who abandoned them. I have questions about this one. Was the plushie always a little bit alive? How did it know it was abandoned? Are all my old Zoids secretly tracking me, waiting for the most opportune time to sink its long liger teeth into my neck? This is like if Woody from Toy Story decided to hunt Andy down to murder him after Andy grew up and decided that playing with cowboys was for nerds. Actually, I would watch that movie. Number 12. Lampent. This Pokemon is a lamp, but that's not why it's on this list. Instead of being fueled by gas, this Pokemon is fueled by dead people's souls that it hunts for. This Pokemon is the literal angel of death. Why is this in a kids series? Number 11, the Great Pokemon War. Not much is known about the Great Pokemon War, aside from a passing comment in Pokemon Red and Blue from Lieutenant Surge, the Vermilion City gym leader. He claims that electric Pokemon saved him during the war, but he doesn't specify what war or give any other details, and you and the other characters don't question him at all. So, in theory, everyone is aware of the war, but it maybe cuts too deep to talk about. This requires some further research, which fans have been eager to do. They've taken this one-off comment and run with it, noticing that there are suspiciously few middle-aged men and women in the Kanto region. You have your kids, teens, and elderly people as NPCs, but very few adults. Could it be lazy design? Perhaps. Or maybe a brutal, bloody war wiped out nearly an entire generation, plunging society into chaos and forcing kids to leave their homes at 10 years old to fend for themselves and keep the economy of fighting your animals against other animals going. We need answers, Pokemon. Number 10, Komala. This Pokemon isn't trying to kill anyone or eat their souls for a change, so what's up about this one, you ask? It's asleep forever. It's born asleep, it spends its life asleep, and it dies in its sleep. Think about that for a second. Komalas have never opened their eyes. They've never smelled the grass after a rain, enjoyed a conversation among friends, or known the joys of reading The Sound and Fury by William Faulkner. Their life is one long dream that they can't wake up from. That, to me, sounds like a nightmare. Do Komalas ever live at all? And what is the benefit of even having a Komala on your Pokemon roster? How do they stay alive? How do they eat? Apparently their attacks are just the results of them rolling around in their sleep? Make it make sense. Number 9, Yamask. I learned a lot more about Pokemon than I would have liked to for this video. For instance, some Pokemon used to be people, like this one. This Pokemon carries around a gold mask that resembles its own human face, so that it can remind itself that it used to be human and to be sad. I don't know how this kind of thing happens to people in the Pokemon universe, and I don't care to find out. Number 8, Where's the government? There are some big societal problems in the Pokemon universe, or so I'm told. There's pollution, and there's rampant terrorist groups like Team Rocket and Team Aqua running around, cutting off Slowpoke tails and trying to bring about an eternal rain that would drown half the planet in a weird up version of Noah's Ark. And yet, there is no government response or plan of action to tackle these massive threats to society. Instead of the Pokemon CIA or FBI fighting these eco-terrorist forces, this crucial task is left up to 10-year-old kids. And sure, there are Pokemon cops, but do they actually do anything? They act more like guards, and I don't feel confident in their investigative duties. So I guess for now, society has to put its faith in basic, ordinary kids who are released from their homes with no survival skills, just one single baby Pokemon and a dream. You know, it's kind of inspiring when you phrase it like that. Number 7, Sandygast. Wait, what's so messed up about this one? It's just a sandcastle. It does what? Okay, apparently this Pokemon is formed from grudges left behind from death that happens on the sand. And it sucks the life force out of people and children who get close to it. And if you stick your hand in its mouth, it takes control of you and forces you to pile more sand on it to make it even bigger. Why anyone would want to do that, I don't know. And this is a fun detail. Apparently the shovel is a fashion statement that the Sandygast is very attached to. Now that I relate to. I'm very attached to this one blue sweater.
That's right, Muppets. Pokemon is a horror, and you never knew it because it had a catchy theme song.
We're not even done yet. Come back after the break for our epic finale of the list of the most up things about Pokemon.
I have a question. Am I considered a classic?
5 out of 5.
Graphics and what have you.
That's all you do in this game!
Oh.
Welcome back to Xplay.
It's time to finish our countdown of the most messed up aspects of the Pokemon universe. And the last one is the stuff of nightmares.
Mr. Mime, I choose you. As my dad? Yeah, it's about to get real weird.
Number 6, Frostlass. The Frostlass is a straight-up serial killer. I didn't know they had those in the Pokemon universe, but they do. And it's this thing. Frostlass is a humanoid creature who lives up in the mountains in an ice cave and is said to be the spirit of a woman who froze to death. They prey on handsome men climbing up mountains, freeze them, eat their souls, and then drag their frozen corpses back to their lair to have as a decoration. Number 5, Spoink. Spoinks may look like cute little springy pigs, but there's something deeply upsetting hiding behind every bounce. You see, Spoinks' hearts don't work like yours or mine. They don't just beat without us really having to think about it or do anything. Instead, Spoinks power their own heartbeat with every single time they bounce. Each time their little spring hits the ground, it sends an electric shock through their bodies that forces their hearts to beat. If they stop bouncing, their heart stops beating, and we all know what that means. Number 4, Drifloon. Okay, this Pokemon is really up. Drifloons pretend to be balloons so an innocent child will grab onto them and then be dragged to the underworld, never to be found again. And Drifloons are rewarded for kidnapping and murdering children by getting more air in their body. So the bigger the Drifloon, the more child murder it's committed. Jesus Christ! This is for kids? Are you sure? Number 3. Arceus is a god that you can catch. Arceus is also called the original one, the Pokemon from which all Pokemon spring from, and maybe even the whole universe. No one knows for sure, but this is essentially God in the Pokemon universe. Arceus can stop time, rebuild things that have been destroyed, and protect the Earth from meteors and other harm. So, wait a second, can Arceus stop climate change? If so, the Pokemon universe isn't looking so bad. I have more questions about Arceus. Can you catch him? So far, the only way to capture Arceus is through a cheat code in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Whether or not you can catch him in Pokemon Arceus is yet to be seen, but if you can catch him, that means you're catching God. You would be the most powerful being in the world. What if this got in the wrong hands? What if it unravels the fabric of space-time? Why would he allow himself to be captured? But more importantly, why, Arceus, god of all Pokemon, would you create a cute little Pokemon pig with a little spring tail that has to eternally bounce in order to stay alive? What kind of god does that? Which brings us to number 2. Pokemon are second-class citizens in their own universe. What kind of god builds a society that treats its beings like second-class citizens? Think about it. This whole society is built around capturing wild animals and making them fight each other until they pass out or die. Pokemon deserve better than this. It sure seems like there's more of them than there are humans, so why not start a Pokemon revolution? Brothers, rise up and release yourselves from your Pokeball shackles. Number 1, Mr. Mime might be Ash's dad. Okay, obviously Mr. Mime is not Ash's dad. Ash's dad was a Pokemon trainer who abandoned his wife and child in order to keep up his dogfighting dreams. I mean, his Pokemon battling dreams. But could Mr. Mime be Ash's stepdad? Definitely. Ash's mom, Delia, adopts Mr. Mime in an episode of the anime, and at first, he's nothing more than her housekeeper, who she calls Mimey, which seems innocent enough, but in Sun and Moon, Delia and old Mimey show up in the Alola region to visit Ash, and there's something not right here. Let's take a look at the evidence. Exhibit A. Mr. Mime is now dressed like a dorky dad on a tropical vacation. He's embarrassing. It sure seems like he's leaning into his role as a humanoid stepdad pretty hard. Exhibit B. Mr. Mime is seen here sunbathing with Ash's mom. Does he rub sunscreen on her too? This is not something that your pet does. There's something more going on here. Which brings us to Exhibit C. This picture. This is the most damning evidence by far. Take a look at Mr. Mime's hand placement. It's resting on Delia's thigh, high up on her thigh. That's not a friend or a pet move. That's a tender, intimate touch. That's a touch between lovers. Case closed in my book. Mr. Mime is Ash's stepdad, and you can't convince me otherwise.
That's our show. I can say I will never look at Pokemon the same way again.
And we didn't even talk about Ditto. I could be a Ditto right now, and you'd never know.
What's the optimized drop rate of a shiny Pokemon in Arceus?
It's 1 in 158.
See, you're Frosk.
Well, be sure to catch the full Xplay live stream every Tuesday.
And new reviews and hilarious video essays pop up on our YouTube channel every week.
We'll see you next time.
Peace.
Today on Xplay, we dig up the Crackdown franchise and do forensics on how it died. I'm assuming the orbs were packed with sugar and it slipped into a diabetic coma. And we try to figure out what the hell Google Translate is trying to tell us because we ran out of ideas and Google is free. Seriously, we're out of money. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Xplay. You know, there are plenty of dead franchises that stalled out before they reached their full potential.
Like Banjo-Kazooie. Please make another one, you sadistic monsters!
Or Def Jam. But we don't need Icon being our last memory of the series.
Or the Bumblebee Transformers movie franchise without Mark Wahlberg. It's actually quite good.
Or the Uncharted movie franchise with Mark Wahlberg.
Actually, that did really well in theaters.
For real?
Yeah, Sony is definitely going to make a sequel, maybe even a few.
Why should Mark Wahlberg run free with game franchises like Crackdown when they stay locked up in the franchise jail?
Check out our deep dive to find out.
It wasn't supposed to end this way. This was supposed to be the next big Xbox franchise. A true evolution of open world gameplay. You could jump. You could shoot. You could jump and shoot. So where did it all go wrong? Why did it all go wrong? And most importantly...
Hey, Joe!
Yeah, Joe, what's going on over here?
I was trying to set up this video on Crackdown before you rudely interrupted me.
Joe, how many times do I have to tell you? If you're gonna record a VOD, please make sure that your elbows aren't ashy. They're looking like a Canadian Christmas.
Well, lack of lotion use aside, Jake did the true crime thing on the last one. No one responded to me on Slack about hosting the video, so I kind of got backed into a corner here. So are y'all gonna keep roasting me, or are you gonna help me host this video so I can go back doing my job?
Okay.
Get out the way, dude.
I'm Frosk.
And I'm the Black Hokage, aka the Shooter Guy. And today we're gonna take a look at a little franchise that couldn't crack down. The year is 2004. Shrek 2 was killing it at the box office, Exhibit had just started pimping rides, and a small studio in Scotland had begun work on a unique open-world Xbox exclusive. Real-Time Worlds was a studio founded by Dave Jones, one of the original producers of the Grand Theft Auto series. Crackdown was initially set to be released on the original Xbox, but after getting word that Xbox 360 would be launching within a year, they figured it would be smarter to shift development to the new console.
Initially, Crackdown was a hard game to sell. Games were quickly moving to glossy, hyper-realistic textures. In comparison to something like Halo 3, Crackdown's comic book-inspired cel-shaded style didn't do much to turn heads. Additionally, the skills for kills mechanic at the heart of Crackdown was hard to showcase. In Crackdown, you're given 5 different areas to level up: agility, shooting, driving, strength, and explosives. Simply put, it's a game you have to play to understand.
So, in order to make sure people actually played Crackdown, Microsoft attached the beta to Halo 3's multiplayer when it was released in February 2007. When the Halo beta wrapped up and people decided to actually play the game they bought, what they found was a fun and inventive open-world shooter. Unlike most open-world games at the time, where the gameplay escalated through better guns or vehicles, Crackdown's skills for kill system was focused entirely on player ability. The more you use your skills, the crazier they became. If you collect enough orbs, eventually you could leap through buildings like your Superman in his still figuring it out phase.
Sock enough bad guys in the jaw, and eventually you can throw a car in their face. Structurally, the game was truly a sandbox, with the narrative being little more than a suggestion. You play as a member of a peacekeeping force called the Agency, and you're tasked with taking down various criminal leaders holed up around Pacific City. You locate these crime lords simply through exploring the city. The most guidance the game gives you is a percentage point telling you how likely you are to succeed at beating said crime lord's ass. Crackdown was one of the few open-world games to truly double down on player autonomy. There are no hyperlinear missions thrown in between the open-world mayhem. It's all on you to decide what to do.
Some minor control issues aside, Crackdown goes just as hard today as it did in 2007. It's arguably one of the coolest takes on the open-world superhero game. Now, if you'll excuse me, Frost, I'm gonna find out who killed this franchise.
Okay.
Hey, Abby, how you doing?
Oh my god, thank you for asking. It's actually been really hard lately. Like, I have all these car payments, and I'm like, why did I buy 3 cars?
Yeah, I'm not here for all that. Listen, why did you kill Crackdown?
What? I didn't kill Crackdown.
Interesting. Where were you March 5th, 2009?
I don't know, that was like 10 years ago.
Huh. I didn't know I was dealing with somebody who had amnesia. Abby? Abby! Abby! You can't run from the truth, Abby!
Hey Anyways, Crackdown sold reasonably well and players were quickly enamored with the over-the-top sandbox. You have to remember, Crackdown came out when Saints Row was still trying to be just another GTA clone, and when GTA 4 was going all in on realism. If you wanted open-world mayhem, Crackdown was where it was at. So obviously a sequel was in the works, but it wouldn't come from real-time worlds. Microsoft was slow to greenlight a sequel, and the studio had already moved on to work on the now-defunct MMO APB All Points Bulletin. Ah yes, who can forget the period from 2010 to 2012 when everyone was trying to make the next great MMO? Remember the Secret World? Of course you don't. Ruffian Games, another studio based in Scotland, was given the keys to the franchise in 2009. Now, while this was the kind of high-profile project that a studio could really establish themselves with, Ruffian were only given a little over a year to develop Crackdown 2. Now, a quick development isn't an immediate sign of a bad game. Majora's Mask was developed in only 12 months, and that's easily one of the best Zelda games. But Crackdown 2 was less Majora's Mask and more Skyward Sword. Since this was 2010, the bright and vibrant aesthetic of the first game was replaced with drab browns and oranges. Instead of taking down crime lords, you fought swarms of zombies and abandoned domestic terrorists / freedom fighters. Like I said, this was 2010. The core gameplay for the first Crackdown was still intact, but most of the charm was gone. The duller color palette, post-apocalyptic vibe, and genetic engineered monstrosities wound up making the Crackdown 2's open world one that wasn't very exciting to explore.
Yeah, think about it. The general consensus on Crackdown 2 is that it was more like Crackdown 1.5. The only new mechanic it really introduced was the glide suit, which, while cool, you don't get until later in the game. Crackdown 2 fell short of the promise established by the first game, with critics and audiences both being underwhelmed by the effort. If you ask me, it feels like a setup. I want answers, and I know just where to get them.
Where does he keep going?
Hey, Jefferson, let me holler at you.
You know what your problem is, Hokage?
Oh, no. Why don't you tell me?
You ask too many questions.
Yeah, answer this for me. Why'd you kill Crackdown?
I ain't telling you.
Dude, stop playing with me. You got till 3 to answer. 1, 2. Don't make me do this, Jefferson.
I never had a choice.
Damn it, Jefferson! All you had to do was talk! I ain't no snitch.
Hey, so whenever you guys are done with this, Jefferson, can you come down to set? Actually, can you just come down now?
Oh yeah, sure, I'll be there right now.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, wait a minute, Megan. Did you kill Crackdown?
I don't know, probably.
Crackdown 2's underperformance meant that the franchise looked like it was going the way of Blinks, the Time Sweeper, and Brute Force. The series was dormant for almost half a decade until E3 2014 came around and we saw this. At the start of the last console generation, Xbox was all in on cloud gaming, and Crackdown 3 was originally intended to showcase the power of the cloud. By running off high-powered servers, Crackdown 3 would allow players to engage in an unprecedented level of destruction. Want to drop a building on a jaywalker? Go for it. Want to blow up a bridge to stop a carjacking? No one's stopping you. At least, that was the idea.
Agent, the indicator on your screen shows the commercial break is imminent.
Unfortunately, your Honda Civic won't magically transform into a Batmobile next time you run out of snacks, no matter how high you level up.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to another episode of G-Force Crash Course.
He's the first cleanly has. Nexus down for G2. They can't let it slip. Oh no. They're letting it slip. Okay.
Welcome back to Xplay.
Crackdown perfected jumping off the top of a building so you can land with a superhero pose and scare the shit out of NPCs well before the MCU hit its stride.
And to learn more fun facts like that about a game franchise deader than Vision, check out our deep dive into Crackdown, already in progress.
Vision's dead? Crackdown 3 had a complicated development. Initially, David Jones came back to help develop the project with his company CloudGen, which, if you can't tell by the name, was focused on building the tools that would allow Crackdown 3 to take full advantage of the cloud. CloudGen built the tech behind the game, and Reagent, another studio founded by Jones, focused on the art and gameplay. Sumo Digital developed the campaign, and Crackdown 2 developer Ruffian Games developed the multiplayer Wrecking Zone mode. There were a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and it's safe to say that development didn't go smoothly. The game was originally set to be released in 2016, but was delayed until 2017. A whole marketing campaign began in 2017, showcasing Terry Crews as Commander Jackson. A release date for November 2017 was revealed, only for the game to be pushed back yet again to 2018. Is so Kage coming back to help me with this?
Listen, if I want to rub Pepto-Bismol all over my body and pretend to be Majin Buu, I will. It's not an issue to get you effed up. I do. It's my body. It's my right.
Hey, Kage, can I bother you real quick?
Okay, Emily. 1 second. Hey, Grandma, I'm gonna holler at you later. What do you want?
Look, some of the team is just a little worried about whatever this is that you're doing.
Interesting. I mean, you wouldn't have anything to worry about if you didn't have anything to hide. You're not worried, are you? Question. Where were you in 2018, Emily?
Working and romancing Garrus for the 8th time.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
Okay, I lied. It was Thane. It was Thane. I wrote as Tim instead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie.
All right. Your story checks out. I'm gonna let you go for now, but I'm keeping my eye on you.
Oh, gosh.
All right, Grandma, I'm a man. I don't have to pay rent. You live in my house, okay?
You know what? I don't want to know. Anyway, it's 2018 and surprise, surprise, Crackdown 3 was delayed again, this time to February 2019. Now, during this time, CloudGen was bought by Epic Games with David Jones, leaving Reagent Games to join Epic. Now, at this time, he said that this shouldn't hamper development of Crackdown, as CloudGen had already made their contributions, and Sumo Digital was taking the lead on development. Almost 5 years after being announced, Crackdown 3 was finally released in February 2019. You know that cloud-driven destruction that was touted as the center point of the game? Yeah, it was nowhere to be found in the game's campaign. Instead, it was ported off to the lackluster multiplayer mode that was dead on arrival. Seriously, I tried to play it on launch and could barely find anyone to match with. The loss of cloud-generated destruction wouldn't have been such a big blow if Crackdown 3 had introduced new ideas, or at the very least iterated on the franchise formula in an interesting way. Instead, what we got was more of the same, with slightly better graphics and a lot less personality. It's baffling that in a world where Assassin's Creed, Just Cause, Mirror's Edge, and Saints Row 4 all exist, Crackdown 3 couldn't find an interesting way to iterate on an open-world traversal. Instead of getting interesting games with their own style and personality, there was an abundance of faceless drones. Crackdown 3 wasn't a bad game, it was just thoroughly mid. Now, when the first Crackdown came out, simply being an open-world game was a novelty. The genre has evolved in so many unique and interesting ways over the last decade, and Crackdown 3 didn't really do much more than just exist. As a result, the game came and went with very little fanfare. Not even Terry Crews' dancing pecs could save it from the vortex of irrelevance. So what killed Crackdown? In our opinion, it was the franchise's inability to innovate on what made the original game so special. The first Crackdown laid a fantastic foundation that the sequels couldn't quite figure out how to build upon. Crackdown built a vibrant world and gave the player full autonomy with how they wanted to navigate it. Crackdown 2 replaced that world with a bleak hellscape that did very little to improve on the gameplay of the first. While Crackdown 3 initially looked like it would be the ambitious shot in the arm needed to revitalize the series, its protracted development and lackluster reception likely wound up making it the last nail in the coffin. You hate to see it, you truly do.
Yeah, and then I told the guy, for the right price, I'd put anything in my mouth.
I should have known. It was right in front of my face the entire time.
Hey, man, you gotta make that gamer money, am I right?
It was you.
What?
You're the one who killed Crackdown. You just couldn't stand to see the franchise come back. The return of Crackdown, there was so much excitement about it. But you're more of a platform type of guy, aren't you?
What are you talking about?
It was Blinks. Everybody loves Blinks. You don't like the time sweep?
I actually liked Blinks. What's going on here?
You had to watch all these franchises come back. You know, your faves like Gears and Halo. But Crackdown? No love for Crackdown?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Tell me, how did you do it, Gerard? Whoa, cowboy. You don't call me the shooter guy for nothing.
It's not fair, damn it. Out of all the games that were lost to the sands of time, this is the one they brought back? What about Blinks, huh? Banjo-Kazooie? Jet Set Radio?
Jefferson died because of you.
Actually, I'm right here.
Shut the up, Jefferson.
You shut your mouth.
What's the actual are you guys doing?
Frost, I finally figured out who killed Crackdown.
I literally told you what killed Crackdown. Have you not been listening to me for the last 3 minutes?
Seriously?
Yes! Oh my.
Wait a minute. Why'd you confess?
I don't know, man. You made a really compelling argument, and I don't do well under pressure.
So I've been running around the office just looking like an idiot?
Yes!
Why didn't anyone tell me?
Seriously?
Well, at least I got my trusty nerve gun.
Actually, we have to take that back to props. Sorry.
G-Money, can I at least have my moment of glory?
Yeah, fine. Make it quick.
Master Chief's Warthog, Sweet Tooth's ice cream truck, Mario's cart. What do all these video game cars have in common? They absolutely cannot touch Crackdown 1's main ride. That's why we're giving this SteelSeries moment of glory to the agency supercar. There is absolutely no better feeling than just speeding through traffic in the supercar at 200 miles per hour and actually going so fast that you drive under the cars in front of you, flipping them over like eggs over easy. All the other cars in Crackdown feel so heavy and clunky, so when you finally upgrade to the supercar, you really feel the difference in quality. In most open world games, cars are all slight variations in driving and handling, so there isn't a car that feels objectively better than the rest. Having the supercar in Crackdown really drives home the fact that, damn it, your character's just built different. And don't get me started about the leveling up animation. As mentioned earlier, one of the main focuses of Crackdown is its skill for kills leveling up system. In this case, by running over enemies or completing racing side missions, you can level up your supercar to drive fast, turn smooth, and eventually cause chaos with built-in miniguns. But the best part is you get to watch the car physically glow up like Jaden freaking Smith. Every time you enter your supercar goes under a transformer-like transformation depending on your driving skill level, so that means once you hit max level, you can see the car go from a Honda Civic to a Lamborghini to the freaking Batmobile in front of your very eyes. Speeding through the city in a maxed out supercar never gets old, and it's a great reward for players who put in that work behind the wheel. And with all that being said, I want to state that it is criminal that these upgrade animations are totally lost in Crackdown sequels. Instead of leveling up a single car, you simply unlock a bunch of different cars that just don't hit the same. And while this obviously wasn't the only reason the sequels felt so lackluster, it's one of the biggest examples of them focusing too much on what they thought players would like without improving the parts that players already loved. Either way, we always loved you, Supercar, from Crackdown 1, and that is why you deserve this SteelSeries moment of glory.
As incredible as the release schedule for 2022 is looking, you will always welcome another beloved franchise back into the arena.
You're talking about Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, I am. I mean, no, I'm talking about Crackdown.
But you're thinking about Banjo-Kazooie.
Always.
I knew it. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
I have a question. Am I considered a classic?
5 out of 5. Graphics and what have you.
That's all you do in this game!
Oh.
Welcome back to Xplay. When trying to communicate, it's easy for the little nuances to get lost in translation.
Or we could deliberately run what we're trying to communicate through 6 different languages on Google Translate and make people try to figure out what the hell we're saying.
That's the idea behind our next segment, where the descriptions of popular games have been horribly mangled and we try to guess what they are. The question is, will it translate?
The answer is probably not. Check it out.
For those, I haven't seen that graphic before. Yeah. For those of you that don't remember, the rules are pretty simple. We have run simplified game plots through numerous languages to see what comes out on the other end. And because everyone was so high and mighty about how easy it was last time, we've tried to make it harder. And if it's not this time, God help us all next time. Oh, goody. Okay, everyone, you ready to play?
I think so.
I didn't get to play last time. I played with chat, and chat smashed you guys.
Take it away.
Right, here we go. Here's our first one. All right. Boy meet tree
Legend
and
of Zelda.
girl who give time flute.
Yeah.
Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of
Zelda,
Time.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't really meet her.
Hey, there we go. Hey! We got a little point.
Okay, up next. This was English to Afrikaans to Zulu to Kurdish to Southern Sotho and finally to English. Girls struggle with metal objects. Learn history and planet.
It could be Control. It could also be Horizon.
Oh, it's Horizon.
You think it's Horizon?
Yeah.
Oh.
It could be Horizon. It could be... There we go.
Yes, it is. All right, it's Horizon. All right, this one is English to Kazakh to Estonian to Odia to Corsican to English. The criminals start a brainwashing tournament for world's strong punchers.
Is it too easy to say Street Fighter?
Probably.
Oh, I was thinking Mortal Kombat.
Or
maybe.
Mortal Kombat. Yeah. Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter. I'm gonna take the L on this one if we get it wrong. I'm gonna say it's Street Fighter 2 because M. Bison is the criminal. He is the mastermind.
You are right.
All right, okay.
I'm impressed, Gerard.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Up next, this was English to Western Frisian to Maori to Hmong to Bosnian, to English. After killing the unkillable, a father and son scattered body pieces that was crossing mountains.
I thought this was supposed to be hard, Jake.
God of War. Gotta be.
Yeah, okay, it's
there we go.
Winner.
This is much easier to do than on Zoom.
Okay, aren't you a little impressed that killing the unkillable made it through all of those translations?
Yeah.
Okay, this was English to Tajik to Urdu to Turkmen to Nyanja to English. When cannot claim banks to rob, bad team runs from law across land to survive if no kill each other.
Yeah.
Red Dead Redemption.
2.
2 to be specific.
Yeah.
Is it?
It's Red Dead Redemption 2 because the gang turns on each other.
For number 7, this one was translated from English to Ukrainian to Filipino to Tagalog to Latin to Tartar to English. Anger Man helps a girl who has been treated for illness and finds someone who can help her.
Gerard?
Anger Man.
Anger Man helps a girl who has been treated for illness.
See, it's so funny because if this was a Law and Order thing, I know like 3 episodes that would work on this perfectly. But Anger Man.
Okay.
Last of Us. Now, this one was taken from English to Pashto to Maltese to Finnish to Korean and then back to English. Man comes back to life, wants to fight an old enemy with old friends. This sounds like a fantasy of mine.
This is the plot for like every game. This is like Halo Infinite. Could fit there. That is not an official answer.
Yeah.
Hey, Emily, can you act it out?
Okay, I've now been told what it is, so I'm going to try to help you.
3? You need to do it on camera. Can you please go over in front of Sessler? Sure. Yep, thank you.
This is charades.
Okay.
Bring it home for us, Emily.
Okay.
3 words.
No,
okay.
you can't speak. First word.
First word.
Big.
Big.
Yeah, that's what I would do too.
Ginormous.
Force.
Tall. Huge.
I'm gonna act out the plot of the game.
Okay.
Right.
Go for it.
This
Easier.
seems much harder.
A lot.
All right.
A lot of choking.
Okay, there's a fight. Now we're putting something together. Okay.
Fight.
Now someone's dead and coming back.
I'm gonna be on the screen. I'm gonna act out a
Castlevania?
common animation from the game, okay?
What?
Okay.
He's doing a common animation.
Is you scratching your... You just described all of the idle animations from every game.
What? I'm so confused. Big. Big 2. Tall 2.
Second word.
Giant 2.
Second word, punch.
Fight.
We need your final word, your final guess,
I'm
your
more
final
confused
attempt at
than
figuring this out.
All I know is just 3 words. That's it.
It's everybody's favorite 3-worded title, Mass Effect 2.
What was the description again? Oh, man comes back from...
Yeah.
See, the problem is that, again, it describes half the games out there. That makes sense.
Was awful!
She's trying to get math.
Yeah, mass.
If we got mass.
Okay, finally, this last one was translated from English to Japanese to Greek to Welsh to Farsi and then back into English. Game God controls people and the world around them.
Black and white 2.
There might be another one that's maybe a slightly more obvious, like a pretty famous franchise. I don't know yet, so I'm
God
helping.
controls people in the world around them. Civilization?
Well, maybe if it isn't strategy. The name is a shortened version of what it ostensibly claims to be.
Sims.
Oh!
There we go. The Sims.
Okay.
All right, that's going to do it for Will It Translate?
And that's our show. Be sure to check us out on YouTube for our extended video game reviews and our live show every Tuesday.
And our awesome looking merch, which we're still waiting to get samples of anytime soon. It's available on our store at shop.g4tv.com.
Yeah, we'll see you next time.
Probably not. Bye!
Today on Xplay, we dive into what the hell happened to Destiny 2 in the last 5 years. I haven't played since the laser tag weekend, and I choose to go out on top. Plus, we talk about how video games are changing the music scene, and we don't just mean Ariana Grande and Fortnite. Sure, there are bigger problems in the world, but we demand justice for Cade 6. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Xplay. It's hard to believe it, but Destiny 2 has been out for nearly 5 years.
And if you still haven't forgiven Bungie for killing Cade 6, I feel you.
And if you have no idea who Cade 6 is, or why a bunch of grown adults were crying about him, well, then you might need this next segment.
We're gonna download 5 years of Destiny 2 knowledge into your head, all at once and starting now.
Don't worry, it's painless. Mostly.
Destiny is a space magic online first-person shooter from the developers who created Marathon. Oh, and also Halo. The first game broke all kinds of grounds, creating a fresh blend of genres, a deep new universal lore, and great online shooting gameplay. It was also delay-plagued and launched with a grind-heavy upgrade system worse than a DMV website. And it was slow to release expansion content, at one point going an entire year without a new substantial release. Even with its greatest fans, and there were many, Destiny 1 was a unique pain in the ass. While the Destiny franchise is an MMO in many ways, and was from the beginning, Bungie's plan was always to release a sequel every few years, like they had for their Master Chief money printing machine. Hardcore players had 3 years to settle into the masochistic rhythms of the first Destiny when Bungie revealed Destiny 2. This would serve as an opportunity to redeem the franchise with a completely new title that was ready to go from launch. There were better graphics, better systems, and a stronger focus on the narrative campaign elements. This was great news, but it meant all the thousands of hours Destiny 1 players had spent grinding their way to a god roll exotic plasma rifle was about to be nullified. Destiny 2 was hitting the reset button on all your progression, and to make matters worse, the devs were gonna make it accessible.
Right from the jump, Bungie made it clear that Destiny 2 was designed to be a more thoughtful, well-meaning, and accessible video game. The developers had the admirable goal of making a game that felt more like an enjoyable video game and less like a second job, which of course was met with overwhelming outrage. Destiny 2 reset the franchise from both a loot and narrative perspective. The Cabal faction of bad guys took center stage with their leader Gull taking control of the giant alien golf ball. The Guardians were now depowered without their magic space pixie dust, and it was time to start climbing back up that mountain. Like the first game, players could choose to be either human GMO, or robot. And classes had a simple 3-pillar system. Most people pick Hunter, I assume because of the cape, then Warlocks make fun of Hunters, and everyone makes fun of Titans. It's a perfect natural system. The game presented lots of quality of life improvements and really set itself up for backlash by not being either Destiny 1 or a completely different franchise. The first piece of DLC that dropped was the Curse of Osiris. The hardcore community backlash got even worse. Osiris was an incremental improvement and rebalancing, while many voices were crowing for a complete overhaul. Between a refusal by some to start the grind all over again by jumping from a maxed out Destiny 1 game over to Destiny 2, and an unwillingness by Bungie to completely remake the entire game into 3 months to appease a portion of vocal fans, many players left Destiny altogether. Regardless of where they went, players who bailed on Destiny 2 quickly missed out on the laser tag weekend. In a shooter that is so complicated and frequently changing, you occasionally find exploits that developers missed. Sometimes it's a way to farm rare resources without putting in all the work, sometimes it's just a weapon so overpowered that it kills everyone in its path. This exotic rifle was a laser pointer of doom. The weapon was designed to fire a continuous beam, but if players tapped the trigger over and over, it fired an instant kill bolt, and if you did it right, it never ran out of ammo. It was broken. The fans knew it, Bungie knew it, and what could have been a quiet patch on the down low went out the window after a taunt from a fan. Bungie embraced the meme and they made the gun purchasable in-game. Instantly, everyone online was destroying each other. It was insane. So what do you do next to make a splash? Why not kill off the most beloved character in the whole damn franchise? The year after launch, Destiny 2 teed up their first major expansion, The Forsaken, where Bungie goes full Sephiroth and has this guy Aldrin Sov murder this guy Cade 6. But to understand why this is so painful to all gamers, you need to understand Cade 6. He's a robot slash exo, he's funny, and he's voiced by Nathan Fillion, and occasionally Nolan North. He was front and center for the marketing campaigns, and that made players laugh with moments like this.
Long story, and it may look like I don't know what I'm doing, but I do. Okay, maybe not. It doesn't matter. Now let's go to prison!
Cade is an exo, a humanoid machine, and that number at the end of his name signifies how many times he's been resurrected, which can make you twitchy when you're hitting your mid-40s in the resurrection business. Some fans saw killing Cade as a cheap tactic to goose interest into Destiny 2's expansion content. Some saw it as the franchise's first delivering a promise to put a greater emphasis on deeper lore and story. Either way, Bungie popped Cade 6 like a grape, and the guy who did it was a sniveling little shit from the first game named Aldrin Sov. And so like Pavlov ringing a dinner bell, Bungie set an entire player base on a hunt for blood to bring Aldrin down with as much pleasure as possible. By the end of the campaign, Aldrin would be dead, only to be resurrected as a crow with no memory of the bad thing he did. And to add insult to injury, he's actually helpful and now cool with the Guardians again. And I'll say, Bungie is making the right move focusing on and extending and developing long-running character growth rather than churning out new ones at a clip. Not long after Cade separated from this mortal coil, Bungie separated from Activision in 2019. The publisher and game studio had always seemed to be a mismatch. It was clear that Activision was always focused on maximum profitability, and Bungie was just trying to focus on the quality over anything else, including deadlines and the release windows. After some sniping from Activision about how the Forsaken expansion hadn't performed the way that it was supposed to, and Bungie firing back that both fans and the developers themselves thought it performed just great, it was clear that there was some tension sizzling under the surface. Soon after the split from Activision, Bungie converted vanilla Destiny 2 and the early DLC content to free-to-play permanently, with the understanding that expansions would still cost money when they were new, but would also eventually become free to all players to help lower the barrier for new players to try out the game. But the Traveler giveth, and the Traveler taketh away with the launch of the Beyond Light expansion. Players learned a new acronym, DCV. The Destiny Content Vault is the Mary Poppins bag where Bungie locks away content from the game world that they wanted to take off the map. This could be specific raids or the entire planet locations. This includes content that many players paid real money for in the first place. The explanation from Bungie is they need to keep the game world optimized, and pulling content that is no longer being played very much out of the persistent game universe is a good, clean way to do it. And as long as they keep releasing new content to dive into, I'm not mad at it. But then they started sunsetting weapons. Bungie.
Destiny 2 suddenly level capped entire swaths of weapons, permanently nerfing them. These were the weapons that players earned from grinding our raids over and over again to not only get the weapon drop, but trying to get that perfect god roll of perks. It would be one thing if the sunsetting was to shift the community over to new weapon types, but no, lo and behold, the new raids would drop very similar weapons to replace the ones that were just locked up in the permanent timeout. Eventually Bungie stopped sunsetting the weapons, but we remember what you did. We remember. And while restarting on your kit is annoying, Beyond Light signaled that players wouldn't have to worry about the hard reset that you would have to face if Destiny 3 would be announced. Destiny 2 was in it for the long haul. Bungie was committed to a years-long content plan that would keep the title fresh into the foreseeable future. Destiny was a proper MMO title offering players continuity for both the content and their Guardian avatar. And part of the new future version of Destiny 2 was committing to the longer narratives and pouring energy into creating interesting stories for the existing characters instead of adding new ones constantly. And that's where our old murder friend Aldrin Salvery entered the picture. The Cade-killing monster was resurrected this time, and his name was Crow, a new Guardian with no memory of the time he killed our fan-favorite robot in cold blood. And he was adorable. Destiny 2 rehabilitated the most hated in the galaxy into a beloved hero. The Witch Queen expansion is now taking the baton and carrying Destiny 2 into the next chapter of the saga. This time, players are venturing into a new location where they confront a scary skull-faced lady that I want nothing to do with. And we'll see what new curveballs the team at Bungie throws players as they make their attempt at the world-first raid race to see which fire team can complete it first. The World First phenomenon is a peer fan service, and Bungie even ships out IRL wrestling-style belts to the players that beat the new raid before anyone else does in the world. 700,000 players log into Destiny 2 every single day, give or take, and Bungie's physical footprint is expanding even further. The studio announced that they are doubling the size of their American headquarters later this year, and they're hard at work on Bungie Amsterdam, their first international studio. They've also announced plans to bring at least one new IP to market by 2025, which might be what caught Sony's eye. See, Bungie is a serial monogamous. First they were single, then they thought they were Microsoft, then they were single again, and then they thought they were Activision, and after they broke that relationship off, it was just a matter of time before they found a new honey to snuggle up with. It doesn't hurt that with that proposal comes with a $3.6 billion rock attached. Destiny 2 Year 5 is officially underway, and with years of plans laid out ahead of us, Bungie has plenty of opportunity to resurrect Cade 6.
And now you're all ready to dive into Destiny 2's new expansion content. And for the love of God, please pick something other than a hunter!
Destiny 2's new expansion, The Witch Queen, may be exploring different areas other than pandering fan service, but we all know we'll see Cade 7 before the end.
And after the break, we're tackling something completely different. The rise of killer licensed soundtracks and games. Don't go anywhere.
Are you ready for smarter conversation?
If I looked like you, if I was you, I'd be constantly working.
Elevate your media intake with Vibe Check.
I dare you to cut to commercial. I dare you.
Vibe Check. It's deep.
Welcome back to Xplay. We had planned to blow out the rest of our annual budget on this gigantic big music track, and then realized the rest of our annual budget could only afford this right now.
Unlike antiquated cable channels, games are now a major avenue for publishers to get tracks out there.
And it all broke loose with a little franchise called Grand Theft Auto.
Check out our discussion with our special co-host, Aaron Ashley Simon.
Like most people who aren't monsters, I really love music. When it comes to gaming, we often think about the graphics, the gameplay, the story, but the music often takes a back seat. When music is talked about, it usually has to do with original scores, which is great and all. I love them. But today I actually want to focus on games with phenomenal licensed soundtracks. And we can't have this conversation without talking about the games that really helped to kick off the trend. One of them being Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto Vice City really took things to the next level with its radio stations. Vice City was filled with 80s jams like Rick James' Ghetto Life, Behind the Groove by Tiana Marie, and Run to You by Bryan Adams. The radio stations in Vice City, San Andreas, and GTA 5 were robust, and the wide variety of options allowed you and myself to discover a bunch of different genres and songs that I wouldn't have normally checked out, especially back in the day. Well, at this point, GTA is mostly known for its open world gameplay and a lack of a sixth game. For me, the GTA games have always been a fun way to discover new music. Now guys, I really want to talk about Grand Theft Auto, the series. I mean, obviously there were other games before that started the licensing, Moonwalker, Michael Jackson's video game that started it. But I felt like GTA really was the playlist before a playlist, essentially.
There is something so iconic and very American about car culture with music culture.
I think one thing that the GTA series did in open world games as a whole is it gave people a sense of pride that were from somewhere that wasn't being recognized. Like, I'm from DC, and before Wale popped off, like, I remember Wale was popping in a city. They would play him before like basketball games in high school and stuff like that, but he wasn't on a national stage. And then he made it was either Saints Row or Saints Row 2. He made it into that, and he started elevating, and he got that song with Lady Gaga. So like being a kid from a city that wasn't really recognized, to see them on that playlist, it felt like we as a whole made it because we were rooting for him as an artist being from that city.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, what GTA really did is it brought different genres into households that typically would not listen to music, right? So it brought R&B and hip hop into, I like to say, the suburban households. And then it brought rock and punk rock into the house of like inner city youth and stuff like that. And it's so interesting, right? The music industry, obviously its #1 money-making, avenue is touring. And they got into the licensed music soundtracks and with GTA, with sports video games, and more that we probably, we're gonna end up talking about later on. But now, interestingly, they're actually starting to integrate now, potentially gaming into 360 deals for artists. So they always saw the value when it came to licensed music and gaming, but COVID kind of forced them to rely on gaming because touring got completely removed. So that's why you're seeing a lot more of, artists and athletes and different people signing deals or signing contracts to have their likeness, their music in the games themselves. And that's why we're seeing music video in it. And it's going to be a lot more dynamic moving forward.
I think you can't underestimate the influence it had from a mechanical standpoint, in the sense that like there were open world games before GTA 3, but from my memory, that was the first one that had like a really quality licensed music radio station. And after that, every open world game had it. And it's to the point it's like, have y'all played an open world game where like you can drive around and there's no music? It's weird. So it's like, it's influence from that structural standpoint. I think you can't underestimate that.
I mean, it was that's absolutely right. I remember when it came out just being like, I guess the word I want to say is verisimilitude. It was just so weird to have this thing that was so commonplace back in, back then, that you have a radio in your car and suddenly we have a radio in the car in the game. It kind of blew everyone's mind, and it was kind of like the ultimate mixtape. Because, at that time, Rockstar got to curate what was going to be on those various stations. And whenever I got, well, with the exception of Vice City, but obviously San Andreas and GTA 3, listening to everything that was on the hip hop stations, because it was either something I hadn't heard in a long time and I was happy to hear it again, or songs I hadn't heard before. And as you pointed out, I would find a new artist, something like that.
I was actually laughing about this the other day with one of our producers, Abby, that there's like a genre of songs from like Guitar Hero and Rock Band that like millennials, like it's definitely not in our age demographic. It's, sorry, Adam, closer to your age demographic and like beyond that. But now we like hear these very classic rock songs come on and everyone's like, Oh yeah, I love this song. And it's like, you love that song because you played it a million times on Guitar Hero. Like, it is a very different experience, but now it's like these soundtracks are so iconic because of those games.
Yeah, GTA helped to really bridge the generational gap. I remember I was listening to several of the radios, even Los Santos, right, with the hip-hop station that had Dr. Dre and others, like, that really helped to bridge the gap between, like, when my parents grew up listening to when it came to hip-hop, even the 80s when my mom grew up listening to. And then, if you notice, like, in the 2000s, 2010s, they really were trying to bridge the gap musically, whether it's generationally, whether it's regionally. I mean, later on, obviously, we had Grand Theft Auto that had the open world radio stations, then Tony Hawk Pro Skater really helped to bring punk rock into the scene. And even like games like SSX Tricky, like it's so dynamic how they utilize music, even the mechanics of the gameplay itself. Around that time, licensed music and the industry really focused in on spending money to put a lot of emphasis on, okay, we need original music from original artists into the game because it adds, it's a whole different unique experience compared to previously before when licensed music really wasn't implemented as much in the games.
And now my question comes.
I think one of my favorite moments was in Vice City. Look, I grew up with 80s music. Even at the time, it was kind of embarrassing. You know, it's just schmaltzy. It's a little bit overly emotional, high pop chords. But suddenly in Vice City, I'm listening to Mr. Mister's Broken Wings with 5 stars of like all the cops just busting through. You know, it's like suddenly this irony that had been so lacking in that music when I listened to it originally, just it all became perfect. And I think I think I like that music more because of Vice City than I did earnestly pining after someone when I was listening to it when I was 12 and 13.
Adam, I have a question. Did you have different songs for like different vehicles that you rode? Like Ice Cube, It's a Good Day. Like, did you have specific ones, whether you're a car or a bike or anything like that?
It would depend how far I had to go. So like, you know, in San Andreas, if you're going to like, you know, the San Francisco of the game, I forget what they call it there. Yeah, that's when I would definitely put on mainly the hip hop. And, you know, I might do some of the radio stations and stuff like that because it would move faster if I was just working within one city. That's my memory, at least. I haven't gotten to that one in the remastered package because I'm waiting for it to work.
This set is just getting warmed up. We're going to continue this discussion after the break.
Assuming this episode doesn't get flagged for a music copyright violation in the next 3 minutes.
And if it does, well, just slice it up and drop it on TikTok.
Where it will probably get 200 times the views. You should stay here and don't go to TikTok. You know what? Forget we said anything. Don't go to TikTok. Stay here. The children are there. The digital playpen.
I have a question. Am I considered a classic?
5 out of 5.
Graphics and what have you.
That's all you do in this game.
Oh.
back to Xplay. We return you to the intense discussion about video games and licensed music with our special guest co-host, Aaron Ashley Simon, already in progress.
Something that we were talking about during the break is how we've kind of moved from having games with like licensed soundtracks, like that's now like the standard, to now studios like Riot Games, probably most famously, doing custom songs with real life artists. Imagine Dragons they pulled in for Enemy for Arcane. They also did Warriors, which I think they wrote it for League of Legends, so it was kind of weird, but now you have Riot pulling in very famous K-pop artists, working together, making a song for an actual band in a video game, and then it topping the charts.
Honestly, the music industry is screwed because I worked in the music industry. They're very outdated with how they go about. I mean, they were late to gaming. They're late to honestly everything. And what happened was during like the mixtape era and the blogging era, more artists and individuals started to realize the power that they have where they don't have to sign 360 deals. Now, the publishing companies are realizing, okay, we don't need to go to Universal Music Group. First of all, y'all are keep DMCAing us out the wazoo. Y'all gotta stop, all right? But now they're realizing, okay, we don't have to go to the labels anymore because they don't get it. We have people who get it. Let's just hire people who are from the music industry to come in and to facilitate that. The one at Riot, his name is Toa Dunn, came from the music industry, killing it over there.
Very cool.
And now you're gonna see that the music industry, because they lost so much money in the past several years, they're gonna be trying to be leaning heavily into gaming. But now gaming and publishers are just like, we don't need y'all.
But the problem is still the DMCAs. Like, it's good that the artists now have a direct connection to the video games where they can release their video games and have their incredible tracks for these experiences. But then again, if streaming is such a, like, maybe if you actually look at the numbers, streaming doesn't mean anything to them in terms of advertising dollars, but it's free advertising as far as I see it.
You saying that the industry is, effed. The one glimmer of like light I do see that I see they're starting to adapt a little bit is United Masters. They have a program. And as much as I hate 2K, like I'll give them some credit. They started something in the last 2K where basically if you upload your music through United Masters, your songs can end up in NBA 2K. So it's providing opportunity for those who weren't able to get on that national stage. Even my personal friend, he's an artist by the name of Anonymous. His song Rockstar got featured on there from the program. He was able to gain new listeners, new followers on Spotify. So they're starting to pay attention to what the kids are doing. It's unfortunately, those record execs, they're in the suits. They're a little bit slow, but it is starting to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, because originally with 2K, they have an actual department, an individual that handled the playlistings. And I think that as they realized that more artists wanted to integrate their music into video games, and that is now becoming a thing. Like, I even have DJs hitting me up saying, how do I get this licensed music? I'm like, bro, I don't do that. I don't know. I don't know how to help you. But it's becoming something that's a revenue generating source for them because they can't rely on the traditional forms of the music industry. So now they're gonna rely on gaming because gaming's never going away and it's going to evolve. Music industry is outdated. So now you have United Masters. Now you have even like Rock Nation that's starting to partner with video game-based companies, excuse me. And it's just gonna evolve from there. And I'm wondering too, how licensing music is gonna evolve. You talked about Riot Games. What do you guys think it would be like the next step? I mean, Adam, where do you see potentially music going when it comes to video games?
I think some of the most effective use of music in games, and this is, I love the radio and stuff like that. That's in Grand Theft Auto. But if you go back to Red Dead Redemption, the Rockstar reboot of Max Payne, when you have music that is, if it's not unique to the game, but it's inserted into the game to affect that sense of mood, so it's not on the player to choose the music, like the game has chosen that music for you. That was like, it blew everyone's mind when that happened in Red Dead Redemption, when you're doing that long trip back from Mexico all the way up north.
Yeah, the final ride.
Everyone remembers that song. Unfortunately, that song's not in the game anymore because they didn't get the rights in perpetuity. Those are ways for it to resonate in people's minds. I think similarly, I've seen this in a lot of trailers. The phenomenal trailer, I think it was the launch trailer for BioShock Infinite. There was another good one actually for Arcane's Dishonored 2. People have such an experience and they can get so attached to playing a video game that if you put the right music in there, and that's why people buy game soundtracks all the time. They kind of want to recapture that mood or whatever that sensation was that they had at the time. I think it's a great way to do that marketing through games. But I think you're absolutely right, Aaron. Of all the major entertainment industries out there, the Paleolithic thinking of the music industry, it is kind of shocking. And they see games as something that they need to be afraid of, that's its competition, rather than it's probably a catalyst to get sales of something which they're lacking in quite severely. Anyway, so my pick, 50 Cent Blood on the Sand. Because
I can't get over this man played this game. This is great.
I love this game. I love this game so much. It's so good. But to what I was saying is that his 50 Cent's first game was garbage, utter garbage. He also, by his own admission, was kind of hands off. Here, it was clearly designed with input. It's the silliest story. He gets Damien Hirst's diamond-encrusted skull. It gets stolen in some nameless Middle Eastern country, and then they go after him, and it's just a lot of gunfights. But the music from him and G-Unit and what gets sort of inserted into it, they think about how it might enhance the action in the scene, and it made me like his music better because I was suddenly sort of like listening to it with that sense of, getting amped up and wanting to be a lot more effective, especially when there's a shootout in the club and they're playing in the club. I think it's some of the best use of licensed music in a game because it thought about the effect of the music itself.
Man, it's the imagery in my head of him just like sitting in the dark in front of a monitor, shooting at people, listening to Many Men Wish Death Upon Me. I have a hard time, but hey, I ain't mad at it, man. That's a good pick.
You should have seen me in my youth, okay?
Oh man, let me find out. We have to talk about that off camera.
You didn't. It's yeah.
Let me find out Adam was in the streets. Well, I didn't expect that pick from Adam to rep G-Unit, but hey, that's Xplay. That's our episode. I think we successfully avoided paying any music licensing fee this episode.
Oh, hold on. What's that? Actually, it says we owe $362,000 for singing Happy Birthday in an episode back from 2007.
Well, if we're gonna go down like that, then I'm playing Michael Jackson. We're going down in a blaze of glory.
Check us out on Twitch and YouTube before all the videos get flagged and pulled down there.
Here we go. Billie Jean in 3, 2.
Today on Xplay, everything that has a beginning has an ending. The Kingdom Hearts 3 review is here. We've been bottling this up so long, it's like passing a kidney stone in video game form. I know I bought that cranberry juice from Costco for a reason. It's game time.
Hello, and welcome to Xplay. This is the episode you nerds have been waiting for.
Xplay will review Kingdom Hearts 3 by the end of this episode.
You, the fans, voted for which game you wanted to make Sessler play, and you chose the conclusion of the Darkseeker saga.
Maybe it was to force him to appreciate the operatic synergy of a JRPG format combined with arguably the most powerful IP in the Western Hemisphere.
Or maybe you just wanted to torture his ass with the Frozen level.
Or maybe it's an excuse to talk about legitimately good combat mechanics in this game about a kid wearing clown shoes.
But before we get to the main event, we have to see how we got here. So check it out.
All right, Adam. So, how far are you in Kingdom Hearts?
I'm done.
What? You're done?
Yep, I beat the game. I saw the ending. It's like passing a stone. I am done.
I already know the answer to this question, but did it answer all of your questions by the end?
No. It's only more questions.
Yeah, Adam, this is Frost with G4. Does it redeem itself for you?
Does it redeem? No. I feel sullied, to be honest. I still don't know how to clean the pleasantness of it. Or that smiley happy thing. I don't know how to get rid of that.
Hey, Adam, shooter guy here. Gonna shoot my shot here. Did you end up liking any of the Disney elements?
I like the Toy Story. Because there were toys, and I like those characters, and that's it. Though I did hear that song that the kids love, the Ice song.
Let It Go.
Show Me More.
Let It Go?
Oh yeah, Let It Go.
From Frozen.
Yeah. I heard... Yeah, it's the first time I ever heard that song. It's not a bad song. It's not a good song. That song, the Make It Go song, that's the only time I felt that there were full sentences being expressed inside of the game.
Because it's just a song for queer coding. It's a really gay song.
That's probably the other reason I liked it too.
real quick, Adam. This is Gerard from Xplay. If given the opportunity, would you play another action RPG that doesn't necessarily have Disney characters.
I am willing to entertain, what's the Final Fantasy game where the boys are in the car having the time of their life?
Final Fantasy 15, okay.
I can see how you
Does that, and I know they did the remake of Final
Fantasy.
Fantasy 7.
Uh-huh.
I'm willing to entertain that. But yeah, if I ever see Clown Shoe Boy again, like, I'm gonna shoot a fool.
Yes.
Yes.
Frosk again with G4. I've got bad news, but are you excited for Kingdom Hearts 4?
What?
I mean, it's not...
They're actually gonna do another?
It's not confirmed. There is speculation about it if you get the secret endings.
What's left? I mean, you kill Howie Mandel with, nice Sean Connery guy, and like the apocalypse heart is gone.
Yeah.
And like suddenly Clown Shoe Boy and Hemline Girl are sitting on a tree branch like it's like the Blue Lagoon or something like that.
Adam, personally speaking, I think, and I'm not trying to give you homework, but I honestly think that you would really like Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think the interpretation of it, what they're doing with it now, it's very streamlined. Almost all of it makes sense. And when I say almost all of it, it's because the ending is very highly contested as very weird. But everything else, even if you didn't play the first version of the game and you want something a little more energized with more depth and character growth, FF7 Remake is very solid. And it combines a lot of the elements that our modern RPGs are kind of capitalizing on while combining the grassroots of where it came from. So it feels very fresh.
I'm interested. I am legit interested in Final Fantasy 15. I think it would be fun because I think the kids enjoyed me suffering through Kingdom Hearts. But like we do a trade-off because I love the idea of hearing from TBH when he's playing Knights of the Old Republic for the first time. And if I could get you or Frost to play Alan Wake and see what like your take on that is. I'm offering you good games, but I'll keep playing some of these JRPGs to see if maybe I'm gonna. I think there still might be a sweet spot out there.
He just offered
it just don't have Goofy in it.
Final Fantasy VII Remake. And don't get me wrong, Alan Wake's a good game. I just recently bought the remastered version. It's one of the few games that I play on my PS5, so it's not a total paperweight. But don't you come over here being like, I offered you good games, when this motherfucker right now is just sliding you the FF7 Remake. He just gave that one to you.
Yeah, as someone who just...
That's the one with Cloud, right?
It is the one with Cloud, but I promise you...
He is the worst character!
Cloud, the star of Air Guys.
God.
I remember reviewing that on the PlayStation 1. It was the Final Fantasy fighting game.
It's about eco-terrorism and the evils of capitalism, and it's everything that you love.
Yeah, I didn't play the original Final Fantasy VII. The remake was my first time, and I had no issues actually being able to follow the story. So he's 100% correct. I think it's actually a great starting place.
All right, no. I actually want to play it.
Yes.
Tell anyone.
Now that is an update that we need to go through. So, Adam, real quick, Gerard G4 here. Now that you're done, when is the review coming out?
What's today? Tuesday? Okay. Carry the 1, divide by 3, solve for x, quadratic equation, b squared, the square root of x, a, b. Oh, it's out tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, the review's out tomorrow. Yep.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yes, Jess Jefferson, the review is out tomorrow. Do you just have that cosplay at the ready?
Yeah, you don't?
Jefferson, why are you going through Avali's closet?
No.
Avali's closet?
No, I don't.
This is fresh from my room.
Okay.
Anyways, weird. What did you think? It was great, right?
It sure was a video game.
The best video game.
Interactive.
Remember when Aqua got Norded? But then she wasn't Norded.
Yes, I'm recalling it right now.
That was so cool. What was your favorite part?
When it was over.
Yeah, that ending. That ending was great. I can't wait. I just know this is gonna be a 5 out of 5.
Hey, Jefferson, maybe recalibrate your expectations just a scotch, just a little bit.
Holy crap. Is this gonna be Xplay's first 6 out of 5?
No. I didn't say anything like that. No.
6 out of 5! 6 out of 5! Come on, Gerard! Donald! Goofy! 6 out of 5! 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 6 out of 5!
6 out of 5.
Next stop, Kingdom Hearts 3 review.
It feels like we're at the top of a roller coaster. We're just about to go down the first drop.
But this is one of those janky roller coasters that injure people in the backwoods of New Jersey. Am I right?
Yeah, probably.
Cool. Well, on that note, come back after the break.
Our story began in Waterdeep, the city of splendors, with a group of scoundrels.
You'll be completely safe with me.
I really do love you, but that was absolutely disgusting.
Welcome back to Xplay. If you're an OG fan of the show, you know that Adam and Morgan got asked constantly when Kingdom Hearts 3 was coming out.
And if you're a true OG fan, you asked Adam and Morgan when Kingdom Hearts 3 was coming out.
Well, it's out, and Xplay is back to review it.
So to whichever one of you wished on the monkey's paws that you wanted to see Xplay review Kingdom Hearts 3, I got to pay the bills. So thank you. But also, that's messed up.
And now, Xplay proudly presents a video of an angry bald man slowly losing his mind.
Check out our review of Kingdom Hearts 3.
Dear G4 TV, congratulations on returning to TV. Xplay is my favorite video game review show. Since it's finally out, can you review Kingdom Hearts 3? Sincerely, the girl with the Keyblade tattoo.
Blah, blah. Can you review Kingdom Hearts 3, Adam? Oh, boy. Here we go. It's happening. Yes, it's happening. But you're not going to like it.
Oh my gosh. Everyone, Adam is reviewing Kingdom Hearts 3.
Nobody cares.
Wait, what am I doing?
Man, we had tacos last night. Oh, you never let me do what I want. Won't let you. It's time. I saw you're late. Turns out your heart really is your guiding key.
I'm glad you could make it. Do you think Jefferson got the message?
Yeah, I think he'll be around soon.
Please be advised, I've got a spiky-haired weeb with a key-shaped knife entering the premises.
This is it. The final battle between light and darkness.
No matter what happens, whatever score Adam gives it,
We'll be fine, because at the end of the day, it's just a video game. And also, Daddy Nomura is always looking over us.
Kingdom Hearts has somehow managed to stick around for 2 decades. The game was the brainchild of professional madman Tetsuya Nomura and originally featured a blend of Final Fantasy and Disney characters. The game apparently came to life after a chance elevator meeting between a Disney executive and Square developer. That chance meeting somehow resulted in a game that was responsible for teaching a bunch of 12-year-olds about depression. Apparently, existential angst was a hit among preteens as the game spurred not 1, not 2, but 10 sequels. They include Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts 358/2 Days, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, Kingdom Hearts Coded, Kingdom Hearts Recoded, Kingdom Hearts 3D Dream Drop Distance, Kingdom Hearts Union Cross, Kingdom Hearts 0.2 Birth by Sleep, A Fragmentary Passage, and of course, Kingdom Hearts 3. Dear God, you guys have played all these?
Yep.
Goddamn right.
every single one.
Are you guys sure you're not in a cult?
We can leave at any time, Adam.
I dress like this because I want to.
Their obvious denial aside, you can see that Kingdom Hearts 3 should actually be called Kingdom Hearts 11: Death by Onanism. During my initial tenure at Xplay, the question I was asked most was, when is Kingdom Hearts 3 coming out? The gap between Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3 was extensive. Kingdom Hearts 2 was released in 2005, and Kingdom Hearts 3 wasn't even officially announced until 2013. In traditional Square Enix fashion, it took them an additional 5 years to finally release the game. Now, full disclosure, I've never played any Kingdom Hearts games outside of 3, and I haven't even watched most of the Disney movies featured in the game. I need you to understand that none of this means anything to me. So, now that's out of the way, let's talk about what I actually liked about Kingdom Hearts 3. Not gonna lie, I enjoyed the combat in the early hours of the game. It's fast, frenetic, and fun, with the mechanics never overwhelming you. There's a sweet spot early on when the battle system opens up beyond just smashing X, and I can't lie, I enjoyed these portions. While I had no idea what was happening at any point in the game, I did have a lot of fun in some of the earlier worlds. The highlight for me was the Toy Story world. It's hard not to have a good time in Toy Story, and I honestly would have played a whole game set in this world.
It seems pretty positive so far.
Yeah, I think we're safely in 3 territory.
I would prefer to 4, but whatever.
What else is good about this again? Oh, that's right. Not a goddamn thing. I know I'm coming into this thing 10 games late, but what the actual hell is going on with this plot? I understand that coming into a story at its climax usually isn't the best move, but Kingdom Hearts 3 doesn't even make an attempt to welcome newcomers. I could respect that choice if anything that happened here made any lick of sense, but it doesn't. The dialogue in the cutscenes is so nonsensical that I regularly had to make sure I wasn't having a stroke.
Okay, Adam, I think you're being a little extra here.
Explain the story of Kingdom Hearts.
Well, okay. It starts off with these 3 kids, Sora, Riku, and Kairi. They live in Destiny Islands, basically Hawaii. They want to leave the islands, but they get attacked by the Heartless, and they get
God's probably dead. Maybe I'm dead. Is this how I atone for my sins? Forced to shuffle through this half-dead existence, enduring the manic ramblings of Haley Joel Osment and his cartoon friends?
Yeah, and somehow Sora's transported to World Ends With You? World?
It's actually called Quadratum.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Quadratum, Melody of Memory. They revealed that it's called Quadratum. You didn't play it? It's canon.
The rhythm game is canon?
Exactly. This is a franchise in which a goddamn rhythm game contains essential plot points. Unless you played every Kingdom Hearts game, you have no idea what's happening. Hell, I'm pretty sure this is incomprehensible even if you have played every Kingdom Hearts game. This presumptive storytelling isn't just limited to the Kingdom Hearts of it. As I mentioned earlier, I haven't watched most of the Disney movies featured in Kingdom Hearts 3. This would have been fine if the game made a sincere effort to introduce you to these characters and their worlds, but again, the game just assumes that you've seen all the movies. Maybe this is my Gen X starting to show, but I couldn't shake the feeling of the crass commercialism throughout Kingdom Hearts 3. It felt like one long advertisement celebrating Disney's corporate monopoly. Look at all this IP we own. Isn't our IP so great? Don't you just want to live in our worlds? We have a place in Florida for you. Also, what's up with all the laughing? Not once did I hear anything resembling a joke in the game. The only joke here is Kingdom Goddamn Hearts.
All right, Adam, calm down. Everything's fine. We don't want you to hurt yourself, okay?
I appreciate the concern, Gerard.
No, seriously, we cannot have you hurt yourself. We cannot afford it. If you get hurt in any way, shape, or form, this whole thing blows up.
Late capitalism strikes again.
In Kingdom Hearts 3, you get to change mid-combat to other Keyblades from other Disney properties. That's so cool.
Yeah, man. You gotta remember, Kingdom Hearts came out at the height of shitty license games, so for a lot of us, this was the only cool way to play in some of these worlds.
Not to mention that the battle system goes so hard. Honestly, I didn't know that an action RPG could be a thing until Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, and don't even get me started on the music. Simple and clean. Sanctuary. Oh, and did I forget to mention simple and clean?
Why are y'all in my dressing room? I agree with Sussler. We don't care nothing about Kingdom Hearts.
Thanks, Okage. Look, I get this game means a lot of things to a lot of people. I'm not one of those people. I could have enjoyed Kingdom Hearts if it just made an ounce of effort to be welcoming to newcomers. I don't need a game to hold my hand, but the storytelling here is so impenetrable that it's impossible for anyone not already invested to get anything out of it. The battle system is cool, sure, but literally nothing else about this game did it for me. I didn't care about the characters. I didn't care about the worlds. And simply put, this game didn't satisfy me on any level. That's why I, Adam Sessler, not Xplay, Adam Sessler, am giving Kingdom Hearts a 1 out of 5.
A 1 out of 5. Are you kidding? A what? After everything I've done for you, you know how much hair gel this took?
Dear Xplay, when is Kingdom Hearts 4 coming out?
You know, that actually wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
And before you ask, yes, Jefferson dresses like that all the time.
But the conversation is not over yet. There is a lot of passion on the team here around Kingdom Hearts, and it cannot be contained in just one review.
It can barely be contained in just one episode.
Oh God, please tell me this is not a two-parter.
No, we're not completely insane.
Oh, thank God.
Look, my plan for a 6-part comprehensive Naruto retrospective on the other hand.
Oh my God, why would we devote half a dozen episodes just to Naruto?
Because I was told it couldn't be 7. But I'm not mad at it. Making it a pithy keeps it mainstream friendly.
First, more Kingdom Hearts when we return.
I have a question. Am I considered a classic?
5 out of 5.
Graphics and what have you.
That's all you do in this game!
Oh.
Welcome back to Xplay. Up next, we finally put to rest the most important generational battle of the modern era.
How baby boomers screw the economy so completely that young people can't afford houses anymore instead talk about avocado?
No, whether people like Kingdom Hearts or not.
Ah, yes, of course.
But I can hit you with my real estate agent if you're looking.
Oh, no, I've already got a tenant. I'm good.
Oh, I didn't know. Who's that?
You know, Sora, living rent-free in my head. Check out our Kingdom Hearts discussion, and let's put the final nail in this coffin. This bit's gone on for too long.
I guess joining me to discuss Kingdom Hearts 3 are Xplay's resident weebs, Jefferson Carvey and Joe Girardo. As you know, I did not like this game.
Yeah,
I'm also aware you guys are
we
fans.
But why?
Oh my God, Jefferson. Jefferson, why? Okay, just why do you like it that much?
Why do I like KH3 that much, or this franchise that much?
Just Kingdom Hearts.
Where do I begin? The story of a kid trying to find his friends by going to different worlds kind of resonated with me as a military brat. Just this idea of a game where this dude is just like looking for his friends at each new world. I was like, yo, sign me up. And also it's Disney with Final Fantasy? Say less.
I think we were like the perfect age when these games came out. Like I want to say 10 or 11 when the first game came out. So I loved all the movies that were in it, but also because I was just a weirdo as a kid, I was in it for the Final Fantasy aspect of it. Yes, like the nostalgia of those worlds, but I mean also what Jefferson said. It's like the sincerity is what does it for me. Like I'm a sucker for sincerity. So the fact that like it's a game that it is bonkers. A lot of it doesn't make sense at times, but I can tell they mean what they say.
We're not saying it's good writing, but at least it's earnest.
It isn't. Okay, I would have probably given the game a 2 if it wasn't for it was so commodified. And both of you played this game as kids. Is there any point where you feel like somebody commodified your childhood, like the intrusion of Disney telling you you're playing classic films that haven't even had a decade's worth of life? And the way that for me, not being familiar with those movies, I could tell that I was supposed to already know these movies so well. I really found that really creepy and troubling a little bit. I mean, did you guys just not have that sensation when playing the game? That someone was selling you something?
Not necessarily, especially because both of us have played all of Kingdom Hearts. So it's like I see them more as like characters in this world as opposed to Disney IP. Yeah. So when I see Mickey Mouse, I'm not like, yes, that's Mickey Mouse, Disney's intellectual property. I'm like, no, that's King Mickey.
He's the Yoda of Kingdom Hearts.
Basically.
KH3, out of every KH game, KH3 had the most Disney interference. I do agree that they cherry-picked every world that they wanted just for the notoriety of Frozen, of Tangled.
Is Disney cool to the two of you? I have always had a very negative reaction towards Disney as something very commercialized, very saccharine, or something like that. What we might be hitting on is some kind of generational split that you guys like Disney, and hence this game doesn't feel like you're just going to read this game so much differently than me.
Right. I don't know if I think Disney's cool. I just really like Kingdom Hearts. outside of Kingdom Hearts, I'm not a big Disney guy. But yo, you put Mickey in a hoodie and give him a key sword, I'm like, yo, that's the coolest thing ever.
There was a screenshot of this dude, Sora, beating up the cards from Alice in Wonderland, and the Alice in Wonderland cards freaked me out as a kid. So it was a power fantasy. I wanted to beat up the cards too with a giant key.
There was a nasty energy, or a dark energy around that movie. The Queen of Hearts and all that kind of stuff. Oh, and the Cheshire Cat.
It's a weird movie.
No, but that's the thing. That would have probably worked for me because I do have an attachment to that movie. Whereas Frozen, I heard that song for the first time when I played the game.
Question I want to ask you was, what exactly, what broke you in this game? When were you just oh yeah, this is a 1?
I think it was Pirates of the Caribbean.
Wow.
Really?
I was probably hovering around a 2. It's just so crass. In addition to the fact that, Johnny Depp is not, the star of Black Mass. It was kind of hey, ignore all of that. and just remember how much you love this franchise. And it just really rubbed me the wrong way. And that's where suddenly I reassessed everything I had played before, and I was like, yeah, there's just something gross about this game that, honestly, in all seriousness, this isn't me, like, play acting or anything. Like, I really consider this game to be a worse experience than playing Aquaman.
One thing I want to know is, like, yes, this was a 1 for you, but is there any curiosity in you to, like, go back and play some of the other Kingdom Hearts games?
No. I'm just going to put it in the most stark terms possible. I am older. I have more years behind me than I probably have ahead of me. And I lost hours of those final years.
And that's our show. What the hell was that?
I knew it. Reviewing Kingdom Hearts 3 was some type of 7th seal bullshit, and now there's a portal to hell opening up under the studio.
What? Corey, where are you going? We have to finish the show.
You can finish the show by yourself. I'm out of here.
Okay. Well, hey, if you want to check out more Xplay content, subscribe to us on the G4 and Xplay YouTube channels.
And we're live on Twitch and YouTube every Tuesday. Peace. Now, Gerard, it's time to go.
I'm more of a go down with the ship kind of guy, you know what I mean? I mean, I kind of like Kingdom Hearts. Bye! Although maybe I should take something. Oh, what do I grab? What do I grab? The world's ending. What do you? Oh, this time. Come on. Yeah! Ah! Damn it! Yeah! It's glued to the wall. Get the van!
Today on Xplay, we show you the game film on why football titles are worth your time or at least your curiosity. And we help you come to grips with game difficulties and give you permission to admit you suck at Smash Brothers. And it's okay, we're all in this together. Blue 42, Hut Hut, it's game time!
Greetings, nerds. Welcome to Xplay. Today we're heading to the gridiron.
As a display of actual athletic ability? God, no, we mean virtually.
Madden NFL is a touchstone of gaming culture. Even if you don't play sports games, everyone knows what Madden is.
Now, I know what you're thinking, but I don't understand sports games. I like a game with lore and story. Madden and NFL is just the same game getting sold to gamers year after year.
These are all reasonable thoughts to have, but we have a message for all you Skyrim nerds out there. Football might just be the greatest RPG of them all.
Don't believe us? Well, buckle up, my friend, because you're about to get hit by a 300-pound linebacker of truth.
Check it out.
Okay, great. So, Zipper, you're going to produce that segment for next Tuesday's stream. Adam, what's your idea?
The Pokemon is just dogfighting for children?
Right. You're going to do that one. You're cool with it?
I guess.
Great. So I think that's it. Anybody have anything else before we go?
Yeah. Actually, I kind of think that there's something that we should address.
Look, Jake, I already apologized for eating the last donut, okay? I had low blood sugar. Low blood sugar.
Wow. No, that's not what I was gonna... Listen, I know I've brought this up before. I'm just a lowly creative producer here on Xplay, but I just find it hard to believe that there's no crossover between our audience and people that like sports and play sports video games.
You'd be surprised.
I would be surprised because, like, they're the top-selling games every year. I mean, Joe, you play fantasy football.
Yeah, but that's more about my love of gambling than football.
Okay. Well, maybe we should have a surprise meeting for you later. I just think that the timing is right because, look, John Madden just passed away. The Super Bowl's about to happen. Maybe we do something about football video games.
Dear diary, what? Jake made a joke today. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Football's for nerds. Who would even do that? None of us here know anything about football.
I grew up around football. I know the game of football. I even played it myself.
So you were a lineman?
I mean, I could have been a fullback or a tight end or.
Sounds like an offensive lineman.
Fine, I was an offensive lineman. Maybe if everyone just knew a little bit more about the game, you would appreciate it a little better. Oh, like, okay, here, Gerard, help me out here.
Okay.
All right? You're going to take this football. All right, there you go. You're going to be the center. All right?
Sure.
So bend over with the ball and let me put my hands under your ass. And then we're going to. That's fair. That one's on me.
Jeez, you think a guy that would call himself a completionist wouldn't rage quit over an idea so quickly?
Jake, I appreciate your passion and willingness to teach a bunch of gamers football, but I really don't think there's anything you could say to convince your average gamer that football games are worth their time.
Bullshit. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we're making a big
Let me explain.
Where the hell did you get that whistle?
Don't worry about where I got the whistle. I got it where I got it. All right.
What? No.
Fine. Listen, football games really are like RPGs. I mean, Emily, what's your favorite kind of RPG?
I guess I like strategy RPGs, like Fire Emblem.
That's just football. What are strategy RPGs? It's just a top-down view of a battlefield, and you are commanding your army against an enemy army, right? And then you have one character that's kind of the commander of your unit. Think of that like your quarterback. Plus, the game is turn-based, okay? I mean, you have a down and a distance that need to be achieved. The ball's reset after every play, and then each team has time to decide what they're going to do before the next play or turn begins.
But can I romance them?
In a manner of speaking, sure, you can romance them by giving them better contracts or wooing them to your teams. It's a little weird, but yeah, you can do it.
I don't buy it.
Okay, well, I know that several of you play tabletop RPGs on the regular, right? Gerard, you were just on Invitation to Party, Fridays at 3 p.m. Pacific on Twitch and YouTube. Football games are just like tabletop RPGs, too.
Explain.
Okay, well, your football team's like your party, right? You're constantly adding and subtracting people from your party all the time through contract negotiations and free agent signings and trades and drafting. Plus, each player kind of has their own character sheet that lists attributes like speed, agility, and strength. And depending on what their position is or class, determines what they're capable of.
Oh, that makes sense. So, skill positions like quarterbacks, running backs, and wide receivers have more speed and better agility. Linemen...
Like Jake.
Yes, big, enormous linemen like Jake have more strength.
I mean, the beginning of the game even has a roll for initiative with a coin toss.
Boring. Nobody cares.
Okay, calm it down, Fortnite. I know for a fact that you would like football.
Oh, we're talking about football? I love Manchester United.
American football. We're talking about American football.
Okay, well then no, I don't love football.
Okay, sure. Let's assume that your analogy of tabletop RPGs and RPGs in general can correlate to football. But the reality is, Jake, is that there's no lore or history or making of process when it comes to football.
Football has that too. Who is John Madden if not football's Gary Gygax?
Go on.
In 1984, John Madden was quickly becoming one of the hottest things in football broadcasting. And
Actually, Jake, we're encroaching on my territory now. May I?
By all means.
In 1984, John Madden was quickly becoming one of the hottest things in football. And a guy named Trip Hawkins, super cool name by the way, had just a couple years prior left a cushy job at Apple and decided to try his hand at developing video games out of a desire, maybe even an obsession, with creating a football simulation game. So with this vision, Trip set out to make his dream a reality. As a teenager, Hawkins had actually developed a paper and dice-based football game that was basically a football version of the Stratomatic, but saw the potential computers had in making his game a reality. So in 1984, when they finally had a chance to do it, Hawkins approached Madden about endorsing the game. Madden and Hawkins, along with two others from EA, rode a train across country with Madden, who is notoriously fearful of flying. Madden wanted the game to be an educational tool to teach people about the game and fundamentals of football, as well as a way for players and coaches to test plays. Tripp didn't expect Madden would want to be involved in the game's design, but when he suggested to Madden that the game may be 7-on-7 Madden simply said, "That's not football. I'm not putting my name on it if it's not real." Madden was insistent that the game be 11 on 11, but massive technological hurdles prevented EA from making that possible. So instead of the typical 1-year development time they were expecting, Tripp's dream project was stuck in development hell for 4 long years. But finally, Tripp's vision took shape in 1988 in the form of John Madden Football for the Apple II. The game featured 11 on 11 football and even had real plays given to them by Madden. In fact, when asked for plays, Madden handed Hawkins a massive 3-ring binder that was the actual 1980 Oakland Raiders playbook. John Madden Football was pretty well received, despite featuring no NFL teams, players, stadiums, or jerseys. Its biggest problem was that it wasn't very accessible. At least it wasn't until 1990, when the game was ported to the Sega Genesis. Then it was a massive hit. EA had expected to only sell 75,000 copies and were obviously ecstatic when it sold over 400,000. It did so well that it helped Sega close the market share gap on Nintendo's Super NES. At first a console exclusive to the Genesis, Madden later came to the SNES. But Madden didn't reach its true form until Madden NFL 94 and Madden NFL 95. The first years to feature an NFL license and to feature players' names from the NFL Players Association, respectively. From there, the Madden franchise innovated every year, introducing franchise mode, player and play creation, though I would argue its best innovation was in John Madden Football 1992, which introduced an ambulance that would drive onto the field for injured players, running over anyone in the way in the process. But one thing that's fascinating about the Madden franchise is its effect on the actual game of football. In 1994, Fox Sports started putting audio text around the field with boom mics to capture the sound in the game, mimicking the sound effects heard in the video game. So all the trash talk, the sounds of big meaty men crashing into each other at superhuman speeds, you can thank Madden for that. Plus, in 2001, EA began the now yearly tradition of featuring a prominent player on the cover, starting what many now know as the Madden curse. Several cover athletes ended up having poor performances following their appearance on the box art or even got injured. The game has affected the real world in other ways too. Coaches and personnel in the NFL have actually claimed that players that grew up playing Madden seem to pick up their team's plays faster than those that didn't. Commentators will often say that a player is putting up Madden numbers, or say that someone hit the circle button when they do a spin move. While Madden is easily the most successful football franchise ever, having sold well over a combined 100 million copies, I'm sure Jake will tell you it's not the only football game franchise to be successful.
American football is an intricate balance of strategy and flat-out physical violence. Beautiful to behold and available for your PlayStation every year with some annual cosmetic updates and only $60 plus tax.
We've covered so much ground already, and we're only at halftime. So grab a beer while the weekenders wander around a hall of mirrors.
There's a lot more Xplay after the break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going to show you an item that I bought online, and whoever guesses closest wins points. I want that welding hat.
If I could see this on one of you guys.
Let's get our next product in here.
There goes its head. It's going live to G4 TV.
Welcome back to Xplay. Congratulations to all of you watching who made it to the second block of our show without rage quitting.
You made it further than Snoop Dogg did, so you can be proud of that.
And now we continue our investigation into the history of football and gaming.
And why nerds should be the greatest football fans of them all. Check it out.
While there's been a ton of football games that have their own legacies, like the classic Tecmo Bowl or Quarterback Club, NFL Game Day, and of course the all too brief ESPN/NFL 2K series, there's one or two in particular that I want to highlight. The first is NFL Blitz. Can we just stop for a second and marvel at how this game even got made in the first place? I mean, it's basically a concussion simulator. So pop in that mouthpiece and let's jump in this dog pile. So it's 1997, and the geniuses at Midway Games are absolutely kicking arcade ass. They've got Mortal Kombat, Cruisin' USA, Killer Instinct, and NBA Jam. So if you're wondering why there's a coin shortage now, that's probably your culprit. So flying high, Midway decided they wanted to do with football what they did with basketball and NBA Jam, which alone deserves its own video as well. But they wanted to make a much more fast-paced, exciting football game that anyone could pick up and play. But how else could this game set itself apart? Oh, I know, more violence. I mean, this is the house that Mortal Kombat built, after all. So the gang at Midway got to work, doing motion captures of absolutely insane hits, tackles, and even just straight-up wrestling moves. And it makes sense. I can't be the only one that's wanted to give Tom Brady an Arn Anderson-style spine buster. The game was testing through the roof at Chicago area arcades, and it was the highest grossing cabinet everywhere it was featured. But when the NFL watched the game demo, they said, absolutely not. Actually, Sal DeVita, the lead designer for NFL Blitz, says the direct quote was, "Are you guys out of your f***ing minds?" Midway was kind of surprised, considering they, as well as myself, owned a copy of an NFL licensed VHS tape called NFL Films Biggest Hits. But knowing that the game was going to live or die based on the NFL's license, Midway made some concessions. First of all, they got rid of the blood spurts. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. They also took out some of the more violent moves and made it where the late hits weren't automatic but had to be initiated by the player, and they reduced the amount of time players could perform the late hits. Okay, whatever. But the NFL obviously still wanted to ride off on it. So in a stroke of genius, creative director Mark Turmel only sent the NFL a video of the initial outlines of the mocap figures performing their moves in their editing software, which the previous demo made look like a tickle fight. The NFL gave their stamp of approval, and Midway released NFL Blitz into arcades nationwide November 1997, and was, of course, no pun intended, a massive hit. Eventually, the game was ported to consoles like the N64, PlayStation, and the Dreamcast, where it was also successful. NFL Blitz continued their success for a while, though the series kind of petered out around 2003 despite some titles after that, and Midway was eventually dissolved, and the rights to Blitz were purchased by EA Sports. But Blitz wasn't the only football series that died at the hands of EA Sports. I'd be absolutely insane if I didn't talk about NCAA football. Now look, I'll be honest with you. I loved the NCAA football franchise far more than Madden. And that might be a hot take, but I really don't care. Originally, NCAA football started out as Bill Walsh College Football. EA's original intent for it was to be a lot like Madden, endorsed by another NFL Hall of Fame coach who actually was the head coach at Stanford at the time. Bill Walsh College Football was released in 1993, and much like Madden, had zero licensing with the NCAA at the time. So it had 24 teams named after their cities or states and consisted of an 11-week season, culminating in a 12-team playoff. A 12-team playoff! What a concept! Bill Walsh got himself one more paycheck before the series was renamed College Football USA in 1995 and eventually NCAA Football in 1997. It was during these name changes that EA started featuring prominent college players on the cover, starting with Nebraska's Tommy Frazier in 1997. The game evolved a lot over the years, introducing tons of collegiate teams, adding dynasty modes, and Race for the Heisman, which had a interesting added feature of giving your player a girlfriend that got more attractive the better you played. Yeah. Don't worry, that feature only lasted a year, which is longer than your relationship with Bertha, pending you actually played well your freshman year. But NCAA football was awesome. They incorporated the environment of playing in college football stadiums, letting the noise level affect the visiting teams where you can't really see the plays very well, and then the joy of pulling in a 5-star blue chip prospect to your podunk school when recruiting. That was just fantastic. But then after the release of NCAA Football 14, the NCAA football franchise died.
I promised myself I wouldn't do this.
A lawsuit was brought forward against EA alleging that while EA had not used the names of the players, they had used pretty much everything else, including vital stats and even hometowns without the players' permission and without compensation. So ultimately, the court ruled in the favor of the players, and EA decided to cease development on production of future titles, saying it was because of the debate over whether or not collegiate athletes should be paid, which they absolutely should. But now with a brand new name, image, and likeness deal in place for college athletes, EA gave us the news we've all been waiting for in February of 2021. NCAA football is coming back. Now, before you start painting your chest and shotgunning beers, it's likely that the newest game, now to be called EA Sports College Football, won't come out until the summer of 2023. Look, I get it. Football is not for everyone. And if you're one of those people and you stuck it out this long, I genuinely thank you. Hopefully, my passion for the sport and this video has garnered a little of your interest and, at the very least, maybe a little respect, if not for football, then hopefully for football games. I mean, after all, EA wouldn't even exist if not for football games like Madden. Trip Hawkins actually said that the entire reason he started EA was to make a football version of the Stratomatic. So depending on your opinion of EA, you can either thank or blame the Madden franchise for that. My hope was that if you could see the football games in a different light or know the history behind the games, maybe you could at least understand or appreciate them a little bit better. Now, I know that football just seems like a bunch of idiots running each other full speed with reckless abandon. And okay, yeah, to a degree it kind of is, but it's far more complicated and strategy driven than the average observer realizes. And I believe it's the ultimate team sport, kind of like things here at G4. Though I'm not sure which one has more old men screaming at the television. I rest my case. So what'd you guys think?
Man, what the hell was that? Why are we down here watching that mess?
And why couldn't you tell us in the conference room? This could have been a freaking email.
Could have been an email.
Well, I mean, did you guys like it or?
No!
Well, can we do a video about football video games?
Oh my God.
Stop. Go home.
What a waste of time.
I've been trying to go home.
What are you, our YouTube comments section? Oh, come on.
He's trying to find someone downfield. He's trying to move around to find an open target. Sometimes you forget the number one thing. Take care of the football.
The defense gets in the ball via the turnover. Now can this offense cash in? First and goal. They'll try to run it in, going option right. And he's going to be brought down on what will be the final play of this first quarter. After 7-0 on EA Sports.
All right, we weren't.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, so maybe you remain unconvinced about the relevancy of American football to your interests.
But our competitive nature is something that unites all athletes and gamers alike, except maybe for people that just play Stardew Valley all day.
Whoa, Stardew Valley is an esport now.
It makes you so happy to say that.
It's one of my life's greatest missions to prove that literally every game is an esport.
Well, if the bar is always set that high, it's up to players to get good or get left behind.
Find out what we mean right after the break.
Don't go anywhere.
I have a question. Am I considered a classic?
5 out of 5.
Graphics and what have you.
That's all you're in this game.
Oh.
Welcome back to Xplay. I think I'm pretty good at platformers, but that doesn't mean everyone should have to be as good as me to have fun or be proud of being a gamer.
I'm one of the top Pokemon Unite players in the world.
Seriously, gaming is like golf, where your real opponent is yourself.
And also the hapless scrubs on the Pokemon Unite servers.
We here at Xplay celebrate the positivity of gaming and examine the often negative competitive feedback loop of the get good phenomenon online.
My Wigglytuff will kick the shit out of you.
Or that.
Get good is a misspelled version of get good and represents the general attitude that unless you enjoy playing Dark Souls, you aren't a real gamer. On the surface, the meme sounds innocuous enough, or even possibly a message of encouragement. We're not actually helping one another get good, we're just dunking on people for not being amazing right out of the gate. Which is mean, but not even the whole story. I myself have recently been playing Dark Souls 3 and actually enjoying it because it's on my terms. I'm playing it as terribly as I possibly can, and no one knows about it except for me. Until now. But many reviewers and fans have faced straight-up online bullying for choosing easier difficulties. The targets are usually folks just getting into gaming that may not have the same levels of proficiency. And look, I get it. There's a lot of pride and joy that can be taken in mastering something. It's a kind of dedication that's hard to find these days. But you don't see LeBron James slapping the ball out of the hands of kids playing a pickup game in the park, do you? No. That's a Dennis Rodman move. I feel very strongly that there's room for everyone of any level. While some gamers, like pockets of the communities playing Final Fantasy XIV online or World of Warcraft, claim increasing accessibility degrades the gaming experience, this doesn't seem to be the feeling of most players. When you've invested a lot of time and love into something that was once considered niche, it can hurt to see it suddenly embraced by the mainstream. But really, does raiding Sanctum of Domination need to be a flex or a show of superiority to be fun? Especially when you previously based so much of who you are on the things you love. For many gamers, that's how we make our friends, meet our partners, and discover much of what we like. But no industry can thrive without welcoming newcomers with open arms, and that's true for any fandom. Every comic, every movie, every game all had the potential to be someone's first. Everyone has to start somewhere, which also leads to the other problem with the get good mentality. When we talk about being the best at something and infer that only the best can play, how are we measuring those standards? We're leaving out slews of gamers who the industry frequently forgets despite how much of the gaming population they make up. Disabled gamers. Most controllers, setups, and devices are designed to be a one-size-fits-all package, but this only benefits able-bodied gamers. Frequently, many of the accessibility settings get good gamers gripe about are making games more playable for people that are colorblind, people with dexterity and mobility issues, or other disabilities that might be preventing them from enjoying their experience because it's not the fun kind of challenging. It's just frustrating, or even literally impossible. Take Insomniac. The amount of attention to detail they put into their accessibility options in Miles Morales and Ratchet & Clank is what you can achieve when you're so thoughtful about who is playing your games that it improves every facet of that game's design. The critical acclaim heaped on those titles for this consideration just proves how rare this is in the industry. And it's not just software that's taking inclusivity into consideration either. Microsoft partnered with the Able Gamers Foundation, the Cerebral Palsy Foundation, Special Effect, Warfighter Engaged, and many community members to create the Xbox Adaptive Controller that can be used on either an Xbox or PC at a price point that's much more consumer-friendly than previous innovations. It acts as a hub you can connect external buttons to, like joysticks, switches, toggles, and large buttons you can customize to your ability and how you game. But here's the real thing. Slinging get good comments around isn't about upholding standards or preserving gaming features. It's about making the room small enough so that you actually feel a little big. At best, it's a misguided attempt to feel special. At worst, you're being an ableist ding-dong. It's absolutely nobody's business, whatever the reason is why you game the way you do. Because anyone who picks up a video game with the intention of having a good time is a gamer.
And that's our show. I hope you learned there's more that unites us than divides us in the gaming space.
Some people play Pokemon Unite at a world-class level where milliseconds determine the difference between victory and defeat.
And some people just want to play Halo Infinite on normal and just mess around along the way.
Guess what? Both of these types of gamers are actual gamers.
Even people that play sports games are real gamers.
Hey, you guys want to play Madden?
Shut the up, Jake. Off.
You got it.
Now let's tap into that competitive reptile brain and see how many of our channels you can subscribe to before the end of this episode.
Check out the YouTube channels for Xplay, G4, and Attack of the Show.
Our Twitch channel, where we're live every Tuesday.
Our Discord, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and TikTok.
Did you get them all? I bet you forgot LinkedIn, which is a real thing we have. Well, with the right conditioning, I'm sure you'll get there.
Until next time, never stop playing.
It's actually kind of sweet. Later, Muppets.
Bye.
Today on Xplay, we review Dying Light 2 and I pull a muscle just thinking about parkour. Plus, special guest co-host Cup and Noodle makes everyone pee a little with some of the scariest games of all time. I'm not scared, my face always looks this way. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Xplay. How long would you last in the zombie apocalypse?
25 minutes.
That's impressive, but if you want to get that number up to the 45-minute mark, you need parkour.
Or maybe top-level gymnastic cheerleading skills.
That's not a video game.
Oh.
Yet. But parkour versus zombies sure is.
Ah, we're leaving the safety of our compound to review Dying Light 2.
And in the meantime, it's time for some parkour training. Go, John! Let's go! Do a flip! Run around! Jump over some shit!
Ah, I don't want to do this! All right. What do you want me to do?
Go, 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 go! Good effort! Do it. Oh.
Zombie games are typically a dime a dozen. There have been so many that have come out that it's sometimes hard to keep track. Plus, everyone is trying to find their own footing within the zombie game genre because you can't just have zombies anymore. There's been Nazi zombies, cowboy zombies, feral and domesticated zombies. There's even been plants fighting zombies. But the brilliant minds over at Techland decided that in 2015, the world needed zombies and parkour. Dying Light was well received upon its first release, but could they build upon that success to make Dying Light 2 stay human even better? Grab some inhibitors and cozy up under the UV light, because my Survivor sense says we're about to give you that answer right now. Well, I had this whole cool intro about parkour being integrated into a first-person zombie game, but damn it if I didn't pull a hammy trying to scale the facade of that Salesforce tower in San Francisco. So, while I try to elevate and ice this thing, I've called on a much younger reinforcement to help me out with this one. Hokage?
Damn, sus. Are you good? How high did you get up that tower?
Oh, I didn't even make it to the tower. I missed the last step walking down to the ground floor of the cesspool HQ.
Okay then, well, let's get straight into the game. For starters, one of the best things about Dying Light 2 is there's no need to have played the first one to enjoy or get into Dying Light 2. While it is a sequel, it does take place 15 years after the events of the first one and features all new characters in an all new story as well as a new location. You play as Aiden, a guy looking for his sister who got separated from them when they were kids. Aiden is a pilgrim, or what basically amounts to an errand boy through the dangerous world of Dying Light 2, and specifically the dumpster fire city called Villador, and it's exactly what you'd expect from a city devastated by a zombie virus. Villador is a massive city full of events, characters to meet, loot, and of course a ton of zombies. I mean, like, a lot of zombies. The familiar day and night aspect from the first game returns, where shit really hits the fan after nightfall, but when the sun goes down, the XP goes up. Let's talk about the story, because the first game didn't have a great one, but this one's actually pretty good. I'm not gonna go into a lot of detail about it for obvious reasons, but it does a great job of building stakes and making me care about the characters. Instead of being some covert government agent, you're trying to find your sister, which makes me instantly want to whoop some undead ass to track her down. But the story has some pretty good twists, turns, and surprises that keep you engaged and invested. Even the side quests do a great job of making you want to see where they lead and do even more world building in the game.
The gameplay in Dying Light 2 is surprisingly smooth and easy to use, though it does take some getting used to at first if you're using a controller. The biggest hurdle, no pun intended, is getting used to using the shoulder button for jump. Once you get past that, everything else feels pretty easy and natural. You don't have to sprint in this game because your character is constantly sprinting, which makes sense. There's absolutely no time for a leisurely stroll when the world is filled with mindless zombies. Though, funny enough, that is a part of the game too on certain stealth missions. Moving through the world in general can be a lot of fun. Running across rooftops and treating the world like one big game of the floor is lava doesn't really get that old, as trying not to touch the ground, especially at night, becomes a mini puzzle game in and of itself. Later on, you even gain access to grappling hooks and a paraglider.
The combat's pretty badass. There's all kinds of melee weapons at your disposal to hack, slash, and beat, and generally destroy anything that gets in your way. The parkour is even incorporated into the fights, where you can jump over enemies and Sparta kick the shit out of someone right into their chest. Now, that's not to say that there are no ranged weapons in this game, because there are. There's the bow and arrow, crossbow, and you can even craft throwing knives and Molotov cocktails along with other explosives to take out enemies across your path.
But the game allows you to shape how things play out as well. Choosing to side with certain factions or give them advantages within the city can affect things down the road. Who you align certain outposts to changes the city in the immediate area, giving you the benefits of shelter or in combat. Plus, decisions you make on the main quest can change the ending entirely. Imagine that! A world where your actions have consequences. The RPG element of Dying Light 2 is enjoyable as well, using a skill tree that allows you to focus exactly on how you would like to play the game. You're able to focus on a style of combat and parkour that suits your needs, and just engaging in both gives you XP to level them up, with more being awarded at night, as we mentioned before.
And another cool element they added to the game? You're actually infected. Yeah, that's right. Very early in the game, you're bitten and under constant threat of turning. And as long as you're in the daylight or UV light, you're good, but when the sun drops, the zombies aren't your only problem. That countdown of possibly turning into a zombie makes the game even more stressful at night, as if you actually needed that. And while it can be frustrating at times, it really makes you calculate your next moves before going out and exploring at night.
Dying Light 2 is a beautiful game despite the setting of all hell breaking loose. It does a great job of combining nature with the man-made structures throughout the city that are now overgrown after a decade and a half of negligence. The streets are filled with bombed out cars, as well as piles of the dead and undead. The rooftops have various shacks and plant life from gardens planted by refugees seeking respite from the chaos below. The backdrop looks fantastic as well, and everything from the voice acting to the sound effects add to the experience. And the music in-game, especially when a chase is on, really adds to its depth.
I'll tell you this. If you're playing this game on PC, we did have a few problems with it. The biggest problem was getting the game to launch. We would start it up and then it would freeze, making us have to restart it a few times before we could finally get it to launch. Plus, there were some frame rate issues on occasion, and things like zombies getting stuck indoors or getting ourselves stuck in certain spots, but we're pretty confident that Techland will address the launch issues, and the small bugs that we did encounter, they didn't make the game unplayable. It's all stuff that'll probably be solved in a few patches.
And while the story is enjoyable, there are some very tedious moments that just seem to be a way to make the game longer. For example, you start a quest to find information about your sister's whereabouts, but the character you find with that info wants your help first. But that sends you to someone else who wants a favor, and then to another one, and then another. And the next thing you know, it just becomes a bad post-apocalyptic sequel to Pay It Forward, except you don't even get to watch Kevin Spacey act like he's a good person. Nonetheless, you get stuck in that loop, and before long, you don't even remember what you were doing in the first place. Wait, what were we doing?
We were talking about the cons of the game, which reminds me, don't get attached to a weapon if you like it. It ain't staying around very long. There's no way to repair weapons in this game, at least that we could find, and since using them causes them to break down eventually, they just end up disappearing from your inventory once they're destroyed. And that's really a bummer, because some of the melee weapons are a lot of fun to use, and you can even modify them and give them elemental damage, and that's something that I like. Look, all in all, Dying Light 2 is great. It's an enjoyable game with some Game of the Year potential, but bugs and other issues are gonna prevent that, and it's only February, so it won't be. but that doesn't mean it's not good. I thought I'd have some open world fatigue going into Dying Light, considering so many games nowadays are open world, but the story really immerses you into the world and it makes you want to explore it even more. And we can't go away without mentioning that the game is going to have co-op, which I'm sure is going to make this game a blast when playing it with friends.
Plus, the game is even scarier than the first, upping the creep factor with the intense night chases you can get involved in, all topped off by enjoyable traversal and visceral, satisfying combat. There's so much to do in this game, you could be playing it for a long time. It's because of those reasons that we're giving Dying Light 2 Stay Human a 4 out of 5.
Little known fact, Xplay hosts are mostly docile during the day.
But at night, we become irritable and dangerous.
That's just the low blood sugar kicking in.
Sessler in need of peanut butter crackers is terrifying.
So how do we lighten the mood with an activity that brings joy to everyone who does it?
Top-level gymnastic cheerleading.
Absolutely not. Playing horror games.
Right, playing horror games. That's not stressful or dark at all.
We take a look at all the horror games you must play with Cup of Noodle right after the break.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Online personality test. I have no idea who I am.
Just think about how different my life would be if I had this as a kid.
Well, I'm done. I'm not going to game stores anymore. I'm gonna stick to doing what I do best. No manners, no subtlety.
Welcome back to Xplay. Fear is one of the most basic human emotions.
Along with love, jealousy, the relief they finally canceled The Walking Dead on AMC. I like The Walking Dead.
How do you even make 11 seasons feel like the show has been going longer than I've been alive?
Now, while we wait for The Walking Dead series to bleed out, check out these truly worthy titles from Cup of Noodle and the rest of the Xplay team. You know, I love Negan. He's cool.
Whatever happened to Carl?
Now, as you all know, the horror genre is large, vast, and full of games. These games can range from zombie shooters to campy stories that are just full of jump scares and even cerebral horrors that stay with you long after you play them. And I'm sure by now you're asking, like, yo, Cup, you're talking about horror games in February. That's fair. You know, I'm either super late or just mad early. And I know you also want to know, you know, it's one of the two. I'm probably late knowing me. It's all good. And, you know, you may be asking, where do you get started? And I'm here to help you. We're going to do it right here, right now.
Woo-hoo!
First things first, it would help if I knew everyone's experience levels, you know, with horror games.
Yeah, I'll go first. I have completed a lot of horror games. I have a
a side project with friends called Scary Game Squad, where a bunch of dudes get together, get really wasted, and play scary games together. We crack jokes the whole time, and we scream like children. It's a lot of fun. We've done everything from all of the Resident Evils to a few Fatal Frames to a lot of indie games. You know, a lot of Five Nights games, that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that's
but
my
you
level.
were drinking though, so if you were drinking,
I drink sometimes, but I'm mostly the pilot, so the other guys can.
So
can
you were
be funny.
sober through FNAF?
Yeah.
Oh, well, if ever you need to talk, I'm always here
Thank
for
you.
Yeah, I'm always here.
Drinking during Five Nights at Freddy's is a thing?
No, I feel like you should though. It's a lot.
The designated driver, or are you the designated player?
I guess designated player would be the more appropriate response, but you're definitely kind of driving the group for sure.
I'm a big horror movie fan.
Fair.
I don't play that many horror games because I'm too scared to do it. I just can't do it. But I love having friends over and then watching them play and like
That's
streaming
fair.
in it. But like art house horror films to the slasher decade, I am a hardcore horror movie junkie.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest horror game fan. I have this thing against paying $60 to raise my heart rate. It's just not for me.
Apex.
But,
Right?
It's free, first of all. It's free.
The stress levels are rising.
But I will say the few horror games that I do like, I've been told they're considered good. Like I'm a big Outlast fan, and
Fair.
I'm a big what's the space game?
Alien?
No.
Dead Space.
Dead Space.
Got you.
Yeah, my brain froze.
I was like,
The few I do like, they're considered good.
Well, you only named a few, and the ones you named, I'll give you. They were good. I can't hate. I was ready to, but you actually named some good ones. Outlast is in my top. It's one of those games where I played it, and I wish I never played it so I could play it again. Because it's one of those. Like it's I hate that I know what's gonna happen because now I can't do it.
I think that's
again.
the issue with horror games, kind of period too. For me, like you can only play it once, and then it's kind of like you know it's
I
coming.
rarely replay games. And when I try to, everyone's like, nah, B, you already played that, boot that down. And that's fair. If I like a game, I want to beat it again. I want to be like you. I want to complete something. I get one and done.
What about Phasmophobia? I feel like you can play that game repeatedly.
I played that. That game was kind of boring. I didn't really like that one.
I'm a liability friend. So I do all the things that end in death. So I grab the Luigi board. I'm yelling and cussing, you know. And
you get into it.
Yes. And so my friends are like, oh, we just gonna go wait in the van. And then I'm like choking out, you know, out of nowhere. I think I'm still like level 12 and everyone else is like level 200. I never win. I'm the first one to.
I'm the opposite. What I do like about Phasmophobia, because I played that, is like I just like the troll. So like I like to just run around and shout, "Is the ghost here? Come fight me!" I just like to mess the team up. That's where I get my fun, ruining everybody's.
You're like, Robin, how old are you? Robin, your wife never loved you. Robin.
Exactly. I love it.
So when it goes south, you going back outside?
Yeah, I don't care. It's a game. Whatever.
All right, that is fair. Well, let's see. So we talked about those. I feel like we got to talk about shooters, action horrors, which I think most people are familiar with, which is going to be, for me, Resident Evil.
Hands down, one of the best of all time.
Yes, one of my favorite franchises just ever. Like 2, 3, 1, hands down. I mean, you can play 0 and 6, but you also don't have to play 0 and 6. You see, you don't have to. You've missed nothing. But as a franchise, RE's really big. And I'm going to say best, but it's my best. I hate when I say best, and then people don't at me. I don't mean I mean my best.
Yeah, it's what's for you.
Yes, because if not,
I'm there with you. The camera in Resident Evil 1 was scary, man.
Take controls.
Yeah, it did something for me.
So what's your absolute top of the Resident Evil games?
Ooh.
2, 3, 1.
When you say 2, 3, 1, do you mean the original 2, original 3,
I'm taking the originals.
or remakes?
Remake 3 was, we don't talk about that.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
It took me beating the game to say, yeah, we're missing a lot of game.
Yeah.
Like, we were doing things, I'm like, wait, but we didn't go over, and then we missed this part, and then it was over, and I was like, oh, someone owes me $20. I'm gonna be out. We were missing game. Okay.
Yeah.
But so I'm taking the originals always. Because that's when I was the most confused. It took me years to beat RE2. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know what I was doing. It was before Google. I was just confused, looking for the clover key. You know, I didn't know what I was doing.
I will say, though, Resident Evil 2 Remake was
really good.
It's so good.
I played the third one. Like, my chat trolled me into playing the third one, so it kind of left a bad taste in my mouth, and I never touched 2. What was the difference between 2 and 3, the remakes?
I mean, a lot. a lot.
Where do I start?
That could be a whole segment in its own way, but the big difference is that Resident Evil 2, in my opinion, is a lot more faithful to what the PlayStation era was, and it also did a great job of modernizing a lot of the sensibilities of what makes Resident Evil in the current day so good. So it really feels like, you know, I'd almost compare it to like Final Fantasy VII Remake in that way of reimagining what everyone loves from Resident Evil 2 specifically, because that hands down, in my opinion, is the Resident Evil game that everyone remembers.
Yeah, I feel like 3 was a little it didn't really scare me. I feel like what makes a great horror game is the atmosphere. That's what, like, I feel like a lot of games are they lean a little bit too much into action nowadays. Okay. And like for me, like that's why Dead Space was so great when you were walking through those hallways, in that you never, I feel like you can predict a lot of times when something is gonna jump at you, and that's why I can't get into a lot of horror games. So like when it sets the atmosphere and it's eerie and it's not something always coming at you, and it becomes more almost like a psychological game.
Yes.
Like you start spooking yourself out, that's a good horror game.
That fear of unease, where it's like, I don't know what's coming, but it's coming, and it's gonna punch me in the back of the head, and that's fair. Those are some of my favorite games, and it's like, for those who have never heard of me, it's like, this girl has issues, and that's fair. I totally, it's like not her enjoying the feeling of fear. I obviously have issues, but it's a good time. Those make for some of my favorite games, like Outlast.
This long nightmare is not over. You have a commercial break and then more talk about horror games when we come back.
Stay in the safe house and don't go anywhere. We'll be back with extra supplies in just a few moments. Pills!
I knew you were gonna do it!
Pills!
Pills, anyone? Pills over here!
I have a question. Am I considered a classic?
5 out of 5.
Graphics and what have you.
That's all you do in this game!
Oh.
Welcome back to Xplay.
We're continuing our descent into the greatest horror games Cup of Noodle thinks you should play.
She won't stop until everyone on the show has had a tiny little heart attack.
It's time to go down into the basement again with just a weak-ass flashlight. Join us, if you dare.
The next one that I was actually going to talk about, which is, I guess, best campy horror, which I'm giving to Until Dawn.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love Until Dawn. Until Dawn. I know. Say what you will about the Dark Chronicle anthology and how they've kind of grown and adapted and told some of their stories. Until Dawn, in my opinion, is still one of the greatest. You're right. It is that campy horror. It is very tropey, but
it does keep you guessing on your toes, and the butterfly effect of you making your decisions definitely instills that fear of, oh, I don't want to mess this up at any given moment.
I also think the writing is actually really funny in Until Dawn, and I think that's what that you don't usually think about comedy in tandem with horror, but it has always been like the horror genre for movies is the stoner genre. And like you have to have good comedy with like those good scares to make like a cult classic, and I think Until Dawn has like both in spades. I love that game.
They did a really good job of making you care about these characters, whether you loved them or hated them. I like Emily. Everyone hates Emily. She was so mean. I love her. But you cared. Even if it didn't matter how you felt, you just kind of wanted to see what happened next. The replayability is absolutely there. Don't move cheats, because I can assure you I never moved.
Oh,
but I guess I have the nerves of a geriatric, so I guess I'm moving. If you haven't seen it, or maybe, you know, I know a lot of people don't like playing. They just like watching people play. Until Dawn is one of those games, no matter who plays it, it's a good time. But if you can find someone who's never played it, just sit back and get ready to laugh.
The key to those games is play the characters. Don't try and do what you want to do. Do what they would do in this scenario. So if you're like, okay, I'm a 17-year-old boy, like jock, who's hot for the chick, and the murderer's coming after you, like, what do you do in that scenario? Do you run for the hills?
You push her on the ground and you run.
Right. That is the right call for that character. Right. But like if it's like the leading male ingenue with the girl, like you stick them together. Like you have to stick to that formula most of the time, and if you do, you usually win.
The other great thing about Until Dawn is that they're super easy to play for non-gamers.
Oh yeah.
My wife doesn't play games, and she could play that game. Watching her try to play something like BioShock is a nightmare.
No, that is very fair. And okay, because I brought games. I told y'all I'm ready.
Keep going.
We're talking indie games. In playing horror games, I've played a lot of indie games. Some are really good. There's no in between. They're either really good or it's like you don't get to pick games for the rest of the week. And I'm like,
Like
that's
Sonic games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Like Sonic games. Absolutely.
Hold on a second. Camera, one camera. Where are you? Zoom in a little bit. Give me a little push.
Don't talk about Sonic.
I love Sonic games. I'm making that now.
Wait.
Adam Sessler, I love Sonic games. I'll see you in the ring. Let's go.
Shout it.
All right. Making a statement now. Back to this.
Sonic Adventure.
I don't even know what this is. What is this at this point? No.
We ask ourselves that every time, so you're fine.
It's just a fight.
At least I'm understanding the vibe. At the very least, I'm here for the vibe. If I'm not alone in this feeling. No, I guess. What game was it? I don't remember what we're talking about. Sonic. There we go. Song of Horror. I almost said Sonic Adventures.
Best indie game.
Yes, that's why I'm like, I almost said Sonic Adventures.
Some would say it's a horror game.
See, Sonic just messes you up in the brain, man. It's crazy.
I've never heard of
Shadow has guns. Not in Sonic Adventure, but like, tell me that's not messed up.
He works for the president. It's very funny. What? It's true. Song of Horror.
Yes.
I have never played this game. I've never heard of it.
What does it look like?
Give me the 411.
This is one of my favorite games. I played about 2 years ago. If you miss like old school RE, Silent Hill, tank controls,
I'm sold.
This is the game. It's like 5 episodes, but it's really cool because it has a permadeath system. So the way it works is you get like a handful of characters, but if they all die, that's it. You get game over, and then you got to run it back.
I like the atmosphere, like in the footage that they're showing. I've never shown this, but I've never seen it. I mean, but like I like the way the tone in the game, the gameplay. Right
Is
now.
it just a house?
Yes, so you have to figure out, it's pretty much about a music box, and the story is cool. Don't get me wrong. This like 2019, 2020. It's
like visually, it's appealing too.
It just made, it's on console now. It's everywhere.
Legend Arceus. You need to pay attention to this because this game looks great right now, and Arceus looks terrible.
Well, your wife may like it, Frost, because I know you were saying, you know, she doesn't really play the shooters. This is kind of like Until Dawn in the sense that there are QTEs. So you have things that are trying to come through the door. You got to kind of listen before you open a door because you will get snatched up.
What was the Rain game? This is what it looks like to me. The one with the
Heavy Rain?
Heavy Rain, yeah, with the serial killer.
You do have QTEs. They'll snatch you up under the table. And what's cool is, even when you die, that doesn't mean you're gone. So it's like you have to play someone else, but for all you know, you're going to bend the corner.
When you die, you change characters
Yeah,
altogether.
you only get a handful, but that doesn't mean they
That's
leave.
a cool way to tell a story.
Yeah. And so you kind of see it through their eyes, depending on who's standing.
That's really cool.
Is it better to complete the game, in your opinion, as like a single character because of their perspective or their story through the game?
Being that everyone sees things differently, I feel like it's worth playing multiple times. That dude was cool. The cool thing about it is they all perceive each other differently. So you may lose one character and then you end up in a hallway and you see the character that just previously died. You can either run up on them and try to talk to them, but if they're not there anymore, they'll kill you and you don't know it. But they all have different cutscenes for how they interact with each other once they get snatched up. So just trying to see all the different ways you can die in this game, and then like solving puzzles, because like I said, it's like RE or Silent Hill. You have like the QTEs coming in. The story's really good. I will forever praise Song of Horror. It's finally on console. If you haven't done it, definitely check it out.
Marketing is important, because I'd never heard of this game.
See?
She just sold me on it. Yeah.
You're welcome. Which camera? You're welcome. I hit all of them. I'm just going to point at all of them.
And that's our show. Thank you to Cup of Noodle for joining us. I will not sleep for the entire month of February. Thanks to recommendations.
Be sure to check out our content on Twitch, and you can catch the full Xplay live stream every Tuesday.
We'll see you next time.
Peace.
Hello and welcome to Xplay, where we acknowledge that machines run our lives.
Our smartphones.
Our game consoles.
Our 50-foot-long robot crocodile that lives in the parking lot out back.
I haven't been outside in over a month.
We may not be able to defeat the monstrous machine that bit Kevin Pereira in half a few hours ago.
Yeah, I called dibs on this desk.
But we can soothe our grief with a PS5 controller.
This is our review of Horizon Forbidden West. It's the end of the world as we know it again. Today, we're diving into the dystopian future of Guerrilla Games' Horizon Forbidden West. Sequels. A testament and trial of media everywhere. Some are better than their predecessors, some are worse, and some we do not dare to speak about. I'm looking at you, Speed 2 Cruise Control. Not even Tamura Morrison could make you good. But one of the most anticipated video game sequels over the last few years has been the follow-up to Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West.
Horizon Zero Dawn was a smash hit of 2017 and racked up over 50 award nominations ranging from Best Narrative and Best Art Design to Best Performance and Best Gameplay. Its dystopian setting, compelling gameplay, and story made it an instant classic. Also, we did a retro review of it back in November if you want to check it out after. But how does the sequel, Horizon Forbidden West, compare? After 5 years, does this next chapter capture the magic and expand upon the original? Or is it doomed to crash into the shore like a cruise ship out of control? Today, Gerard and I set out to answer that question.
Wait, does that make me Sandra Bullock?
No, I get to be Sandra Bullock. You can be discount Keanu Reeves or Willem Dafoe.
This is Horizon Forbidden West.
Horizon Forbidden West takes place roughly 6 months after the events of Horizon Zero Dawn. We find Aloy now on the hunt for a backup of the Gaia program, the only hope for saving the world from a devastating blight that kills humans and machines alike. However, her searches lead her to venture out into the Forbidden West, an area closed off to the east since the days of the Mad Sun King. Within the Forbidden West, Aloy discovers new machines, new groups of people, and of course, new enemies that stand in her way of healing Gaia and in turn the world. Thankfully, Forbidden West provides players with a sturdy recap of the first game before starting off. So yes, you can jump into Forbidden West if it's your first Horizon game. However, I would be lying if I didn't say playing Zero Dawn first truly gives you a deeper appreciation of Aloy's journey and a better sense of this dystopian world.
And speaking of Zero Dawn, one of my biggest concerns going in was if Forbidden West would be able to recreate the mystery and magic of that first title. Uncovering the secrets of Earth and Aloy was some of the best moments in the first game. And without giving anything away, the writers at Guerrilla Games definitely nailed the narrative shock factor in their sequel. Like its predecessor, the game has a bit of a slow start. But once you hit the main inciting incident, get ready for a serious ride. So much so that you'll find it hard to put this game down. Right, TBH? Right?
We find G4's resident shooter guy in his natural habitat. It would seem he's finally completed Horizon Forbidden West, and after hours upon hours of another open-world game, his mental health has begun to spiral out of control. Exploring the vast Forbidden West, collecting pieces of lore, and fighting giant robot animals can, well, do something to a man. The G4 shooter guy's perception of reality has been warped by the dynamic combat in Forbidden West. He has now become convinced that every machine in the office is his enemy.
You need some change, or?
I'm trying to save the future.
Sure.
But some prey can't be resisted.
The Tanaka must die.
Corey. You are not the only one who's been in the Forbidden West. Let's finish this. In the review. Yeah, so there's this one moment where I was on this cliff, right, looking down. Yeah, and I saw this huge robot.
Horizon Forbidden West has a great balance of narrative across all areas of the game. Side quests don't feel tedious, dull, or unrewarding. Instead, each objective features compelling characters with stories of their own. There is no drop in quality between the two. While the plot can be bombastic at times, these side quests remind us of who Aloy is fighting for, all the people that live on Earth.
But although the story will leave you craving more time with your PlayStation, it's hard not to feel like there are too many villains in this game. That should be a good thing, right? Well, without giving anything away, you essentially go through half the game without seeing either of the main antagonists for a long time. At the end of the game, you realize why there had to be so many antagonists in Forbidden West. I just wish they could have been more integrated throughout the middle of the game. Look, I'm a simple guy who likes some good villains to fight throughout a game. Like Kefka from Final Fantasy VI, or Willem Dafoe from Speed 2 Cruise Control. Yeah, he was in that movie.
This sequel expands and builds upon almost every aspect of Zero Dawn. The skill trees are diversified and provide a lot of incentives to level up so you can try new abilities. On top of that, the Valor system is a stellar addition that blends flair and function. You're rewarded for strategic gameplay with points in your Valor Surge meter. Once it's full, you can unleash a variety of abilities that can easily turn the tide of battle. Want a more defensive boon? There's a Stealth Valor for that. Or do you want an offensive blast that will knock your enemies out? There's a Valor for that too.
The resources and storage system also see a massive improvement. Aloy is no longer restricted to only carrying around a certain amount of materials at any given moment. Any extra resources you gather are immediately sent to your stash, a system of storage containers that are accessible at various shelters and settlements across the globe.
Sadly, the one feature that still doesn't feel improved for me was the melee combat. For a hunter that's light on her feet, Aloy still feels heavy and wonky when swinging her spear. Valor skills like Radio Blast help to add to the spear's impact, but overall, melee moves were not what I gave my energy to in the game. The best use of the spear is honestly when you're overriding a machine or silent striking an enemy from the shadows.
See, this is where I'm gonna have to disagree with you pretty harshly, TBH. Once I leveled up the warrior skill tree, melee combat changed the entire game for me. By fully unlocking all of the spear combos and melee buffs with the warrior skills that had to be offered, Horizon Forbidden West can become a completely different game, not dissimilar to something like God of War or Dark Souls. When Aloy commits to a melee swipe of her spear, she leaves herself wide open. You as the player either have to follow through with that attack or dodge out of the way. Once I had fully tricked out my skills to be melee heavy, the risk versus reward up close combat had me throwing myself at huge machines just for the freaking fun of it. Thanks to the power of my spear combos, I basically turned Forbidden West into my own personal monster hunter, and I loved every second of it.
Actually, I'll have to go back and try leveling up that skill tree now, Gerard. But I know something we both can agree on, and that's the difficulty choice. And if you're looking for a real challenge, you're gonna have to crank it up to hard mode. Enemy AI, even on normal, is easy to trick by stealthing into the nearest tall grass or ledge. All you gotta do is hide until they stop searching like enemies in Assassin's Creed. So if you want a casual hunt in a dystopian world, I'd pick easy or normal, but for some real heart-racing gameplay, up that difficulty scale.
Now, I know we've already mentioned side quests from a narrative perspective, but gameplay-wise, the diversity and depth of the airings, salvage contracts, rebel camps, jobs, relic ruins, cauldrons, etc. really make it hard to set the controller down.
The continued world building in this game is impressive. Within the Forbidden West, we encounter more dinosaur-esque machines and diverse biomes ranging from towering redwoods to the underwater ruins of San Francisco. Without giving much away, I'll say the Las Vegas level is the most creative use of the city since Fallout New Vegas.
Similar to Aloy, it is the people of the Forbidden West that make up the heart and soul of the game. Almost in a Mass Effect 2 way, Aloy slowly starts to accumulate a band of fighters made up of new and familiar faces. Each character is memorable and adds something unique to the crew, and just like Mass Effect, you can check in on them at your base and even do loyalty missions. Honestly, this was a really refreshing element of the game. We were so used to these solo adventures from Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn that watching her slowly build a found family of fighters made the game that much stronger. These new dynamics also give Aloy a lot more to play off of, as we constantly see her character grow in this game. Another reason why I'm glad Forbidden West wasn't a tonal repeat of Zero Dawn. Character performance and animation have also improved tenfold. The models of Horizon Forbidden West no longer look like meat puppets having their jaws moved and heads on a swivel. Instead, you can see and hear how they feel at all times. One of the first characters I noticed this with was with the Oseram cook you meet in Chainscrape. As soon as I saw his cutscene, I thought to myself, yo, that is a real person.
That is until you see their eyes. Apparently, in this dystopian future, no one likes to make eye contact. All these NPCs and characters look like they're too scared to ask each other to prom. Hopefully, this is one of those bugs that can be fixed sooner rather than later, because watching Aloy look away from the person she's talking to definitely can take you out of the game.
One last thing on the subject of world building. The inspiration and appropriation from various indigenous cultures is there, particularly with the new tribes introduced in the game, such as the Tanakh. Horizon Zero Dawn received flack for its appropriation and lack of consultation with indigenous peoples after its initial release. While the creators said they approached everything with the best interest in mind, it still left a weird taste in many players' mouths.
While it doesn't do anything game-changing to the genre, Horizon Forbidden West does provide one of the best action-adventure experiences of the last few years. The improved gameplay, expansive world, compelling performances, and story make it a worthy contender for Game of the Year. Horizon Forbidden West will join the ranks of Kingdom Hearts 2, Silent Hill 2, and Red Dead Redemption 2 for being sequels that are stronger than their predecessors.
Which is why Horizon Forbidden West gets a 4 out of 5.
Horizon is officially now a powerhouse franchise for PlayStation.
But just because we gave the game a score doesn't mean that's the final word.
If Star Wars and Nathan Fillion have proven anything, it's that nerds can talk about the same thing forever.
We continue the conversation about Horizon Forbidden West in our deep dive discussion right after the break.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Xplay. There's so much more to explore in the world of Horizon even after beating the game.
Like the Forbidden West itself, Xplay discussions are full of deadly monsters and magical moments of discovery.
Which also describes trying to find something to eat in the staff refrigerator.
Wait, TBH, you're only supposed to eat the things that you brought to the fridge. It's not a free-for-all.
Oh, well, for every bland pre-made grocery store salad with the name Karen written all over it, there's a Tupperware full of delicious home-cooked carnitas.
Those were my carnitas.
It feels good to live off the land.
What the hell am I gonna eat now? What the?
This very question puts you in the mindset of Aloy, struggling to survive in the unforgiving world.
Frosk would never steal my lunch. It has to be you.
Check out our in-depth conversation of Horizon Forbidden West right now.
What the bro?
You'll get over it.
The Horizon series is just one of the many creative dystopias gamers have been able to explore throughout the last 30+ years of gaming. So, to talk about some of our favorite dystopias and what makes a great dystopian story and setting, Black Okage and I have invited Frosk to join us. How's it going, Frosk?
Good. I'm super excited. I love dystopia, so get me in.
So let's just start out the gate. What is your guys' favorite dystopian game, and what is your favorite dystopian setting, if they're different?
Ooh, okay, so I know that Final Fantasy VII probably doesn't. It's like right on the edge of like a dystopian game.
I would say it's
more
a little,
like a fantasy,
it's a little
sci-fi.
high fantasy, cyberpunk-ish. What about you?
I'm a big Fallout fan, specifically 4. I know that's not everybody's favorite one, but I enjoyed it the way they did dystopia for the simple fact. I think what makes it great is the people. And how they kind of evolve to like this new world. I think if you have a great cast of characters, the sky's the limit in terms of imagination. And I think that's kind of what made Fallout 76 not very good, because the cast of characters wasn't there. You're just kind of walking around this desolate world. And it's like at the end of the day, it's a game. It's supposed to be fun. You kind of want to, even though it's desolate, you still want to have that element of wanting to explore. And I think that's what the Fallout 4 did for me.
Yeah, I think for me, I would have said Fallout New Vegas, just because I love the desert setting. I personally love the idea of Vegas in games. There's even a bit of a little Las Vegas moment or two in Horizon. So like, you know, anytime you can kind of revisit what used to be a city like Las Vegas and like what society used to be like, with things like, you know, bright, fancy lights and cars and whatnot. That's always my kind of favorite thing to go in on.
I think that's what made Forbidden West so great, too. Some of my favorite moments in the game had actually nothing to even do with the main storyline. It was exploring the world and just seeing a big-ass airplane in the middle of the ground, and then like you find like a black box with an audio log, and it's like, oh, we're going down, like, so now it's playing into your imagination. It's like, wow, what really happened? And then you're like, damn, I want more. So then it encourages you to explore that world more, and I think that's what speaks to me.
It feels like Aloy knows what humans were like before this all happened. So to have the characters just frequently go, what's this thing? Like pointing at a car trunk, not knowing what it is, and these people have like not experienced that. It just kind of reminds you how far this world has evolved.
Aloy is dealing with this new world and understanding it while still battling the old world that she came from. Like her friends are constantly telling her, oh, what's this? Oh, that's not how it's supposed to be, because they're kind of ignorant to what's going on while she's still learning and open to these new things. And I thought that was really fascinating to see these two worlds collide and her trying to find a way to mesh those worlds together because she believes in both.
It's actually a great segue for our next question. What makes a memorable dystopian game to you guys? Is it characters? Is it the world building, the atmosphere?
I mean, all of those things are obviously going to be important. I think you guys kind of touched on, to me, what the most important thing is, which is having that built-in vocabulary and understanding with the audience that they're kind of on the inside joke to what you're pushing as far as you can go. So for, again, like cyberpunk, it's for the sex worker industry, they've turned into dolls and brain dances, and it's kind of like, you know, you have to associate and know kind of like, what is our world right now? How do we view things? Now, what would it look like, you know, hundreds of years in the future? And I think that's when dystopian novels, games are at their best, is it's always relating to now, which is why I think what it sounds like from you guys that Horizon is being so successful, because it is putting you guys on the inside of that joke, even though you're experiencing it through the lens of the characters.
Yeah, you know, I think
I don't know if this really counts as dystopian, but it's when I think of a world that's encapsulated within itself, right, where it came from a place it used to be, but still has the sensibilities of rooted complications of political and society-based movements, is BioShock Infinite. You know, obviously it's not really. I mean, I guess you could argue it is a bit dystopian in a way.
I think it definitely fits dystopian because you're still pulling, like you're saying, on like the pillars of society, and I think it always comes down to trying to define in whatever prism that you're looking through, what is humanity?
Right. And there's something about the world of I mean, obviously with the first few BioShocks, right, you're underwater, you're seeing what this world was, where it's been, but with Infinite, you're in the sky and you're seeing this kind of this new world exist. But there's still things like racism and political corruption and laws and you know, treating people with respect, but also killing people and stealing. Right? It's almost like we've learned nothing as a society, and I think that's what makes a dystopian setting so fascinating. Is that even when it's a primitive thing like Fallout or even Horizon, they're still like, all right, even though we have nothing, we still have to have some form of structure as a society in order to have a future together. So our next question is, if you had to live in your favorite dystopian game, what kind of person do you think you'd become and how would you survive?
Okay, I think I would be part of the Mox gang. So there's different gangs. I'm looking at Gerard because he hasn't played it yet.
Yeah.
There's different gangs within the universe. The Mox Club took over this bar called Lizzie's. Lizzie's was basically the sex workers club. But because Lizzie was brutalized by another gang called the Tiger Claws, Lizzie like took in basically all the sex workers and was like taking care of them as much as they could within like their profession and making them happy. The Tiger Claws beat up a girl, Lizzie talked shit, they killed Lizzie, and then the Mox gang came over and now kind of runs it in Lizzie's spirit. And one of the best characters, one of the romanceable characters, is actually part of the Mox gang named Judy. And that character is really, really like her storyline. I think it's beautifully written, but I would definitely join the Mox gang and be around a bunch of clubbers.
That checks out. That's exactly what I think you would probably gravitate towards. How about you, Corey?
I think if I were to survive in a dystopian future, I would become a super mutant in Fallout, which is my favorite dystopian game.
You go straight for you're like.
Yeah, hear me out. Hear me out, okay? They were respected because they were strong, they were feared, and you're gonna need that in the future where a government has collapsed. But then also, just in case in the future, if the MCU ever comes back, I could be the Hulk. I look just like him. So I'm thinking about the future. I'm thinking about what I can bring to the team, not from a strength standpoint, but also from my acting standpoint. Thank you.
Clean. Was that an audition for you?
Mind your business, Gerard.
Understood.
Put it in the demo reel.
Yeah, put it in the reel. For me personally, I don't know if I have a specific world that I would try and gravitate towards, but whatever world I would end up joining, whether it be Fallout or Cyberpunk or even, you know, BioShock Infinite, I would be the guy that accidentally creates a need in the commerce of those worlds, and then that's where I would exist in my little corner and hope that nothing bad happens to me. Like, you know, if we're talking about Cyberpunk, I might create a chip that like makes it so that everyone can just not worry about cell phone reception. I'd be the guy that's like, I made that and none of you know who I am. And that's great because this is my corner of the world and I don't want to mess with any of you crazy people.
You're like the woman from Outer Worlds who like learns how to make the soil grow again or like be fertilized in egg water.
Absolutely.
And now that's just like your thing.
Yeah, that's me in a nutshell. That's what I would want to do.
Quiet money's the best money.
Oh yeah. I want to say thank you to the both of you for joining me today for this discussion on Horizon and everything dystopian based.
Well, this is a great sandwich.
And that one had my name on it.
Oh, don't be silly. I just had a staff refrigerator.
Which is where I kept my sandwich that you are now eating.
I'm not eating your sandwich, Gerard. I'm savoring.
Oh, and then next I bet you're gonna eat my cucumber salad, huh?
Cucumber salad?
Get the hell out of here! Well, why go buy a third lunch? Stay tuned for more Xplay after these messages.
Where's the dress? No, never mind. I got it.
Respect the fridge!
Welcome back to Xplay.
Where we have a strict no stealing policy.
Unless it's one of those robot dinosaurs stealing my heart.
Which is just weird, but I guess we're here for weird.
Check out this next segment. You won't regret it.
I already do.
It wasn't your sandwich.
It was my sandwich.
Considering we've been talking about Horizon Forbidden West, and yesterday was the Holiday of Love, I thought it would be only natural and make perfect sense to rank the top 5 machines that would make the best lovers. And I know, maybe that feels a bit weird, but what the hell? Let's do this thing.
Wait, you're about to rank romance options as machines? I am not letting you do this alone. I am getting in on this.
Run!
Ying, 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 ying.
We don't have confidence monitors. I don't know when the animation stops.
Coming right out of the gate with number 5, we have the Strider. Great starter boyfriend. Easily startled, but also easily mountable. These can be hostile, but guess what? You can fix them. And doesn't everyone really just want to fix a bad boy or a bad girl? But even if you don't, they're a dime a dozen and easily replaceable.
See, we're taking this very seriously. Okay.
Yes.
At number 4, we have the Behemoth. Now, look, everyone. Okay. Jake wrote this. I have to say that. Look, everyone. Look, everyone should date a big guy at least once. They're great at cuddling because they're so warm, and they're always going to take you to the best places to eat. Plus, they're more sexually proficient than you. Jake? Jake, no.
This is true.
No, I'm not. I'm not reading the rest of this. You clearly have an agenda.
This is true.
Midway through the list at number 3, it's the Thunderjaw.
That sounds really gay.
I mean, just listen to the name. Thunderjaw. That says power, chiseled, intense, stamina.
Okay.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little worked up. But you all get the idea. Those stereotypical guys on the cover of romance novels, that's what we like to call a Thunderjaw.
Fabio Jaw. Number 2 is the Lancehorn. Ooh, this twin-horned beauty is a pack animal, so you know friends and family are important. Tall, sleek, avoids confrontation, but will defend itself and its pack if threatened. A majestic creature that knows how to use its horns. Need I say more? No, because we have standards and practices. Watch me as I speak. HR is in the building.
And finally, at number 1, it's the tall neck. Tall, dark, handsome. Tall necks don't give a shit about what anyone else thinks of them and what they're doing. They're doing their thing. And what do they do best? Communicate.
Yeah.
That's what you want out of a significant other. To be able to climb up their beautiful regal neck.
Climb it.
Override that disc and learn their deepest thoughts and secrets. That's why this peaceful king is number 1 on our countdown. And, fun fact, a new Lego set coming out.
And that's our show. Be sure to visit our merch store at shop.g4tv.com.
You got all the clothing and specialty items with X's printed on them you could ever want.
It's like a Charles Xavier estate sale over there.
Thank you for watching. We appreciate you sticking with us through that robot dinosaur boyfriend segment.
Let's be honest, you have like 1,000 channels and access to the internet. It's not like the weirdest thing you've seen this week.
No comment.
We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye. Have we learned a lesson today, Frost?
I won't eat the sandwich.
It's not just the sandwich. It's all things that don't belong to you. Oh, don't give me that look. I am not about to be gaslit to let you eat my food. Come on!
Bill Scruff here, and today I'm going to show you how to properly defend yourself from an armed assailant in the back seat. Armed assailant slides in. Oh my gosh, he's got you. What do? Turn the tables. And come up from behind with their dick. Bill Scruff, tactical defense.
This is Starcade, TV's first video arcade game show, starring your favorite video games, and some brand new ones being introduced to the public for the first time anywhere. And now, here's your host for Starcade, Jeff Edwards.
Thank you very much,
Kevin. Hi, and welcome to Starcade. Here we are backstage where our players are warming up for today's big match because today, one of these teams is going to have the opportunity to win their very own video arcade game. So players, you all set? Everybody ready? Come on, Attica, let's go play Starcade. Here we go. Split up there, Jeff and Susan over here, Attica and Chuck right there. That haul gets longer and longer every day. All right, here we are. This is where it's all going to happen. Let's meet our contestants. On my right, we have Attica.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, how are you? What does Attica stand for? You know?
First husband. Yeah.
What is it, Chuck?
First child of second husband.
First child of second husband. Okay, what would first child of first husband be?
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, I don't know an Attica.
I didn't have one.
Oh, you all right. What do you do for a living, Chuck?
I'm an artist. I'm a freelance artist. I have my own company. I'm management and labor, unfortunately, at the time.
Okay, it's nice to have you here. Wish you good luck. Attica, good luck to you. And now the mother and son team over here, and your name is?
Jeffrey.
Now, I know what Jeffrey means. You know what that means? Wonderful, strong, handsome, terrific person.
Yeah.
And your mom is?
Susan Bierman. I'm an elementary school principal in Norco, California.
So you grade the papers and then whip off to the arcades to play the games, huh, Susan?
That's right.
All righty. As you know, our contestants are matched up based on their ability in playing today's games. And one team here is going to have the chance to win this fabulous video arcade game. It is Tron. All right, everybody, let's shake hands. Let's go play Starcade. Good luck to both teams. And while they're getting ready, Kevin, what do you have in store for them today as far as the games go?
We've got some great games today, Jeff, including a couple of my personal favorites, starting with Sinistar, where evil lives and hungers. Then on to Berserk, survival against the robots and evil auto. Next is Munchmobile, a grab for food along the road. Then on to Zookeeper, a run to keep the animals caged. And finally, Bubbles. And this game is a mess. And Jeff, didn't you used to have a girlfriend named Bubbles?
Yes, I did, but she popped off once too often, Kevin. All right. Those are today's 5 games, and all of you have had a chance to play them before today's show. Now, one of them, as you know, is a mystery game. If you pick it in the first 3 games, a valuable prize is automatically going to be yours, and Kevin is going to tell the home audience what the mystery game is.
Today's mystery game is Bubbles.
Hard as we try out here, we can't hear what he says. It's a secret to everybody, to all of us here. People at home know. Booths and Bermans, I have a question for you. I'll ask you the question. First team to buzz in gets to answer it. Whoever buzzes in has to answer as far as the team goes. Answer it correctly, you'll pick the first game. Here's the question, hands on buzzers. The object of the game Fantasy is to A, rescue Sherry from a variety of meanies, or B, reach Paradise Island. Booths.
Reach Paradise Island.
No, sorry, that's wrong. It's A, rescue Sherry or Cherry from a variety of meanies. That means Beermans, you get a chance to pick the first game. What do you want to play?
Bubbles.
Bubbles. And Bubbles is the mystery game. Good for you, Jeff. That's the mystery game. That means you win a prize automatically. Kevin, what do they get for Bubbles?
It's Tryon's tabletop electronic air cleaner, a handsome portable that removes tobacco and cooking smoke, dust and pollen. Let us clean the air for you. Tryon.
Oh, good for you, Jeff. You picked the right game offhand. But now, of course, we want to let everybody know how you play Bubbles, and you might want to listen too. So, Kevin, explain to us how you play Bubbles.
Watch out, this is a messy one. There's crumbs, ants, and greasies, and there's just you to clean them up. Stay away from the brushes and sponges until your bubble has a mouth. Score big by grabbing the broom and then sweeping up the cockroach. The Beermans have gotten themselves into a little mess, but looks like a great time to clean up.
Yeah, we'll see if they do clean up. Now, let's see, Jeff, you picked Bubbles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I presume you're going to play it?
No.
No?
My mom's going to play.
Ah, fine Messi has you in. Now, you heard what Kevin said and how to play the game. The only other hint I can give you, and you might want to listen to this too, Booths, is when the sink turns green, you can put your bubble down the sink, you get extra points and move on to the next sink.
Okay.
Okay? All right, Jeff, you go over here and you cheer your mom on. Susan, you're all set to go? All right, you'll have 50 seconds. Ready? Get set, play. Watch out for the brushes. Till you get them out. Get the clean lady. You got her. Good points. Good. Watch out for that roach. Good. Oh, you're going to be in trouble. All right. Maybe the sink will turn green. Good. On to the next sink. You're doing fine. 20 seconds left. There you go. Moving good. The sink is green. You got through another sink. All right. Extra points. 15 seconds left. Doing great. Whoa. You're cleaning up. So, 3 seconds, 2, 1. 13,650. I think you did really good. How do you feel about that?
Pretty good.
You proud of your mom?
Yeah.
All right, Jeff. You guys going back. The Booths are going to come up here, and let's see how they do on bubbles. Come on, Booths. Okay, Attica and Chuck, turn around, please, so I can talk to you. That's it. Now, who is going to play bubbles?
God.
God is going to play. I don't think he's going to play. One of you is.
I'll play it.
You're going to play it. All right, Chuck, I like your comments. How do you think he's going to do, Attica?
Nervous.
You think he's a little nervous? Well, you can cheer him on.
I think he's going to be nervous.
You think you'll do well?
Yeah.
All right, let's find out. Turn around here. Don't forget when the sink turns green, you can get your bubble down there. Chuck, move up. Over here just a little bit, Attica. All right. Ready? 50 seconds?
Oh, wait.
You're not.
Okay.
You ready now? Yeah. All right, ready, get set, play. There you go. Go for those points. Out for the brush. Get the clean lady if you can. All right. Oh, I got hit by a brush. You have another bubble coming up. Here you go. In you go to the next sink. Double point. Doing fine. 18 seconds. 9 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. 23,880. I think you did pretty well, Chuck. Oh, yeah. All right, Chuck and Attica, head on back. We're going to be right back to see who gets to choose the next game on Starcade. Stay with us.
A master interviewer makes more than conversation. They make moments. Every week, Kevin Pereira goes deep inside the mind of celebrities and industry leaders to keep you in the loop. Talk is cheap, so we've got an hour of it. It's Attack of the Show The Loop on G4 Select.
The grand prize today on Starcade is the video arcade game Tron. Enter a world of dazzling energy and light. Enter a startling new dimension where energy lives and breathes. The world of Tron, furnished by Midway Manufacturing. And now back to Starcade, here's Jeff Edwards.
Thanks a lot, Kevin. One of these teams, Booth or the Beermans, is going to get a shot at Tron. We'll find out who it is pretty soon. Right now, let's check the scores. Booth, you have a total so far of 23,880. Beermans, you have 13,650. So the Booths are well in the lead. But there is still one more game to be played in this round, and the total points scored on both games are going to determine which team gets to play the name of the game board. So I have another question for you. And hands on buzzers, please. Here's the question. On the first screen of Explorer, the player's ship shoots laser bullets that are what color? A, yellow, B, blue. Nobody wants to take Booths.
Blue.
Blue? No, sorry, Adhika. It is yellow. And so the Beermans, Jeff and Susan, you get to choose the game again. Which game do you want to play?
Zookeeper.
Zookeeper. Zookeeper it is. So, Kevin, how do you play Zookeeper?
They give me hardly anything to work with, and I'm only one man, but I do my best to keep the animals from wandering the streets. It's not an easy job to rebuild the cage, because they are hungry and they keep chomping away at it, and only the net can help once they've escaped. Until that net appears, I can only run and jump over the animals to get points, and I can spend a moment with my sweet Zelda if I can reach her without falling or being zonked by a coconut. It's not an easy job being a zookeeper, but somebody's got to do it.
Okay, no one better than you, Kevin. Thank you very much. Susan, you played the last game.
That's right, and I'm going to let my son play this one.
Yes, he should go anyway because we alternate. So, Jeff, you're going to go this time. Only hint I can give you, and Booth, you might want to listen to this too. There's root beers that will appear around the edge of the zoo. Pick those up to get some extra points.
Okay.
Okay, and look for the net. If any animals escape, grab the net and catch them that way.
Okay.
All right, we wish you good luck. You have 50 seconds. Your team needs some points, so we'll see how well you do. Ready? Get set. Play. Here we go. You're on. Doing great. Don't forget the jump button if you need it. There, pick up the root beer. Jump. Good jump. Another root beer. Doing fine, Jeff. Close that up there. All right. Whoops, got you. Here we go. Plenty of time. 30 seconds left. Watch out for the snakes. Whoa, good jump. Wait. Go. Aha, that one got you. Got a couple minutes here, 20 seconds. Get some more points. All right, all right. Good jump. 13, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. $3,620. Jeff, really good. How do you feel?
Fine.
I'm glad. Is he always just talkative?
Yes.
All right. Head on back. Let's see how the Booths do. And here they come. Here comes Chuck and Adhika. Right? Adhika. Okay. Let's see. You have to play this time, Adhika.
Yes.
How do you think you are at Zookeeper?
Average.
Average. All right. Let's see how well you do. You got a good target to shoot at. You have 50 seconds. And Chuck, if you come around this side, please, you can cheer him on. All set, Adhika? Ready? Get set. Play. Okay. Here we go. Gotta jump over those animals. Don't let them get you. Time is moving. All right, there you go. That's the jump. Way to go. There, you got the root beer. Got a net in case you need it. You do need it. Get that out into the net. Got him. All right, put him right back in there. Going to the next one. Next round coming up. 20 seconds. Whoa! Watch out. Look out. 7, 6, 5, 4. That's it. 2,520. That's it, Adhika. Not bad, my friend. Shake hands with me. Thank you very much. Chuck, pretty good. All right, let's go on back, and we're going to find out who gets to play the name of the game board. Looks like our game's getting closer and closer as we go along. All right, all of you had a chance to play Bubbles and Zookeeper, and 2 of you are now going to play for a very special prize. So let's total up the scores from both games and see who gets to play the Name of the Game board. The Booths have a total of 26,400. Nice score. Biermans have 17,270. Booths are still in the lead. Come on down here. Let's play the Name of the Game board. All right, Arika, come over here, please. If you want, right back in there. That's it. Now turn around. Now, Chuck, I didn't want you to move. You come over here, too. All right, there we are. Fine. Behind both of you is a Name the Game board. We're going to show you 4 video games. If you name the games correctly, you're going to win a marvelous prize. Now, what I want you to do is move closer to me. That's it, because we want to be able to show the boards to our audience. Turn around now, please. You'll go one after the other. Who's going to start first?
I will.
You'll start first, then Chuck will go next. Take it.
How long do we get to think about this?
Well, you get a little while to think about it, Chuck. Here we go. Arika, the first one on the left, is that Arabian or the Sheik?
I'll say Arabian.
Arabian is right. Good for you. Chuck, yours up next. Is that Tempest or Sinistar?
Tempest.
Right you are. That's 2 right. Arika, number 3, is that Mario Brothers or The Brothers?
Mario Brothers.
Mario Brothers is right. That's 3 out of 4 so far. Chuck, it's up to you. Is that Robotron or 2084? Chuck.
Robotron.
Robotron is right. You guys got all 4. Oh, my. Kevin, tell them what they've won.
It's the Spectra Video SV318, the personal computer you grow into and not out of, featuring built-in CP/M compatibility, 32K of ROM and 32K of RAM, 10 user-definable functions, and a built-in joystick.
Oh, thank you, Kevin. I think you're doing all right, Chuck.
Yeah, this is all right. I like this.
I like it.
Well, I do, too. We'll be back in a minute to play the final round of Starcade and see who has a chance to win their very own video arcade game. Don't you go away, all right? All right, here we are at round number 2, and the big challenge, only 1 game left to play, and this time only 40 seconds to play it. After that, we're going to total up all the scores. The top scorer in all games is going to get a chance to win that Tron Video arcade game. So, if the teams are ready, here's your last question. Hands on buzzers.
Oh, God.
The game Fast Freddy simulates the thrills and skills of A, formula racing, B, hang gliding. Biermans.
A.
A, formula racing? No, it is B, hang gliding. Booths, you get a chance to pick the machine that you're going to play.
Sinistar.
Sinistar. Oh, that is a great game. You're going to love that. Kevin, tell them about Sinistar.
I am Sinistar. You don't want to get too close to this guy. Mine the crystals by firing on the planetoids, then scoop them up. Because these crystals make Cinnabombs, and lots of Cinnabombs are the only thing that can save you when Sinistar comes for you. And this far-out thing will come for you, so be ready to fight or run from Sinistar.
Okay, Kevin, this is a marvelous game. You're going to have a wonderful time with this. Who's going to play this one?
I'm going to play it. I like this game.
All right. I'll tell you one thing, and you might want to listen to this too, Biermans. When you only have 40 seconds, the game changes a little bit, so maybe you want to just go after the warrior ships for 500 points rather than mining crystals. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, do whatever you care. We wish you good luck. Come over here and you can cheer them on. 40 seconds. Get ready, get set, play. Looking for a warship. There's one now. Got it. Doing fine. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. It looks like 150, is that right? 4,350. 4,350. Chuck, congratulations, did really well. Okay, you guys head back. Let's give the Biermans a shot at this one. Come on, Biermans. Sinistar is waiting for you. Now, you've each played 1 game. Who's going to play Sinistar?
I am.
Oh, Jeff, you are?
Yeah.
All right, we wish you good luck. Your team is behind. You need points. Ready to go? All right, Susan, you come over here so you can cheer them on. You have 40 seconds. You ready? Get set. Play. Doing fine. All right. 25 seconds. There, got a warship. Find another warship, get some points. There you go. And 9 seconds. 500 points. You guys did great. Head on back. We're going to find out now who's going to play for their own video arcade game. Teams are congratulating each other, and that's what I like to see. Now let's find out what the grand totals are. The booths have a grand total of $30,750. The Beermans have $22,750. Booths, you're the winners. Congratulations. Well, Jeff and Susan, I want to thank you for being with us. It was a pleasure meeting you. I hope you had a good time.
We had a great time.
Oh, I'm delighted. And now, Booths, got a surprise for you because you guys are the big winners. And for being the big winners, Kevin has something for you that you're going to love. Kev?
It's the Texas Instruments Home Computer and Monitor for education, home finance, and entertainment. You're not just playing, you're learning with the Home Computer and Monitor from Texas Instruments.
And not only that, you've also won the right to play for our grand prize, your own video arcade game. It's Tron today. It's a great game. We'll do that right after these words.
All right.
Hello and welcome to another episode of G-Force Crash Course.
He's the first cleanly has. Nexus down for G2. They can't let it slip. Oh no. They're letting it slip. Okay.
Some of our contestants and some members of the studio audience will receive Trigger Elite, the high-performance joystick from Electra Concepts with select sensitivity settings, rapid-fire bar, 5-year guarantee, and more. Your video system's complete with Trigger Elite. And electronic fun with computers and games. It's the magazine of the computer age. Fun to read, witty, and informative. It's the ultimate magazine for gamers and computer users of all ages.
And welcome back to Starcade. Now, Chuck and Otacon, this is the big challenge. This is a chance to win your own video arcade game. There's still 2 games left unplayed, Berserk and Munchmobile. During the commercial break, we informed you that if you picked Berserk, you'd have to score at least 515 points. If you pick Munchmobile, you have to score at least 1,595 points. Now, these are the average scores of the more than 20 other players who played these same games. Understand you both reached a decision, and you picked Berserk. Is that right?
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Okay. That means if you score 515 points or more in 30 seconds, you're going to win this Tron game. So while Kevin tells us about Berserk, what do you say we go over and get ready to play? All right, come on.
There you are. Where you don't know. Why? You don't know that either. But you learn fast to watch out for the robots because they don't want you there. And just when you've got them under control, in comes the bouncing happy face, who's not happy at all. It's the evil Otto, and you can't do a thing about it. It's invincible, so stay clear, or you know what, zapped again. How'd you get yourself into this mess? Well, when you're lost in this crazy world, it's easy to be a little bit berserk.
All right, they've decided that Adhika is going to play the game. Chuck is going to cheer him on, score 515 points or more in 30 seconds. That grand prize is yours. I hope you take home a Tron today, Adhika.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Turn around and let's go. You have 30 seconds to beat 515 points. Ready? Get set. Play. Don't run into any walls. 100 points. Good shot. If you get in trouble, you can run out. Oh, they spotted you. 10 seconds. You need 315 more points. Come on. Keep going. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Oh, going to the... Here we go. Into another room. Oh, no. Sorry, you didn't do it. Only 300 points. You needed 515. But you did well today, Adhika. Chuck, you two, nice to meet you. A good team, and we'll see you next time on Starcade. Until then, this is Jeff Edwards saying, hope all your troubles get zapped. Bye-bye.
Starcade is a JM production.
We have one more. And that's a threat. Oh, what the heck is a shame ham? Yeah. Again, best to not worry about it or address it. But I think with the finger stuff, I wouldn't mind if it made an appearance. Yep.
Oh, there it is. What the hell?
So it's I don't know if you want to break. I'll start off the explanation. You're welcome to take the torch and run with it. So it's a ham that goes across the screen.
Listen, Kevin, they can't all be winners, okay? We're doing our best over here.
The ham says shame on it. Thank you.
Oh, I thought it was just seconds after Thanksgiving firsts, you know? You go back for the shame ham.
Go back for that, right? In the sandwich.
And you gotta get leftovers and you close the to-go box really tight so nobody can tell how much food is in there. And you just kind of hide it and go home and you eat.
This is very specific.
TV? No?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
No, it's the best part of Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And like with most things on this show, sometimes you have to deal with it.
Oh.
Right? No, you got to do it on the single.
There you go. Okay, hold on.
Let's try it again.
That's what
I tried to get it last time.
That's embarrassing.
And if we wouldn't have just run the ham, now would be the time. But hey, like most things in this world, Gina, sometimes you have to
deal with it.
No, I will find it.
Kevin.
If we both go.
Just one more. Just one more time.
Delicate dance steps here.
I swear to God, we got this during rehearsal.
We rehearse. Not the bulk of the show, this one bit.
Yep. Someone's getting fired today. All right.
Yep.
Not even close.
No,
We should do it.
Not even close.
No, it's not a neckerchief.
Meet in the middle.
Come on.
You want to try it?
All right.
Last one.
All right,
Go ahead.
I got this.
All right.
Sometimes in life, Kevin, you just gotta deal with it. For the love of God, please.
That's a
all right, let us have a shot to deal with it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Last one.
Well, we've been practicing all day.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Yeah.
We haven't
I have not
practiced
known
once.
peace since the day I joined this damn company, Kevin.
Sometimes you just gotta
Deal with it.
All right. Well. Oh.
Cut away! Cut away!
Back to you.
with it.
This is Starcade, TV's first video arcade game show, starring your favorite video games, and some brand new ones being introduced to the public for the first time anywhere. And now, here's your host for Starcade, Jeff Edwards.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to Starcade. Here we are backstage. Our players are warming up for today's big match because they know that today one of them is going to have the opportunity to win their very own video arcade game. Players, you ready? You all set? All right, let's go play Starcade. Here we go. Here we are, and these are the two contestants who are going to make things happen today. Let's meet them right now. Your name is?
Mike Russo.
Mike, tell me a little bit about yourself.
I live in Pittsburgh, California, and the school that I go to is St. Peter Martyr.
What grade are you in?
8th.
Yeah, what are your hobbies?
Playing basketball, baseball, and football.
Oh, you're a sports nut, huh? Good for you. Nice to have you here, Mike. And your name is?
Jared Cruz.
Tell me where you go to school, Mike. It's Jared, sorry.
I go to school in Pleasanton, California. The name of the school is Harvest Park.
What grade are you in?
7th.
All right, nice to have you here. Oh, you play hockey too, don't you?
Yeah, I played hockey for the past 4 years.
Now, I understand you play the part of the puck?
I play center.
Oh, center. Okay, fine. As you know, our contestants are matched up based on their ability in playing today's games, and one of you is going to have a chance to win this fabulous video arcade game. Today it is Munchmobile. So Mike and Jared, shake hands. Get over and get ready to play Starcade, and Kevin will tell us about the 5 games we'll be dealing with today. Kev?
Jeff, it looks like a spacey show today with 5 spaceship games, and we're ready to blast off with game number 1, Star Trek, on a mission to explore new worlds. Next, it's Galaxian, and the aliens are upon us. Journey, a chase through space. On to Stargate, and the humans are depending on you. And finally, Zor, a lonely flight to save a civilization. Jeff?
Thank you very much, Kevin. Okay, those are today's 5 games. Both of you, of course, had a chance to play them before today's show. One of them, as you know, is a mystery game. If you pick it in the first 3 games, automatically you win a valuable prize. Now, in order to let our home audience know what the mystery game is, we're going to have Kevin whisper to him.
Our mystery game is Stargate.
All right, now they know the name of the mystery game. I have a question. I'll ask you the question. First one to buzz in gets to answer it. Answer correctly, you'll pick the first game we'll play today. Here it is. In Food Fight, what food can you fling freely without depleting the supply? A, bananas, or B, watermelons? Yes, Jared.
B, watermelons.
Watermelons. Right you are. Good for you. And that means, Jared, you have the advantage because you get to pick the first game we're going to play. What do you want to play?
I'll pick, let's see, I'll pick Star Trek, please.
Star Trek. Good game. Okay, and we'll ask our resident Trekkie to tell us about that.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Command the Starship Enterprise on a Star Trek adventure. Your mission is to seek out and destroy Nomad and his gang of Klingon ships. Defend the starbases and the Enterprise from their continued assault. Keep your eye on the sector scanner to spot the approaching enemy. Then zap them out of the galaxy using your targeting scanner. Dock with the starbases for repairs and supplies, but be wary of antimatter saucers. The dangers are many in the game of Star Trek.
Okay, Jared, you picked Star Trek. Why'd you pick Star Trek?
Well, I think I can get a fair amount of points to start off with.
Okay, now you have 50 seconds. It's a little bit different than playing in the arcade. I would advise you, and you don't have to take my advice if you don't want to, and you could listen to Mike, or you don't have to do that either. But I advise you not to bother to dock, because that takes a lot of time, and save your photons for, like, this 3rd or 4th sector, okay?
Okay.
All right, but you don't have to do that. Ready? 50 seconds. Get set. Play.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Collision there. Good, got it. Next sector. 35 seconds.
Entering sector 1.2.
Look out. Whoa, that's just 1. Look out behind you. 25 seconds. 20 seconds.
Entering sector 1.3.
Good shot. 10 seconds. Doing 5.
Entering sector 1.4.
8,475, Jared. Nice going. Congratulations, my friend. Head on back, and here comes Mike. Now, Mike, he did pretty well. I advised him not to dock, and he docked right away. So maybe I gave him the wrong advice. I don't know. What do you think you're going to do?
Just try to shoot everything in sight.
Shoot everything in sight. Okay, that may be the best advice yet. Here you go. 50 seconds to go. Ready, get set, play. Good firing. Got it. Plenty of time.
Entering sector 1.2.
Doing fine. All right, 30 seconds.
Entering sector 1.3.
All right. Don't forget your photons. 15 seconds.
Entering sector 1.4.
15,425. All right, boy, you know how to play that game, Mike. We're going to be right back to see who gets to choose the next game on Starcade. Stay with us. Way to go, Michael.
Welcome to Attack of the Show.
Attack is back, and the critics are raving. Peepoo69 says, good enough. Fred Burst says, I've seen worse. JD187B4X says, reverse hair loss now with one simple trick. Click here. And Adam Sessler says, 5 out of 5. Catch the show the critics literally won't start talking about. Attack of the Show on G4 Select.
The grand prize today on Starcade is the video arcade game Munchmobile. On a run for home, munching along the way on fruit and fish, grabbing up fuel on the fly, Munchmobile furnished by Centuri. Time now for more Starcade with Jeff Edwards.
Okay, Kev, we played the game Star Trek. Let's see where we are after one game. Mike, you have a total so far of 15,425. Good play. Jared, you have 8,475. Well, Jared, You need some points here. There's still one more game left in this round, and the total points scored on both games is going to determine who gets to play the Name the Game board. You want to get this question right, because I know you're going to want to pick the game to play.
do.
Okay, here we go. Hands on buzzers. The Frogger can hop. A, only forward. B, any direction. Mike.
B.
B, any direction. Right, sure. And you get a chance to pick the game. The mystery game, of course, is still up there. Which one are you going to pick?
Stargate.
Right! You can't do anything wrong. Stargate is a mystery game, and Kevin has a prize for you for picking that. Kev?
Mike, you've won Sicey Sensor Chess, providing the realism of intelligent chess and the performance of a computer in a compact package. Sicey's provides 8 levels of strategic play for the beginner to the advanced player. Sicey's.
Okay. Now, Stargate is the game that you picked, and let's find out how to play it. We'll ask Kevin about that, too.
Okay, it's you against the UFOs. Only you can save the humanoids. Save 4 at a time and take them through the Stargate for really big points. Blast your way through, or use the smart bombs to destroy all the enemies in sight. Activate the Inviso antimatter cloaking device, and you can disappear and destroy everything in your path. It's Stargate.
All right, Mike, and you too, Jared. Remember, now, you only have 50 seconds, so you can use your smart bombs, your Inviso. Don't worry about using those up. Now, each time we do Stargate, I say the same advice. Nobody ever follows it. But I'm going to say it again. If you can get in the Stargate and find out where the humans are and go back and pick them up, you get 4 humans back in the Stargate, and you get a tremendous amount of points because you get a warp, okay?
Yep.
Sure. He's not going to do it either, I can tell. All right, you have 50 seconds, Mike. Get ready? Get set. Play. Seconds. Got a bonus, 15 seconds. Plenty of time to get some more points here. $6,950. Mike, you have the same philosophy for all the games. Just shoot everything in sight, right?
Yes.
Okay, head on back. Here comes Jared. Jared, you need some points here, my friend, don't you?
Yeah, I sure do.
Yeah, okay. If you can get those humans, get in the Stargate, find out where the humans are, you'll get those points. You think you're going to try it or what?
Yeah, I'm going to try to.
All right, good luck to you. You have 50 seconds also. Get ready, get set, play. Good shooting. Pass up the Stargate. Look out. Woo. Can you go in? Nope. Pass up another one. 27 seconds. Doing fine. 20 seconds. Got it. All right. 9 seconds. Head on back, Jared. 6,550, not bad. But probably not good enough to play the Name of the Game board. We'll find out. Both of you had a chance to play Star Trek and Stargate. And now one of you is going to play for a very special prize. So as we total up both scores, we'll find out who's going to play the Name of the Game board. Mike, you have a total now of 22,375. Jared, you have 15,025. So Mike, you come on down. You'll play the Name of the Game board. All right, come over here, please. Turn around and face the cameras. Behind you is the Name the Game board. And we're going to show you 4 video games. If you name the games correctly, you're going to win a marvelous prize. You all set to go?
Yep.
All right, now, this time you're not going to shoot everything in sight, right? Okay, turn around. Here we go. Upper left-hand corner. Is that food fight or food flight?
Food fight.
Food fight, right you are. Number 2, pole position or turbo?
Pole position.
Yes. Number 3, Zor or Mission X?
Mission X.
Yes, you're right there. And number 4, Enchanted Castles or Crystal Castles?
Crystal Castle.
You got all 4, Mike. Boy, you sure know your game. Now I'm going to find out if you know one more thing. Who's going to tell you about the prize?
Kevin.
Right.
Right you are, Mike, and you've won Mr. Disc, a compact personal portable phonograph no bigger than a man's shoe. Plays 45s and LPs from its own self-contained batteries. It's Mr. Disc.
All right, Mike, you have a nice commanding lead, but all that could change. We'll be back in a minute to play the final round of Starcade and see who has a chance to win their own video arcade game.
Here's the latest video game news from the Starcade hotline. Having an idea for a video game is just the beginning. It takes a team of programmers, hardware design engineers, and technicians anywhere from 8 months to 2 years to design the game after the idea has been approved. And that's only the design process. The game still has to be tested and manufactured, and that could take another 6 months to a year. And none of this hard work ensures that the game will be a success. That's up to you Starcaders out there. Plenty of exciting games left today on Starcade. Here's Jeff Edwards.
Okay, Kev. Well, Mike and Jared, we're at round number 2. This is the big challenge. There's only one game left to play. This time, only 40 seconds to play it. After that, we're going to total up all the scores. The top scorer on all games is going to get a chance to win the Munchmobile. So I have the last question. Now, I'm sure, Mike, you won't mind because Jared is so far behind if I give him a little hint about this question. Jared, the answer is either A or B, okay? Okay. Here we go. Hands on buzzers. The spaceship Gyrus is being pursued by the evil forces of A, the Idioclan Empire, or B, the Bacula Federation. Mike.
Bacula Federation?
No, sorry, it's the Idioclan Empire, and Jared, you get a shot now. To pick the game you want to play, you need the advantage. Which one do you think you can score the most points on?
This is tough. I think Galaxian.
Galaxian. Okay, Galaxian it is, and we will ask Kevin to tell us how to play Galaxian.
We are the Galaxians. With but a single ship to stop the attacking aliens, we can zap them while they're in formation or get them in flight for bigger points. And if we can zap the flagship and its escorts, that's best of all. We are the Galaxians.
Okay, Jared, you need some points here. You got any particular strategy for this game?
Nope, I just want to get the flagships. That's the, and it's, escorts. That's what
okay, now you'll see the escorts will be red and the flagship will be yellow. You got to hit the escorts first, the 2 red ships first, then the yellow one, then you get that 800 points. But watch out, don't let the flagship trap you in the corners.
Okay.
Okay, this game's been around for a while. Let's see how well you do on it. You'll have 40 seconds. Get ready, get set, play. Here's one coming at you. Good. All right, 1, 2, yeah, that's a way to do it. 30 seconds. Here they come again. Whoa, look out. There's your point. Boom, just a flagship, too bad. 14 seconds. Okay, Jared, nice going. 2,430. Jared heads back. Here comes Mike. Now, Jared picked this game, Mike. How are you at Galaxian?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Okay, you heard what I told him about the 2 red ones and the yellow one?
Yep.
All right, you're going to follow that? No one takes my advice. I don't know. Okay, here we go, Mike. You'll have 40 seconds. Get ready. Get set. Play. 60. Head on back, Mike. We're going to total up all the scores now. Now we'll find out who's going to have a shot at their own Munchmobile. Mike, you have a grand total of 24,535. Jared, you have 17,455. Mike's the winner. Congratulations, Mike. Jared, a little bad luck along the way. We have some nice gifts for you. I have something else for you. Okay, hold out your hand. That's so you can practice on any games you want to, okay, at the old arcade. You've been a nice guy. That's okay. Nice to have had you here on Starcade. And Mike, you are the big winner, and we have something special for you. Kev?
First, it's a White's metal detector featuring ground exclusion balance to help you locate coins, jewelry, and precious metals while excluding mineralized soil. A metal detector from White's Electronics. And a Spectre Video SV318, the personal computer you grow into and not out of, featuring built-in CPM compatibility, 32K of ROM, 32K of RAM, 10 user-definable functions, and a built-in joystick from Spectre Video.
All right. Got everything going for you today, Mike. You've also won the right to play for our grand prize, the old Munchmobile. We'll see if you can take that home with you, too, right after these words.
Our story began in Waterdeep, the city of splendors, with a group of scoundrels.
Yeah. You'll be completely safe with me.
I really do love you, but that was absolutely disgusting.
Some of our contestants and some members of the studio audience will receive Trigger Command, the joystick making America trigger happy, comfort, pistol grip, and trigger action, the thumbless approach to higher scores, the Trigger Command joystick from Electra Concepts, and 3 brand new games for the Commodore 64 by Tronix, Juice, Suicide Strike, and Kid Grid, fast action, complex strategy, superior sound, and multiple levels of play by Tronix, and Astro Snicks. They live on the happy, friendly planetoid called Snickeria, which millions of light years ago came to our solar system from the Milky Way. Astro Snicks are available at fine gift stores everywhere.
And welcome back to Starcade. Well, Mike, boy, this is your day. You got the mystery prize. You got the prize for the name of the game board. You got the grand prize for being the winner of the day. And now you're going to have a chance at Munchmobile. There's still 2 games left unplayed, Journey and Zor. And during the commercial break, we informed you that if you picked Journey, you'd have to score at least 1,763 points. And if you picked Zor, you'd have to score at least 1,414 points. Those are the average scores of more than 20 other players who played these same games. You reached a decision, and you picked?
Journey.
Journey. Journey it is. That means if you score 1,763 points in 30 seconds, you're going to win our grand prize. That's Munchmobile. So Kevin will tell us about Journey while you and I get ready to play.
Okay, Mike, you asked for it. Here you are in deep space, millions of miles from home. And if that's not enough, there's UFOs everywhere. Track them down with your scanner, then home in and zap away. Everyone zapped means points. It's a space journey.
Okay, Mike, that's it. You score 1,763 points in 30 seconds or more, and you're going to take Munchmobile home. How are you at Journey?
I never played it before.
Before today's show?
Yeah.
Huh? Well, let me give you a little hint with that then. What I do when I play it is I push the thrust button about the same time I push the fire button, which gives me a little speed. You hit the mothership, you get a bunch of points. Just don't get killed, all right?
Okay.
Good luck to you. You have 30 seconds to score 1,763 points or more. Here we go.
400,
600, 205. Can you get them? Yeah, 820 seconds, plenty of time. 1,000. Good. Doing fine. Now you did it! That's it! That's it! I think at last one of my hits worked. Congratulations to you, Mike. You got yourself Munchmobile. You're the champion of the day. You took everything we have. Bunch of Mike's friends coming to give him a hug and wish him good luck, because they all want to play Munchmobile when he takes it home, I suppose. This is Jeff Edwards from Starcade. See you on the next show. Until then, I hope all of your troubles get zapped. Bye-bye.
Jeff Edwards wardrobe furnished by the Tailored Man of San Francisco. Some of the Starcade set furnished by RCA. This is Kevin McMahon speaking. Starcade is a JM production.
My name is Nick Wozniak. Most people call me Woz, and I am an art person, art developer at Yacht Club Games.
I'm Celia Schilling. I handle marketing and licensing at Yacht Club Games.
My name's Alec. I'm a game designer at Yacht Club Games.
We're part of the team that helped develop Shovel Knight way back in the day, and we are here to read through your very kind and just praising feedback.
Yeah, community feedback is incredibly important. It's a part of our development process. Thankfully, Xplay put this together, so we have some really helpful and constructive comments.
We got to, seriously though.
Put on your
So it's
goggles.
time for science. So, first one. My friend told me this was like Super Mario World. I turned on the game. This was not like Super Mario World. I want my money back.
More like Mario.
Killer enemies make me want to drink lead paint.
Please do not do that.
We are not legally responsible if you do choose to do that.
Okay, I'm writing no lead paint, sorry.
No lead paint. All right. This is from Winter Kalte. All the night are a different color, question mark? 0 out of 10. Keep your SJW politics out of my retro games. They're wearing armor. Next comment is, first of all, shovels are not weapons. And yes, I did see the Game 3 episode about how they could be used as weapons. Get off my case. I'm pretty sure a shovel is like one of the most weapony things you could have. Next one, maybe related. It's too much dirt.
Okay, well, that's
You guys
the
take
next
notes?
update.
We gotta know this.
Okay, next.
Too much dirt. Okay, next one. Not enough dirt. Next one, this is from Gastropub. Oh, it says Gastropub. That's a normal word. I lost all my money by jumping off a cliff trying to grab the money I dropped when I died.
Okay, no
You can blame Alec for that one.
jumping.
Sorry, I'll try to reduce the number of pits and cliffs.
Send angry mob to Alec.
Angry, oh,
Yeah.
angry.
This one's from Mace. Mace says, Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope.
That's it?
That's it.
I think, wait, hold on. There's more underneath it. Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope, shovel it down the garbage bin.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, if you ever wanted to see our creative process, That's most of what it is.
I only got one big piece of feedback. That's for you angry commenters.
Hello and welcome to Invitation to Party. And this is incredible because we're live and my prompter's blank. I am your host and storyteller, B. Dave Walters. I just want y'all to know, we rehearsed this so much and we are gonna do this live. We are here to play Dungeons and Dragons, the world's greatest role-playing game, but it is a collaborative game. It is a game that you tell with friends. And I've been lucky to be joined by some of the finest humans I've been blessed to know, starting with Cassim.
Hi. I'm Cassim, and today I will be playing Igneous Castellanter.
Fiona.
Hello, I'm Fiona Nova. And I will be playing as Ollie.
Iffy.
Hey, how's it going? It's your boy, Iffy Wadiway, and I will be playing Thorby Kondiki.
Last but not least, the radiant to behold, Frosk.
Hello. Please. I can't control him. Hello, I'm Indiana Black, and I will be playing Octavia Amastasia.
I'm glad that Iffy was able to join us from the year 1999. Like, we're gonna raise the roof next. We're gonna be like, hey, right?
Yeah.
We are here to play, as I said, Dungeons and Dragons. I am your humble dungeon master, B. Dave Walters, and I am going to set the scene that these wonderful characters are going to be participating in. Normally, when you play D&D, it is at a table. You get your friends together, you roll some dice, and you tell the story together. However, this is G4, so we gotta go a little bigger. Here, we are untethered from the table. Here, we are able to move around freely in the circle.
I didn't know we were going to do that part.
That's, it's a surprise. We're doing it live. I told you, we're doing it live.
Okay, this changes everything. All right, I'm ready.
Does, in fact, change everything because we find our heroes, our delightful scoundrels of Waterdeep, in a jail. In the sweltering heat of the City of Splendors, the city of Waterdeep, home to 2 million sentients of almost any kind that you can imagine. Humans, elves, dwarves, rabbit people, half vampires, lizard folk, orcs, anything can be found here. Unfortunately, for these 4, they are on the wrong side of the law, and a jailer known by the name of Noisome is happily going about his craft saying, do we have a Miss Amastasia, Octavia Amastasia, could you come? Oh, hello. Oh, a proper lady we got here. Oh, Shantae, I must say there.
A little lower, please.
Is it? Well, hey, don't get much lower than me, love, I assure you. Pleasure you could join us today. Hope we didn't keep you from like a nice fancy tea party or something like that, huh?
No. What does that say?
Oh, this right here, that's your name, an accomplice to murder is what that says right there. You still got some fight in you. Hang on, I see what I'm gonna need for you. Right, you just behave, lass, okay? You just behave.
Oh, I like that a lot.
Well, I would say I get off at sundown, but unfortunately, you got a little problem. You see out there? You see out there? You see them gallows they're constructing? That's for you and your mates. Because unfortunately, the only thing you're doing tonight is a short drop and a sudden stop.
And are you going to be walking me out there?
Oh, I certainly hope I will be, yeah.
Ooh, a little closer?
That's it, yeah, you got something you want to tell me?
Come closer,
Right. I know about you. I heard the stories about you, Miss Amastasia. Tell me, how did a lady of your stature get yourself into a mess like this?
It wasn't my fault.
You know, unfortunately for you, you're not the first person I met in here told me it wasn't their fault.
Body count's too low.
Oh, You want to confess then, huh? Right yourself before the morning Lord, before the mercy of Lathander, huh?
What are you gonna do, hang me more than once?
Well, you know, unfortunately, we'll try it the one time, and maybe if it doesn't take, you know. However, what does Octavia Amastasia look like?
Do you not have eyes to bless upon my splendor? I am gorgeous, elegant, and not vain. No, never.
Your beauty is only exceeded by your humility, yes.
Exactly. Long dark hair, beautiful accents of gold and dark blue. I am royalty and perfection blessed upon a humanoid figure.
So you're playing yourself, is what you're telling me. That's just, it's, you know, this is
I'm here all night.
This is supposed to be make-believe, but okay.
I said long dark hair.
Well, unfortunately for you, your gallivanting days, I believe, are at an end, because as I said, it's sundown. You know what's about to happen to you. Do you have any last words for me, Mum?
Do I get a last meal?
I'll see if I can scare up a rare steak for you or some such. But for now, I need you back it up a little back. Chains against the wall, because I got another one of your mates, a Mr. Thorby Kuntiki. We got a Thorby Kuntiki in here anyway.
Oh, wow, what am I doing in here? It looks like there must be a mistake or something.
Mate, I saw you play the Yawning Portal. You were incredible.
Thank you so much. Yeah, see, so you know I'm an entertainer. I'm not one of these ne'er-do-wells or what have you.
Unfortunately for you, again, mate, you look out there. Yeah. The only dance you're gonna be doing tonight is a little bit of this after you swinging on the gallows. Yeah,
that's fine.
Right.
All right, but you, what charges do you have for me?
Oh, no, see that there? Thorby Kuntiki, accomplice to murder.
No, see, you're reading it wrong. It says accompanist. Accompanist. I do music. I'm a musician.
You play music when people are doing murder.
Yeah.
Well, I've been in the Yawning Portal. Yeah, really, honestly, that's the true thing to do. But unfortunately for you, mate, you're a known accomplice of other ne'er-do-wells here. Like that one over there, like Amastasia.
Look, you know, I have lots of fans, groupies. And they try and attach them to me. It's not me. Believe me.
Once the word spread that you was gonna swing today, we actually started gathering quite a crowd. If you look right out there, they're right over there. You see it? Right. They're here for your farewell tour. Your etchings and your pressings are gonna go up in value after this today, Thorby. Hey, right?
If, and I will say if, I die today, you're gonna be trying to go to bed one night, right? And you're gonna close your eyes looking up at the roof. You know what's gonna happen?
I'm gonna snore loudly.
No, you're gonna get a chill down your back, and that's me. That's me breathing on you as a ghost. And I can do whatever I want.
See, bold of you to assume that I'm not into that, mate. All right.
Well, okay, well, I guess I'll just die. Is that my option?
I mean, unfortunately, you will die. Unless you'd like to regale us with a little bit of song. Lads, would you like to hear a song from Mr. Thorby Kuntiki? I know, put you on the spot here. This is the only instrument I know how to play. Okay. But maybe, here, let me help you out. Let me help you out with a little bit of this right here. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, I'm sad.
Boom, 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 boom.
That I might have to kill you.
I don't think I like this song, but boom, 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 boom.
Because today.
Boom, 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 boom.
Okay,
No, I jumped ahead.
Yeah, you jumped ahead.
Oh, right.
All right.
All right, then I guess that moment is lost then. You know what? I tell you what. I'm gonna do you a favor, mate. I'm gonna do you both a favor. I'm gonna give you a last moment to talk amongst yourselves, to discuss how you came to be in such a sorry state. And like I said, if you want me to send in a cleric so that you can offer your prayers till the end of the morning, Lord, happy to do so. But for now, back against the wall.
All right, well, you just stand there. Look at me, the mastermind, because before you know, I'm gonna figure this all out. I already got a plan. I already know how I'm out of here, so just sit there.
He does. Macy ain't got a plan. I know somebody's planning something.
I got a plan. What's the plan? What's the plan? How are we getting out of here?
Thorby, why did they chain you with your hands above your head?
Well, you know, they know how dangerous I can be just with when I get my hand to my belly, you know, maybe get a little musical slaps.
Did you sneak in any instruments?
No, I didn't. I only have one, my loot, and they took it, so now I'm here. But
You know, important question that we did not ask is what does Thorby Kontiki look like?
Hands above your head.
yes, you know, I just really need to think, and while I think, you should think harder because you're smarter than me, and figure out you know, how you're gonna save us, because you know we're good. You know, remember when I had your back? I had your back then. You know, I was doing all that bardic inspiration. You know?
Gotcha.
Don't worry, I'll remind them what Thorby looks like.
Yes, please. Would you describe this luscious character for us? You have a much better way with words than I do, because I'm like, it looks like this. So why don't you share it with us?
Are you sure?
Yeah, go
I don't want to take your...
No, go ahead.
Thorby is a brilliant specimen, a mountain of man with an open chest and beautiful velvet draping. His curls roll for days, and he is prince-like, but a little bit dumber.
She's right.
I'm like, what's that I hear but the subs increasing? That was weird. Off in the distance, yeah. Well, you know, unfortunately for you, your Lord Lenny Prince Sir, your performing days are at an end.
Okay, well, maybe your gelling days are at an end. Have you considered that?
Good one.
Yeah.
Right.
Get him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're gonna turn around, walk out there, find a wife, and she's gonna be like, I don't want you come. You're too stinky working in the jail. And then you're like, okay. And then she's gonna make you a banker, and then you start doing banker stuff. You know.
I will tell you, that is an unusual set of circumstances for an insult. I'm gonna leave the two of you to think about what you're doing while I fetch the other two, which you will meet as soon as we come back from this break.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Online personality test. I have no idea who I am. Just think about how different my life would be if I had this as a kid.
Well, I'm done. I'm not going to game stores anymore.
I'm gonna stick to doing what I do best. No manners, no subtlety.
Hello, and welcome back to Invitation to Party, the Scoundrels of Waterdeep. We find ourselves in a jail ahead of a sundown hanging in the sweltering heat of the Southern District of Waterdeep. We've met two of our scoundrels who look very scoundrelly. And now it's time for us to meet a proper lord. Lord Igneous Castellanton, please step forward.
Yes, yes, yes. No need to kneel, sir.
No
need to kneel.
No, but for a proper lord, I must try. My knees aren't what they once were, you see, but I have to show respect to a man of your stature.
Of course. How silly of me to get in this situation. I'm sure this is just a paperwork issue, and once word of my imprisonment reaches my house, I will be released shortly thereafter.
Unfortunately for you, you see that there? You see them gallows? You see them gallows? No, there's one that is marked right for you, Lord. You can tell the one that's for you because it's got a silk hanging rope.
Oh, how thoughtful.
You know, I got a question for you. I'm not used to someone, a proper lord, one of the Castellantons.
Yeah, this must be thrilling for you.
Yeah, one of the great
of my
families.
stature here, yes.
You know, normally...
Would you like an autograph?
Normally, I'm not used to people like you actually suffering consequences for their actions. I'm used to Mummy and Daddy just traipsing in here and bailing you out.
Yeah, this is strange for both of us then.
Tell us, what does Igneous look like?
Igneous is 6'2" of the whitest, scumbaggiest man that you would find on a used car lot, but also in your local office, government office. I am adorned with snake skin, perhaps lizard skin. I have lots of gold.
So you would describe
and slick back hair.
You would describe him as slick.
Super slick. Can sell ice to an Inuit.
That's slick. That's slick.
That is super slick.
Unfortunately for you, mate, I don't think you're quite slick enough because we got Thorby Kontiki here. I believe he's a mate of yours. But you know the other thing, once it got out that we were hanging a Castellanton today, we sold out of seats immediately.
Whoa.
Right, you want to see him swing, don't you? Right. Yeah, right.
I tell you why, those are all my constituents. And they've come to see their favorite local government officer be released.
No, they've come to see their favorite governmental officer do something, but it ain't gonna be released. I mean, released from this mortal coil, perhaps.
Yes. Well, like I said, I do think this is a misunderstanding, and I think, personally, I should be thankful to be in the same room with people like you, Noisome, the backbone on which Waterdeep is built. You see, this town is built on the backs of people like you, hard-working Waterdavians.
Who are you talking to? I don't...
Honest, salt-of-the-earth men who are probably too smart to be in the position they're in, and if they played their cards right, could find themselves in a government position, perhaps on my campaign, if they were to perhaps...
You see that, Miss Anastasia? There's a proper lord that knows how to talk to the working man. Unfortunately for you, I don't know that it's gonna be enough, and I need you to, over towards the wall.
Of course.
Chained to the wall. You know, there's one last member of your mercenary band, the most dangerous of all, the most lethal, the most cruel and cold-hearted of all of them, and...
Hey.
You're a rabbit person, a Haragon.
Okay, yeah, I'm a rabbit person. So what?
It's all her fault.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. No, it is not.
You're looking to go state's evidence, Miss Anastasia. That's what you testify against her, right? You know, we do have a number of witness statements here, says Ollie. You see this here? I got this drawing, you see, of a rabbit person.
Now, hang on. That might be someone else. There's a lot of people that look like me.
There's not.
Everywhere in the world.
I can verify.
It's not. It could be. Okay, fine. It's me. Fine.
She confesses, lad. She confessed.
But let me just say, what had happened was.
Right, because this says I see this rabbit person shoving this lad to a hole.
I shoved this man into a hole because he had a very serious case of, like, he just smelled bad, and also he was touching on my future wife, Octavia.
I don't think you need to hang us. I think we can sort this out now. Why don't you just throw the keys in here, all unlock? I can take care of this whole thing.
Oh, you know, that actually might not be too bad an idea. I could take lots on you, but unfortunately, you trusted to my care until I trust you to the care of the morning Lord here.
Okay, you unacceptable monstrosity.
Tell me, what does Ollie look like?
Ollie is a Haragon, so she is a rabbit person. Average height. She's orange with white patches, and she's cute and fluffy.
Does she have a tail?
Yeah. Yeah, she does.
You know, I would just like to say it is only here on Invitation to Party, Scoundrels of Waterdeep, presented by Dungeons and Dragons, that you can have murderous rabbit people. You know, that's what.
Murderous is a tough. Yeah, I killed the guy for a good reason.
You know, justifiable homicide, historically, has not worked too well in these parts. Usually you gotta be a knight or a lord. Speaking of a lord, I believe you know this one here. I gotta go make sure that Miss Amastasia hasn't taken a bite out of Thorby yet.
Keep that woman away from me. She is frightening.
Oh, she's okay. Sometimes she's really nice.
Why do you like her? What do you see?
Because she's pretty, she's tall, she's pretty. She's tall, she's pretty.
She's tall and she's...
Pretty?
Pretty. Yeah.
Okay, so we gotta get out of here.
Absolutely.
Yeah? What are you gonna do when you get out of there?
Oh, I'm gonna make my way over to my house.
Your house?
Yeah. I left the iron on.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, who knows?
Your house might be gone.
It's dangerous, and it's one thing I want to protect all Waterdavians from is danger.
I do too. Water.
All they have to do is vote for me, and I will keep you out of danger and keep you away from people like Armistasia Antarctica over there.
Anastasia Octavies is really a nice person.
I saw her open up her entire mouth and suck the life out of somebody.
Wasn't that cool? Wasn't that just a cool thing to watch? A life getting sucked out of a human body.
You are scary.
So we got to get out of here, as you can see.
Absolutely.
You got some big pockets.
I have a plan.
You know,
got some big pockets.
That violent talk right there, watching lives getting sucked out of you, that's what got you into this mess. Why don't you two back over there? In fact, the four of you can discuss amongst yourselves how it is you got into this sorry state.
Hey, so, Igneous.
Hi!
Yes, Thorby.
Hey!
You know...
Hi!
Love the way they change you up all sexy like.
Yeah, well, before you get too deep into your political trail, I'd like to point out that it's Waterhavians.
Oh, what did I say?
Waterdavians.
Oh, of course. I've been in this town for weeks now. I probably should know that.
Yeah, so what are we gonna do to get out of here? I think we should all look to Octavia and
Hi, Octavia!
Get some answers.
Hey, what's up? Hey,
keep her away from me.
So what we're going to do is that when they move us, this will be the perfect chance to strike. You're going to do your little poof thing with the glitter and the sparkles and the whatever that is.
All right. That's a performance. You know, I don't need you, just disparaging it. I'll do the poof thing with the sparkles.
That's what you're going to do. You're going to do the poof thing.
All right.
I'll rip the guard's throat out. You two...
Can I do something?
No.
I'd love to do something.
You've done enough.
You've done
This is your fault.
Just calm down.
Okay.
Both your ears are erect.
Yeah.
You get off.
It's not my...
This excites you, doesn't it? This
Yeah,
game.
just
Chris Kringle, do you have your little minion?
My lord, is she referring to me?
Yeah, she's not supposed to know that I have a tiny
Who the hell are you talking
Yeah,
to?
we all hear when you talk.
hear you.
We all hear when you talk to him, so that's
Guys,
how we know.
I have a cough.
No. Oh, yes, my lord, yes.
Do me a favor, keep your voice down.
Oh, yes, sorry.
But go on over to that guard and see if you can swipe those keys, but do it quietly.
Right.
And you do feel your small, invisible friend hop off your shoulder and scurry away, Igneous.
Run along now, child.
I'm gonna die.
He's invisible, not inaudible. And, you should
Do you
tell
know
him
what that word is?
Yeah.
I don't.
No.
What does that word mean?
She's pretty, but she's dumb.
I'm dumb. got small brain.
You know, so we wait. Then the guard comes. Poof. What happens after the poof? Because I'm not.
I rip his throat out with my teeth.
Too
You will
aggressive.
stay quiet, and I'm getting away from you two.
Oh, you might want to keep your voice down during your criminal machinations in there. Lads, she wants to rip my throat out. Yeah.
He's gonna
Get
do
in
it.
line.
She's gonna do it. I'd be careful if I was you. I would.
That's
I'd
ominous.
I'd be scared.
Yeah, you're
for my
standing there
life.
laughing, but it's real hard to laugh with a dagger in your throat. I heard a rogue say that once.
Yeah, convincing.
I'm just saying, I understand how you lot ended up in this mess. It's all I get it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You know, again, no, don't mind me. Don't mind me. Please, you know, here, I'm just gonna read the morning news here. I'm just gonna tune out and not listen to you at all.
Okay. So what's the plan?
I told you the plan.
I didn't hear anything.
What is the point of those giant ears?
Well, they are fun to play with sometimes.
Stop stroking them.
Okay.
Jesus.
You two are going to touch nothing. He is going to get the keys. Your minion is also going to get our weapons or locate them.
If
when
I
they
had
move us.
one, sure, yes.
So after we get out of here, what are we up to, Octavia? We're gonna hop in your boat and we'll go off into the sunset.
You're never stepping foot on my boat again.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you know, I just, you know, I be around boats, so you know, I'm good on them, in them, around them,
Keep going.
outside of them. You know, anything that can, you know, I've, you know, tunes, shanties. You know, if you need a shanty, I know you're sitting on that boat.
Oh, please.
You're sitting on that boat silent.
One shanty for me.
Oh, okay. Oh,
With spirit?
Octavia's on her boat. Her teeth are at your throat. And if you don't like the song, we'll send you down the moat. We're all on the boat. Her teeth is at your throat. And if you sing the song along, then I will get your throat.
Yeah!
Incredible.
Amazing.
Thorby is regaling you all with his song. All of you roll perception checks for me, which means you roll one of these dice and you tell me what the number is.
15.
15. you got a little something. 15.
It's a liver.
15.
18.
18.
13.
13.
18.
18. Thorby and Igneous, you realize everything has gone quiet in the jail. You hear no more rambling of guards, no shuffling of boots, no lamentations of your fellow prisoners. Everything has been replaced by an eerie silence. And as you peer outside, you notice Noisome in his chair, asleep.
Do the poof.
All right.
Before you are able to launch your daring escape, there is one more thing that you need to know, and that is that we need to take a little break. We will be right back.
Are you ready for smarter conversation?
If I looked like you, if I was you, I'd be constantly working.
Elevate your media intake with Vibe Check.
I dare you to cut to commercial. I dare you.
Vibe Check. It's deep.
Hello and welcome back to Invitation to Party, the Scoundrels of Waterdeep, presented by Dungeons & Dragons. Again, we're in jail. Just a little too close for comfort to a hanging that is scheduled to take place right here at sundown. Our scoundrels have found themselves deposited in the same cell awaiting being taken out, although somehow, surprisingly, everything has gone quiet, and even their jailer, Noisome, is laying here, sleeping right in front of you, and all of you get the distinct sense you are not alone in this cell.
May I try to break the cuffs through sleight of hand?
Absolutely. Give me a sleight of hand to see if you're gonna escape out of them.
I got a dirty 24.
Octavia, with a flick of your wrist, you're able to pop the old rusty lock on these manacles just enough that whenever you want, you could slide out of it. But for now, it's still in place. As before you all see shimmer into existence a magnificent looking elven woman. She has long silver hair, she wears golden robes, and she stands holding a jet black staff. And all of you recognize her immediately as Laeral Silverhand, the open Lord of Waterdeep, essentially the woman who runs this place.
Oh my.
Yes, of course.
Oh. Yeah? Yeah?
My liege, you grace us with your presence.
My liege, you grace us with your presence.
Bow, you idiots.
Copying me. Bow to her.
Bow?
This is unnecessary. Please, please, please. No. I'm honored. Please stop.
Okay, ma'am, mommy,
Yes.
ma'am, madam, mommy, ma'am.
Are you okay, Rabbit?
No.
Ollie, thank you. No, I have come to visit you all because, unfortunately, I am in dire need of your help. All of Waterdeep is in dire need of your help.
Of course. We would do anything to help
I
you, my
will
queen.
do anything
My leader.
for you, leader.
My liege.
Ma'am.
Wait.
Open ruler, Queen Laeral
Queen.
Silverhand.
I'm not
Queen.
a queen. Open Lord, but yes, thank you.
Open Lord.
Mommy.
Also,
Excuse me.
not mommy.
Excuse me for being so closed-minded.
Oh, we're just gonna sit in silence and let them look dumb.
No, we're going to ask for a price.
Ah, always the businesswoman, Octavia Amastasia. Tell me, for the sake of saving this dear city that we all hold dear, the shining light of Faerun, what would be a proper reward?
Well, it better get me another boat.
Is your current one not big enough?
No, need a crew.
The problem is, mates keep shipping out with you and never return for some strange reason.
I thought that was takeout.
I don't need to sing on your boat. You know, I could just sing at the bar by myself, doing my own thing by myself.
We don't have much time, so allow me to make our plight plain to you. I am here to charge you with a mission. As you all know, I am the Open Lord of Waterdeep.
Of course, yes, my leader, my queen.
Yes, my leader.
We've been through this. But there is a system of masked lords, of representatives of every sentient in Waterdeep, of every man, woman, both and neither, that calls our wonderful City of Splendors home. In order for the system to work, their identities are a secret. Even I do not know who they all are until we come together and we meet and rule over the city. Unfortunately, I have cause to believe that someone is taking them away and replacing them with duplicates.
Ooh.
Yes. You
Someone-
understand that that is not good.
Someone messing with our political process?
I thought
Disgusting.
this might be of interest to you, Lord Castellanter.
Of course.
Unfortunately, in a few short days, we will name the next wave of mass lords at Shieldmeet. So, what I need you all to do is find the identity of the mass lords, as many as you can, and just verify that they are still themselves. If someone has gotten to them, if someone has replaced them, I will deal with it, or more accurately, have you deal with it. But we will know that the city has been saved.
And let me guess, you want us to do this on the down low.
Oh, there's no charitable way for me to explain this. You all are highly skilled, but also expendable. And yes, I will deny any knowledge of you or your efforts.
One question. If we don't even know who we are looking for, how do we know if the person we don't know who we're looking for aren't the people that we are looking for because they were replaced by people different
get
than
stuck
the
in a loop.
people we were looking for?
Now you understand my quandary.
So do we just...
We will do it. With our full hearts, we accept.
And of course,
I will
discretion.
die for you.
Wait, what?
What? That's a lot right away.
Who is we?
You know, unfortunately, I do think this counts as the bargain being sealed. But before you can be of any service to me or to Waterdeep, you all must find a way to liberate yourselves from the predicament you find yourselves in. I could, of course, release you, but if you can't beat even this small setback, then your chances of victory are slim indeed.
Of course.
Oh,
Don't
I
make it
see.
easy for us.
Of course, don't make
Of
it easy
course
for
not.
us. Of course not.
We'll get out of this,
Oh, we
my
will.
queen, our leader.
Queen, leader.
And we will show you that we are who you need us to be in this very moment.
Wait, what are you paying us?
Okay, a new boat. I believe you wanted to go on tour or something. Actually, I'd been told.
If the people so will it, you know.
Excuse me, Thorby Kontiki. I bought tickets to your last tour that didn't happen. Any
stuff came up. You know, there was a lot
like
of
murder.
Yeah. Murder.
What was the single on that album?
Oh, well, you know, it was definitely something that was really great. But, you know, I don't talk about my old stuff. I focus on the new stuff. That's what fans like.
Really? I would love to hear it.
You know, this is quite a shame. I have on more than one occasion made it to the yawning portal in disguise. If you would be willing to regale me with just a small... I call it the shanty. The shanty was wonderful.
Yeah,
but
okay.
Just a little...
You know, just open your eyes. Just a little bit.
Love when he does this.
Stick your hands out. Let me touch a bit. I'm looking for a thick orc who's ready to ride the apple of my eye. I'm looking for a thick orc who wants to ride. Come inside.
Come inside.
Undeniably, everyone knows thick orc is a banger, though. I mean, that is just objectively true. You know, I must ask Lord Castlelantern.
Yes, ma'am. She knows me by name.
Oh my God.
I thought I had personally made the acquaintance of every Castlelantern, and yet they say you are new in town. You've been at sea?
Yeah, at sea. I've been on the road.
Busy guy.
Trying to find all I can about this world of ours and gain the knowledge I would need to gain to be a leader, my queen, my leader, my queen.
It is true. Travel does... wisdom is knowledge multiplied by experience, yes.
Absolutely, I've never heard that before.
And you, Ollie, are also new here.
Be cool.
Yes. Yeah. Mommy?
Oh, that is not at all where I was headed. Anastasia, perhaps when this is all done, we might reconvene to our homeland of Evermeet, the land of the elves, where we could converse freely as intellectuals.
Stop flirting with her.
Yes, maybe all of us could reconvene.
I would like to join.
We would love to join.
Sorry, elves only.
Yes, I'd love to take you for a spin on my boat.
That sounds threatening, my queen.
I think they're
For
gonna
now,
eat each other.
unfortunately, I believe your time is at hand and mine is to depart. And she holds her hand up, and 4 glowing stones float out of her hand, 1 to each of you. You can use this to summon me in the event of an emergency, but only in the direst of circumstances. Good luck, heroes, because I think he's waking up. And she disappears. And Noisome, what? Wait. Her shackles are loose. They're trying to escape. Mates, they're trying to escape. And we will find out what happens right after this break.
Hello, adventurer! I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw you from afar.
Would you rather have eternal happiness for the rest of your life or die?
Hello and welcome back to Invitation to Party, The Scoundrels of Waterdeep, presented by Dungeons & Dragons. We are playing the world's greatest role-playing game, Dungeons & Dragons. And one of my favorite parts of the game is combat, which means I get to say two of my favorite words in all of existence: roll initiative. What that means, dear viewer, is we're gonna roll one of these dice and we're gonna find out the order in which they get to do something and the order in which I get to do something, because I'm controlling all the bad guys. But this also means I get to reveal the dice cam. Prepare yourself for the dice cam. With the ooh and ah for the dice cam. The bad guy's got a big old 2, so that's an ah. Okay, Igneous, what you got?
Yes. I rolled a 15.
15. Ollie.
15.
Oh, sorry, 19.
19. Hey, Haragon are very quick. Octavia.
I'm feeling a little bit cautious. I rolled an 8, just taking my time, scouting the field.
Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Thorby.
We're cautious together. I also rolled an 8.
Perfect.
My man.
Oh, I'm glad you guys are getting along so famously over there.
The good news is you're all going before the baddies go. So, y'all want to see some innovation that we have developed specifically for Invitation to Party?
Show me that G4 budget.
We're doing the thing with the circle. We're doing all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
D&D tech.
Witness the initiative tracker, which is made from. So we will know. I know. Yeah. Think about it.
What sorcery is this?
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Hey, maybe if you guys ask nicely, we'll put it in the store here. You know what I mean? You can get 20% off. And the baddies are going last.
Is that a bendy straw?
It's not a bendy straw, honestly. No, but we're using imagination. It's an initiative tracker.
Yeah.
So, So, it is time to enter combat. Let me set the scene for you. You four are still shackled inside the jail cell. Octavia, you can free yourself. Your shackles are loosened, but you have not released them yet. Noisome is sitting right outside and come to, and you hear the footsteps of 5 more guards coming down the hallway. And you see forming up just outside 2 dwarves, 2 humans, and a hulking orc, a thick orc, may I say, hashtag thick orc. Just past them, you see all of your weapons and items on the shelf behind them. You are currently unarmed, except for those of you that are perpetually armed. However, we start with you, Ollie. What would you like to do?
So I am still shackled.
You are.
Okay. For my spells, do I need to have any kind of hand movement?
Yes, but I'm going to go ahead and say you can still move enough because you had a length of chain to be able to move around.
So I'm gonna do a snowball swarm.
Perfect. The snowball swarm. Let me look. It is going to be a save from them. So tell me, what's the number they need to beat there?
13.
13. All right. You know what? We're gonna do this in hard mode, y'all. This is gonna be for all of them. I'm gonna roll in the dice tower again. If I get, I'm gonna tell you what I need on the die for them to be able to dodge out of the way. They need to roll a 12 or better. Let's see. 16. That means they get out of the way of the snowstorm. However, they do still take some damage. So you go ahead and roll it for me. Okay. As you wiggle your fingers around and snowballs erupt outwards, pelting them all with hail and ice.
I got 13.
13, perfect. You see, it seems like they're getting out of the way of most of it, but you definitely damage a few of them there. Up next is Igneous. Igneous, you hear,
Master, would you like me to open the cage or unshackle you first?
I'd say go ahead and open the cage.
Right.
I will charm 2 of the guards and hopefully unshackle myself with the help of Armistice.
Just take your time over there.
Who could deny your charm, my lord?
And you do see, Igneous, a little key slide into the gate, and apparently nobody notices your invisible familiar doing this. The cage is unlocked now.
I can't believe no one saw that. This is so cool.
I'm very good at what I do, my lord.
I would like to cast Charm Person.
Charm Person. Which means?
On the orc.
On the orc.
And one of the humans.
One of the humans. What Charm Person will do, if this works, is make them feel like they are your very best friend, Lord Castle-Lantern. Wait, I'm gonna bust out my super cool Dyson VD20 for this. This is how you know we've gotten it real here. Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't even know if you're gonna be able to read this one on camera. We're about to find out. I'm gonna use the dice tower again. I'd like y'all to know, they were like, are you gonna use the dice tower? And I'm like, nah, probably not. And now I'm using it all the time. So let's just see how this goes. The big old die is gonna be the orc, Lord Castle-Lantern. The smaller die will be the human, to see if you can get them or not. Let's see, we need you, it's a 13, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
that means I need 13 or higher on the die. Let's see. That is a natural 20, so the orc resists. That is a 16. The human resists.
Maybe I'm not as charming as I thought I was.
Oh, no, you just must.
What's wrong? Is it my hair? Do I not look
these,
presentable?
It is these circumstances, my lord. You are a radiant flower in a gray and
Thank you, Fee. For a second there, my confidence took a major blow.
Speaking of blows to your confidence, Octavia, it is your turn.
I would like to go for the nearest thick orc and attempt a fanged bite.
Octavia, in a flash of action, you explode out of the cuffs, push through the unlocked door, and bare your fangs at this orc. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
It's a dirty 20.
That is enough. Roll your damage. Just like the record to show, I got the first natural 20 of the whole campaign there. I mean, I think that should count for something. I got the first natural 20 of the whole campaign. Yeah. History. First natural 20 on television.
It's a 4 piercing damage.
4 piercing damage. Octavia, you explode outward. Tell me you don't kill him, but tell me what it looks like when you bite him, or I think you're about to show us what it looks like when you bite him. Octavia
Fearsome.
does her own stunts.
Scary.
Yes.
Oh my God! I can't look at him.
You bare your fangs and jam them into this orc's arm. He's carrying a big, knotty club. It is more just a chunk of a tree that's been torn off than a club. But as you sink your fangs in, he just looks at you and goes, she was biting me. Why is she biting me? Thorby, you also witnessed this display. What would Thorby like to do?
Oh, well, Thorby will use a bonus action to Misty Step out of his shackles.
What does it look like when Thorby Misty Step?
Well, much like described, he's a performer, and most of his spells are primarily used for performance and not actually getting into this action. So he puffs into a cloud of glitter, and there's a light crackle as he puffs back in another cloud of glitter as he presents himself again. And without being able to help it, he just flicks his hair back and is like, ta-da.
Oh.
They're like, oh, is Thorby gonna take it, right? That's Thorby gonna take it, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and so you wanted to see a dance, did you, Noisome? Well, how about we make some blades dance? And I cast Cloud of Daggers at the center point of the guards.
Cloud of Daggers has no save and no attack. It just happens. So go ahead and roll your damage.
All right. So that's 6, 7, and then rolling that again. 8 damage.
You see these blades appear and cut and slice into these guards that are already covered in snow and ice because of Ollie's attack, and you very much see their resolve is already failing as they sort of like stumble backwards, like Anything else from Thorby?
Run now if you want to live. Noisome.
Well, our resolve don't break quite that easily. Get 'em, lads! Charge! You guys got your cue. I appreciate that. I even set you up for that one. You just were there with it. Thank you so much. And they charge forward. 2 of them are going to attack Thorby. Thorby, what is your armor class currently?
Oh, you know, good old, let's see. 15.
Missing badly, Thorby. They swing with their clubs. It's all, we can't bring ourselves to harm Thorby Kentucky. It'd be like shattering a statue, some fine work of art.
Oh, thank you.
The big orc takes a swing at you, Octavia. What is your armor class?
It's 15.
It's like he can't quite shake you off as he's swinging the club. Also missing wildly. Igneous, you don't even need to ask. The 2 dwarves run in and they just stop right in front of you and they're like, well, we can't actually harm a lord, right? I mean, I don't want to. I want to break his legs, but I feel like we'd end up hanging. So, and they just like very half-heartedly are just like, oh, you take that, you naughty lord.
Ow! You okay? Even that was too hard. He did have speed and it still hurt.
Oh, he's more delicate than we thought. Unfortunately, Noisome stalks towards you, Ollie.
Of course.
And is quite committed in the blow that he swings. And he cracks you with a club across the ribs for 5 points of damage.
Oh, whoa.
That's my dog.
Well, your dog's hopping days are soon gonna be over. However, Ollie, oh no, first blood from Ollie.
Oh, I can't bear the sight of it.
However, Ollie, he is right here in front of you now.
Okay. Well, that was a mistake. Right? Okay, I'm gonna do, I'll do magic missile.
Perfect. Magic Missile doesn't take an attack roll. It doesn't miss.
Yeah.
And as you open your hands and energy begins to crackle and you see Noisome's eyes widen as he's realized he's made a catastrophic mistake.
Yeah. Take that, Noisome.
I will tell you exactly what happens to him as soon as we get back from this break here, so don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
I have a question. Am I considered a classic? 5 out of 5. Graphics and what have you.
That's all you do in this game!
Oh.
Welcome back to Invitation to Party, presented by Dungeons & Dragons. Our fair scoundrels are now fighting for their lives to escape jail and escape certain death in the gallows. Although the crowd's going to be disappointed if they don't see an execution today, though, right? Right, yeah. That's... You know what? You know what? Just for you guys, I'll try my best to kill one of them. Okay.
Hello?
However... Before we went to break, Ollie had unleashed her magic missiles upon Noisome. Roll your damage for me. It'll be 3d4.
I did. And it's a 5.
5 points of damage. You see the darts of energy crackle outwards and hit him, and he stumbles backwards, badly burned and bleeding, but does not quite fall. It's gonna take more than that to get the best of old Noisome, it will.
But it looked cool, right? It looked cool.
Oh, yeah, very cool.
No, it was the most impressive. Oh, wait, I'm being quiet. No, shh.
What the heck was that?
Nothing. Yes, Fate.
Igneous, it is your turn.
I feel like it's time for me to unleash the beast. Enough playing games. I'm gonna use Eldritch Blast on this son of a bitch.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll your attack.
Oh, buddy.
He's in trouble, I know.
It's a 15.
What does the beam look like when the beam of arcane energy that Igneous fires? What's it look like?
It is green and it is thick. And it emanates right out of my hands, and it's like a laser beam of green
thickness.
Thick frozen rope of destruction.
Yeah.
That's a visual I can't unsee. Excellent. As
You're
you
welcome.
fire and Noisome is standing there in front of you, he puts his shield up and blocks it. Well, I thought I was supposed to be delivering you to the gallows, but Lord Castellanton, I might have to do you in right here by myself.
Oh, that was an accident. I'm sorry. Did I just use Eldritch Blast on you? Oh, whoops. I was just trying to say how good of a job you were doing, and I accidentally tried to kill you. My apologies.
Speaking of accidentally, super intentionally trying to kill someone, Octavia, it is your turn.
Well, I'm going to make a dash for my weapons. And I would like to acquire my sword and then look to finish the job.
Give me a sleight of hand to see if you can get by this. You can give me sleight of hand or you can give me acrobatics, whichever is higher for you. And we're gonna see if you manage to get past this orc to grab your sword.
17.
He swings at you with a knotty ham fist, but it is not enough, Octavia, as you grab your rapier and can proceed with your attack.
Ooh. Do I have to still roll to check if I hit him?
You roll to attack, yep.
Okie dokie.
And because you have a friend that is engaged with him too, in the person of Thorby Kontiki, if you hit him, you will get your sneak attack damage, so you can hit him where it hurts.
I just rolled a nat 20.
Hey! So, what this means is you're gonna double all your damage. You got your sword damage, you got your sneak attack damage, and then you're going to double that, which I think is going to be a lot of damage.
I'm also going to give you one of these.
If not now, when? While we're waiting to figure out just how badly Octavia has slain this orc.
20.
20 points of damage?
Yeah.
You tell me what it looks like when you drop him, Octavia. He reaches for you, too slow, you slink past him, and what happens?
I get underneath the skull, the rapier tip hits just right underneath this jaw, straight back through the neck, and then rips out.
That's not funny.
And you see the other dwarves and humans seeing their greatest champion felled, their eyes grow to the size of dinner plates. Thorby. I don't know how we hashtag that one. Just hashtag hiss.
Well, Thorby is like, well, yes. This is a lot. This is a lot going on. I'm gonna just grab my rapier as well. And Noisome, I think I'm gonna have to kill you.
Well, you can get in line, mate. Come on, let's go. Let's go, let's go. And he just bangs the shield.
All right, and so I will attack with my rapier, Noisome.
Absolutely, roll it.
Let's see. Okay. Oh, that's gonna be 8.
You know, hold on. I'm ruining everything because we're doing this live. I'm running over here. I'm free range because there's something that I need over here. Wait. This is ha ha. Yeah. Wait. Hang on. Ha ha. 8, you say?
Yes.
Your rapier collides. Spang. Spang, right? Spang. Spang. Off of his shield. And he just looks at you and says, maybe you should stick to singing, mate, and leave this sort of work to the professionals.
Okay. And I look over towards Octavia.
However, it is now their turn, and Noisome decides that he wants to return the favor. And again, allow us to go to the dice tower to decide. So what is Thorby's, that's the appropriate response to the dice tower, by the way. What is Thorby's AC?
15.
15. He hits you, Thorby. A punishing blow. for 8 points of bludgeoning damage, crushing down on you.
Be the last episode.
Ouch. I told you I'd try and kill one of them for you guys. Yeah.
Oh, the sight of blood makes sick.
Delicious.
The orc is no more. Very dejected dwarf. Well, I got good news for you, Octavia, and I got bad news for you, Octavia. Which would you like first?
I'll take the bad news.
Well, 2 of the dwarves come towards you. One of the dwarves is terrified by what he has just beheld. The second dwarf is incensed by the sight of the felling of her orc lover and attacks with reckless abandon and scores a natural 20, Octavia.
Oh.
Listen. Hey, I am nothing if not merciful. Merciful, wow, I can't even say merciful right. Look at that, even I don't believe it. And crashes into you for 10 points of damage, Octavia. Ooh. And you all see.
Oh my God.
Hey.
Oh. I can't.
No, my lord, don't look. Look at me. I'm invisible, but trust me, I'm comforting you right now.
My eyes are crossing. I can't see the blood.
Slamming into you. The 2 humans rush into, or the one remaining human, rushes into the cell and goes to hit you, Lord Castlelantern, but sees you dry heaving and immediately steps back thinking he wants to preserve his boots. No, you can't, because I'll do it too. We can't. No, we can't. We can't. Okay, please don't.
I'm good.
Okay, I'm good too. I'm good too. If you're good, I'm good. If you're good, I'm good. Ollie.
Yeah.
You see there in front of you, Noisome standing defiant, engaged with Thorby right there in front of you, but you're still shackled to the wall. What would you like to do?
I mean, there's nothing really that I can do to get myself off this wall.
You can attempt to sleight of hand.
Okay, I guess I'll attempt to sleight of hand.
You got big old rabbit legs. You can just try and kick him if you want to, you know?
I will try to do that.
You want to try and kick him?
Yeah, I would like to try to kick the shackles off of my hands because I'm very flexible.
You're going to just try and pink,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Here's what I'm going to do. Still give me sleight of hand, but I'm going to let you roll with advantage, which means you can roll twice and take the higher.
Okay.
If you're using the D&D Beyond app, you just right-click on it.
Okay, well, I got a 19.
The rusty shackles break under the weight of your ferocious power, Ollie, and you are loose.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
This is good. Okay.
This is good.
Okay. Do I still have an action?
Yes, I will still give you an action.
Okay.
A little help, Ollie.
Well, now hang on.
Yeah.
If she's gonna help anyone, it's gonna be
I'm gonna
me.
put.
Oh, it looks like it's time for some rabbit stew then, huh?
I'm gonna put on this mask.
Oh.
Okay?
Oh, now it's serious.
I'm no longer Ollie.
Oh no.
I'm Chuckles now. And Chuckles just put on mage armor so I don't die.
What does Chuckles' mage armor look like as it shimmers into existence?
It makes me look big and yoked. I look huge.
Whoa.
Look huge.
You're so big and yoked.
I'm huge, and I'm gonna beat the
stuffing.
I'm gonna beat the stuff out of these fellas, bullying my friends. Can't see anything.
Well, I'm glad I was nice to you.
Yeah, I'll save you.
As you transform, he seems thoroughly distracted. Igneous, what would you like to do?
Well, I'd like to see if my secret little fee, my closet.
Click, the shackles fall off.
Oh my God, this whole time. I could have done that. I should have done that a long time ago. That feels nice. Look, we're both free.
We're loose.
You are scaring me.
The name's Chuck.
Sorry, Chuckles. Wow, okay.
Big.
Igneous.
I guess you got dumb, too.
Dumb and big.
You got dumb and big.
First of all, ouch. Second, Igneous Castle Lantern now loose. Ollie seeming to have disappeared and been replaced by the very big and menacing Chuckles staring down Noisome, who is fully prepared to deliver the law to you to the morning lord. Seems like a great place as this fly lands on my head to take another quick break. Don't go nowhere, so we'll be right back. Let's see if they live, y'all.
A master interviewer makes more than conversation. They make moments. Talk is cheap, so we've got an hour of it. It's Attack of the Show, The Loop.
They're not cheering for me, they're cheering for Frost. Hello and welcome back to Invitation to Party presented by Dungeons & Dragons. We are locked in combat as our scoundrels, maybe heroes, I don't know if you live, there may be time to become heroes, are fighting desperately to escape their current predicament. Lord Igneous Castle Lantern has escaped his bonds mystically, mysteriously. No one has any idea how he got loose. And Noisome stands before you, the jailer, defiant to the very end, wounded grievously, but undeterred. What would you like to do?
Well, seeing that he seems to be impervious against my physical attacks, I'd like to use command.
What would you like to command him to do?
I would like to command him to be violent towards the remaining dwarf, the lover dwarf that went crazy.
The lover dwarf that has assaulted your friend.
The tiny feisty one.
We're going to the dice tower. We're gonna let fate decide. 13 is the number he needs to beat, correct?
Correct.
Let me just check his sheet over here to see what he actually needs to roll. Okay, he needs an actual 13 or better to resist your command. 6.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. And my command to Noisome is...
Command is a very simple command, just like attack.
Kill.
And he turns and attempts to attack this dwarf. Let's see. somewhat ineffectively. He does turn and swing his club, and Octavia, you see as this dwarf is all over you, attempting to end your life. Noisome's club comes over the back of her head, and she turns around. Oh, what are you doing, boss? You can't attack me like this. Why are you betraying me twice in one day? Anything else? Thank you. Thank you all. Anything else from Igneous? I should clarify that on your turn, you have actions, you have bonus actions, and you also can move.
I was gonna say I was gonna move towards my loot.
Perfect.
If that's all right.
Well, all hell is breaking loose.
I don't need your permission. I'm gonna move towards
just outside. Yes, you are carefully stepping over the body of the orc, now surrounded by a not insignificant pool of dwarven tears. As you go towards regaining your stuff. Excellent. Let's see, Octavia. You see this dwarf that is all over you does seem to be at least temporarily distracted. I will say, after Noisome hit her, it seems like he sort of snapped out of it. Like he doesn't know why he did it either. Like, oh, sorry, love, and sorry about Melvin. He didn't deserve to die like that, not today. Let's get some revenge, huh? I want to get that revenge. I'm just doing that for y'all now, really. But yes, Octavia.
I would like to finish her off.
Perfect. How would you like to finish her off?
I'm taking the rapier and I'm gonna see what happens with it.
It's true.
It's a little bent. I have blood in my eyes.
Right.
We go a little bit wide. I rolled an 8.
That is, in fact, not enough, Octavia. As you lunge, she steps back and gets out of the way. Exactly.
I shall be defeated quite so easily. I will cut you. I'll cut you first.
Right. Anything else from Octavia? Apparently it's about to go down between an elf and a dwarf right here in the jail. Yeah.
Okay.